Some time ago, we lightly explored a scenario where General Grievous was thrown thousands of years into the past. There, he had to contend with the Jedi of the Old Republic era at the peak of their power, and he got absolutely dismantled. But what if, instead, we were to send someone who could actually fight in the same weight class? Someone that perhaps even the Old Republic Jedi would not be prepared for? What if Darth Vader were sent back to the age of the Great Galactic War? Greetings again, lore junkies, and welcome back to the archives. If this is your first time in the archives, crush that subscribe button for more forbidden Jedi and Sith lore. And if you have any similar ideas to this one that you would like to see us explore in detail, then comment down below. But now, the holocron opens, and Vader enters a new age. Just as last time, this is not necessarily a what-if fanfiction. We're not going to focus too intensely on a narrative. The how and why Vader is sent into the past is less of importance than what actually happens when he gets there. Perhaps Vader touches a powerful Sith relic that Palpatine sent him to procure, or perhaps he is on an experimental Imperial ship that gets sabotaged by the Rebellion, causing a hyperspace incident. Either way, we are going to be examining Darth Vader at his arguable peak, around the year 3 BBY. The reason we honed in on 3 BBY is this is when the Force Unleashed takes place, and because the Old Republic is a high-scale setting, we will be attributing Vader's Force Unleashed feats here. This is also the time when Vader has reached maturity in his life as a Sith Lord. He's no longer volatile and explosive, but cold and more machine than man. The dark side within him is raging, an icy storm. His wrath manifests as unyielding cruelty. Both his blade and his will are efficient, and he has no wasted movement. He's also more used to his cybernetic body here, able to operate beyond most of its limitations if he needs to, as shown in his various battles with Starkiller Galen. The year he'll ultimately land in is 3656 BBY in the Old Republic era. This is only a few years before the sacking of Coruscant, which would end the 30 Years' War. By this point, the war is reaching its apex of intensity, and both Jedi and Sith factions are at their respective peaks in terms of power. Immediately, the scenario will be wildly different than what happened with Grievous. Unlike Grievous, Vader isn't actually going in blind. While he may experience initial confusion, as is expected with time travel, Vader will quickly know what to do. You see, as a Jedi, he would have studied this era extensively. In fact, the armor that Anakin Skywalker wore during the Clone Wars was Old Republic Jedi armor that he had taken from storage. While it's unlikely that it was armor from this specific era, he would have at least been vaguely familiar with the history via the Jedi curriculum. But on top of this, Lord Vader himself studied things from the Sith's angle from reading the field journal of none other than Darth Malgus. Palpatine had given him those surviving pages as a way to gain inspiration, and from that journal, Vader gained insight on soldiers, Sith warriors, war droids, starfighters, and even the battle tactics of the Sith Empire. But what will actually end up serving him best is Malgus's writing about the Sith themselves. Vader will be keenly aware of the hyper-politicized state of the Dark Lords, and how they're not afraid to sabotage their own if it means advancing their own individual agendas. Vader may even begin his journey by seeking out Malgus himself. In his writings, Vader found mentions of Malgus's lover, Elena, and although he searched more, Vader could not discover her fate, leaving it a mystery. We believe this is one of the questions that Vader would want to answer first. How did Malgus reconcile love with the dark side? Asking these questions would not put Vader in danger. After all, Elena was not exactly a secret that Malgus kept. He had enough power to ward off any Sith that would dare to use her against him. But the first meeting between Malgus and Vader would be absolutely electric. Those two are shockingly similar in build as well as philosophy. They loosely wield the same combat form, have difficulty with the breathing mask, believe in solving all problems with the lightsaber, and are insanely powerful. However, they do have their differences. Malgus was fond of the use of spies and infiltrators, while Lord Vader openly said that he didn't respect the use of such items and tools. Vader now also believed that love was a weakness, yet he was still curious about what happened to Malgus's love. Approaching Malgus about his lover would definitely set the Sith Lord on edge, but with conversation, the two would find that they saw eye to eye. It's possible that Malgus could perceive Vader as a potential rival, but he could also be disarmed by knowing that this newcomer was nothing like the politically obsessed lords on the Dark Council. We believe that Vader and Malgus would shake hands with their fingers crossed, so to speak. They are agreeable enough to become allies and help each other further their goals, but they would not likely trust one another after all. As we mentioned in our Grievous video, we believe that he would simply spend his time being a part of the Empire's war machine, bent on bringing more death to the Jedi. While this would definitely be a part of Vader's agenda, Jedi can wait. This may seem surprising, as he notoriously could not resist hunting down Jedi in the Jedi Purge era. However, Vader knows that right now, he is not in a galaxy that's recovering from a purge. The Jedi are plentiful and powerful. Dismantling them would be its own mission. And now, Vader has another: the Sith Empire itself. Vader spent a very long time trying to correct the past, and forever was unable to do so due to his limitations. But now, he has that opportunity. An opportunity to change history in his favor. For him, knowing the future was not a matter of foresight. Vader was from the future, and he knew the outcomes of his new present with a measure of certainty. Again, neither he nor Anakin was a historian, so he wouldn't be able to know everything about this age, but he knew enough to have a distinct advantage. He knew exactly where to be and when the right moments in the war were, and because he studied under Sidious, Vader would know secret locations that the Sith attempted to keep hidden, and even ones that they didn't even know about. For instance, Malgus tried to find the Dark Reaper, a super weapon that could drain the force energy of entire planets and then release it in a massive wave of energy. But in the field journal, Vader commented that the Dark Reaper was unearthed on Raxus Prime. Malgus had been digging in the wrong place. Vader knew this because as Anakin, he had to fight this weapon when Dooku found it. That was what led him to discovering the ability of resisting force drain. The Dark Reaper may be something Vader keeps in his back pocket, an ace in the hole in case things get hairy. He would set his sights on undermining and usurping the Council first, ultimately gaining control of the Sith Empire. Many often underestimate the fact that Vader does have tact. While he despises politics and spies, he learned cunning from Sidious and throughout Legends lore demonstrated a ton of guile. In fact, he even compromised his own rule about spies and dispatched Shira Bree to infiltrate the rebellion. There were a few things that Vader left beneath him if it meant serving his goals. This is another difference he has with Malgus. However, Vader won't play the Sith Lord's political games. He'll be operating on a different playing field. The only wrench in his plan is the Emperor, Vitiate. Again, Vader will be keenly aware of who this mysterious Emperor is, a man potentially more dangerous than his own master. But luckily, Vader is also familiar with how to operate under such a being. His plan will likely unfold like this. Vader already secured an alliance with Malgus, who desires to see the Empire grow strong. With his help, Vader can be presented to the Sith Empire without much suspicion. For the time being, he would be presented as Malgus's new apprentice. This is a plan that Malgus would of course devise, and while Vader isn't really happy about it, he would humble himself for the time being. He was used to taking orders, and this time, he had a way out. No records of him exist in the Imperial database, so Vader would need Malgus to create a file so that he could escape suspicion. We believe that Vader would operate under the sphere of military offense. This would give him an opportunity to see what it was like on the front lines of this war. Along the way, he accomplishes a few goals at once. He gains prestige in the Empire, he earns the faith of the Dark Council, and he gets to kill Jedi. This is where things get really interesting though. Vader may not know the outcome of every battle, but he was a former Jedi. He knows how they think. He would execute Jedi and conquer planets with ruthless efficiency, unseen by the Sith of even this great era. And when the Old Republic Jedi met him on the battlefield, even they would be unprepared. We talked up before just how powerful and well-equipped this era of Jedi really are, and be assured, Vader would find himself having much more difficulty against these Jedi Knights than the ones that he would kill during the Purge. In his day, the Jedi were severely wounded from the Clone Wars, running scared, hungry from the Empire, hunted like dogs. But now he has come upon an era where the Jedi are wolves. The Jedi are not afraid of him, at least not at first. The Sith were always showing up with some crazy new technological weapon or a monster of the week. The Jedi Knights would likely see Vader just as that, until they got a taste of his true power. Jedi Guardians of the Old Republic were machines of combat. They grew stronger the longer they fought. Unlike Sith who grow in rage, the Guardians sank into a sort of flow state. The more intense they were on the outside, the calmer the storm was on the inside. They were experts in lightsaber techniques and combat, having regularly tested themselves against Sith warriors on the open field. But Vader is simply put on another level. In the Imperial era, Vader sharpened his blade to exclusively cut Jedi flesh. With the power and heavy strikes of Gemso as his base, Vader augmented it into a two-handed Makashi style. Taking inspiration from Dooku, his footwork became more measured and balanced between offense and defense. He never moved his blade a millimeter more than was necessary. Every movement had a purpose, and Vader completely dismissed the fancy flourishes and wasted movement of his youth. The Dark Lord added to this with sequences from Surisu that he learned from Obi-Wan in order to protect his vulnerable areas, including his chest plate. He continued to pile one more aspect from every one of the 7 lightsaber forms until Vader constructed an unstoppable style unique only to him. I don't believe that even Ven Zalo, Malgus' most respected rival, could overcome Lord Vader. The Jedi of the Old Republic are no joke, but all of them would be at Vader's mercy on the battlefield, because finally, at long last, Darth Vader is in his element in this war. Throughout his time in the Empire, he longed for the front lines of open combat. He wished he could face Jedi in a scenario exactly like this. In a way, Vader would be enjoying himself, and it would reignite the fire within him. He would perform on the same level as Malgus, but he'd be even more dangerous since the Jedi would never see him coming. They do not know who he is, but he seems to know everything about them. Vader would make excellent use of the military provided by the Sith Empire. The Imperial troopers were far more advanced and more competent than the Stormtroopers. Not to mention, Vader would be pleased that all of the officers knew their place around Sith. Underlings only. They were all terrified of him, so there would be very few times that he would need to kill someone to make others obey. He would likely only be punishing failure as he did in the Empire of his day, quickly earning him a terrifying reputation. As Vader earns prestige, he would gain notoriety within the Dark Council itself. It would not be long before we believe he would be summoned to the sphere of biotic science. The head, Darth Acheron, has taken notice of Vader's suit. He acknowledges the man's power, but he can see that he has limits. Acheron was obsessed with cybernetics, as many Sith of this era actually were. Vader may notice that many of them willingly modified themselves with technology. He is in good company, and Darth Acheron would likely offer to even upgrade his suit. Unlike most scenarios where Vader gets upgraded, this one is a little bit different though. Vader's cybernetics were considered outdated and of poor quality in his era. But in this day of the Old Republic, his cybernetics would technically be considerably more advanced. This means that he wouldn't get a new suit. However, using the Empire's biotic sciences with their widespread Sith alchemy means that Vader's suit could get an efficiency adjustment. With these alchemical magical modifications, Vader would not be so limited or vulnerable. He would have a wide range of motion and would be able to conjure force lightning if he ever pleased. He's only able to do this now since he's surrounded by Sith scientists who are under Palpatine's thumb. It's even possible that there are rituals or artifacts that could have even reversed some of the tissue damage done to his body. He would not be perfect, but the Sith of this era had access to powers of dark healing. This means that a good portion of Vader's potential very well could return to him. And once this happens, the Dark Lords of the Council would realize far too late how much of a threat Vader actually is. They may try to hamper his efforts or even sabotage him on the field, the same way that they did to Malgus. But not only is Vader extremely resilient, but he's also expecting it. Vader is a Sith of the Rule of Two lineage. He has made preparations in case they delay or cut off his supply lines. He continues to gain prestige through conquest, and probably acquires a loyal base of followers who worship his power. Only now is he able to challenge the Dark Council. To save time though, we won't go into how he's able to work his way through each and every member, but undoubtedly we believe that he would challenge them in secret, destroying each member of the council one by one in duels or through subterfuge. It was against Imperial law for one Sith Lord to kill another, so he had to still avoid authorities. Vader wasn't strong enough to go on a one-man army rampage, not yet, but he still had a loyal following, and still perhaps even the help of Malgus, though Malgus may stop seeing him as an ally and more as a threat by this point. We do not believe in this era there are any members on the Dark Council that could resist an upgraded Vader, besides two perhaps, Darth Jadis and Darth Mar. Both were among the strongest Sith Lords of their day, and both were much more intelligent than the average Dark Lord on the Council. They stayed out of the political squabbling of their peers. They flexed their power in ways that kept them unchallenged. Darth Mar has never been removed from his seat on the Dark Council, and Mar has remained totally undefeated at the blade. He is the head of the sphere of Imperial defense. He monitors possible threats to Homeland Security, and by this point, he's had Vader pinned as one of them for a great while. Darth Jadis is stated to be second in power only to Emperor Vitiate himself. As the head of the Sphere of Intelligence, he has full access to the Empire's spy network. He will be quite well informed on Vader's movements and his intentions before anyone else is even alerted. Both of these Sith Lords are highly capable, close to maybe even Palpatine's power, and neither one will be likely to negotiate with Vader. But even if they were, Vader has no more need for allies. They are merely obstacles in his path now. Those two are the least of the Dark Lord's problems, however, having gained so much power and prestige and likely having already rid himself of the Dark Council members. Vader has finally earned the attention of the Emperor, and with how ambitious he's being, it's not likely that he'll have the support of Malgus for much longer. Remember, we set this just before the sacking of Coruscant. Malgus is frustrated with the way the Empire is being run. However, he's not yet been given reason to strike off and start his own empire yet. He's still currently loyal to the one that he serves. Vader may be alone against 4 of history's most cataclysmic Sith. This may be an impossible situation. However, Vader still has a single card up his sleeve: knowledge of the future. Knowledge of Vitiate. He's aware of the extent of the Emperor's madness, how he wants to consume all life in the universe and possess the Force itself. The Dark Council was already wary of their Emperor, and in fact, Vader would know that soon, that Jadis would be staging a coup against Vitiate. Darth Mar stopped trusting him when Darth Thanaton revealed to him Vitiate's plan to create an army of hive-minded slaves. And along with this, Vader is aware of the Eternal Empire being constructed in wild space away from the Sith. Vitiate will soon abandon his empire. All Vader has to do is leak the information to the rest of them. At once, Malgus, Jadis, and Mar will cease to view Vader as their primary threat, and their attention will turn to their Emperor. Vader promises to join them in their fight to overthrow Vitiate, stating that once they destroy him, they can settle their differences afterwards with the blade. This sounds agreeable to the 3 Dark Lords, but what they do not know is that Vader still has another secret: the Dark Reaper. Now having constructed a confrontation where the 3 Dark Lords will collectively rush Vitiate, Vader has all of his enemies dead to rights. During the process, he's been unearthing the Darth Reaper, getting it constructed at a secret location. Vader has learned the value of superweapons when employed correctly. Once the Sith challenge Vitiate in his throne room, Vader does not join them, he abandons them. We believe Malgus writes him off as a coward. Jadis may think that this was an elaborate ruse, and he's been working with Vitiate the whole time. But we believe Darth Mar is likely the one who realizes that they've all been played first. The Dark Reaper is activated, and the Sith are powerless to save themselves. The Dark Reaper begins to harvest their Force energy. Vitiate is the only one who we believe will save himself. Using essence transfer, Vitiate simply rejoins his Valkorian body to prepare the Eternal Empire for battle against Vader. At this point, a new galactic stage is set. The Dark Council is no more. The Empire belongs to Vader. And from here, it's anyone's guess what happens next. Now, it's Vader's regime versus the Eternal Empire. And with the Dark Reaper, Vader has the potential to start wiping out Jedi by the thousands. This is but one of many outcomes if Vader were to be transferred directly back to the Old Republic era with all of the knowledge that he possesses as a rule of 2 Sith of the Bainite lineage. Needless to say, we believe that Vader does exceptionally well. Using his strength, cunning, and foreknowledge of history, we believe that he dominates in any era, frankly. There is a reality where Vader becomes immortal, maybe even changes history forever to give himself everything he desires. It's worth addressing one important truth about the eras themselves. The Jedi of the Clone Wars were, on the whole, weaker than the Jedi of the Old Republic. Not because they lacked talent, but because they lacked experience. The Old Republic Jedi were battle-hardened. They were raised in an age where Sith and Darkside warriors were not myth or extinct ideologies, but constant living threats. They fought Force users who were trained, ruthless, actively trying to kill them with lightsabers and using the dark side. By comparison, the Clone Wars era Jedi had grown accustomed to peace, bureaucracy, and leading armies against droids rather than dueling true Sith. And while it's true that Vader utterly dominated the Clone Wars Jedi, and later in the Purge, his power cannot be dismissed merely as preying on a diminished order. Darth Vader is not General Grievous. He does not rely on tricks, overwhelming speed, or fear and intimidation alone. He is the epitome of a refined Sith warrior. Calculated, relentless, technically precise. He is the Dark Chosen One in the truest sense. And regardless of the era that he's placed in, Whether surrounded by weaker Jedi or battle-tested legends of the Old Republic, Darth Vader remains a legitimate existential threat. In any age, in any war, Darth Vader stands as a contender for one of the most powerful and terrifying beings in the galaxy. But what do you think, my friend? Do you think we went too far? And if so, do you think that Vader would be given an opportunity in this age? Would he struggle more against the Dark Council than we surmised? We would love to hear your thoughts on this in the comments down below. And what character would you like to see transported to the Old Republic next? As always, the Old Republic, a time when Jedi and Sith reached their apex of power in their ultimate struggle for victory. It was a time when the Force was absolutely electric, and the galaxy was alight with the fire of war. It's very different from the time of the Clone Wars, where whence many of our greatest heroes arise, and because of that, it's fascinating to explore a scenario of those heroes being transplanted into the time period of the Old Republic. We've done Grievous, we've done Lord Vader, and now, by popular demand, we bring you, what if Anakin Skywalker was transported to the Old Republic era? These videos are deeply inspired from the passion that you guys bring to our comments, and we're excited to see what you think of this one. But for those of you who are watching and haven't yet subscribed, we're experimenting with many new and different video formats, so if you want to be up to date on everything we post and participate in what we upload, be sure to crush that subscribe button and join our archives today. It is your destiny. In our previous scenarios, we've taken villains and thrown them back to see how well they would do in an environment of empowered Jedi. But this is the first time we've taken a hero and seen what he could do in a galaxy dominated by the Sith. We wanted to give Skywalker a lot of room to experience the true essence of being a Jedi in this era, and for that reason, we are going to place him in the year 3660 BBY. For context, this is the height of the Great Galactic War. It's within the last third of the 30 Years' War that began when Malgus and Vindicant took back Korriban in 3681 BBY. The state of the war is this. The Sith Empire has gained a tremendous amount of ground, now having consumed nearly half of the galactic disk. The Empire then revived the Mandalorian clans, putting their own puppet figure in the position of Mandalore. After the Mandalorians have blockaded a crucial supply hyperlane known as the Hydean Way, the Republic has enlisted the help of smugglers to break that blockade, allowing them to rebuff an attack on Ord Radama, led by Malgus. Of course, that was largely due to the political games of the Dark Council, who hindered Malgus' supply chain. The Republic then struck back, making several bold offensive moves. They made a feint on Korriban just to turn around and lay siege to Zyos, the capital of the ancient Sith Empire. The Republic were hoping to gain a foothold in order to launch an attack on the current capital, Dromund Kaas. It took several months, but the Sith Empire were able to repel them. However, Malgus was infuriated that the Republic had managed to dive so deeply into Sith territory. After assuring that he wouldn't have any more issues from the Dark Council, Malgus began a 7-year campaign which would win the war. It began in 3660 with the Battle of Sereno and ended in 3653 with the sacking of Coruscant, which officially ends the First War. This little history lesson is important for the context of this video. In other scenarios, Grievous and Vader just sort of did their own thing, but Anakin will be participating in several major historical events this time around, so we needed to lay out exactly what's going on. Now, as for Anakin himself, we're going to take him at his peak in the year 19 BBY. Being more specific, let's say we pluck him out of this era right as he finishes saving Coruscant from Grievous in Revenge of the Sith. As per usual, the how he gets thrown back isn't very important for our video. Maybe he found some forbidden artifact deep within the Jedi archives, or maybe this entire excursion is an extremely detailed dream he has in the Force. Either way, Anakin has been transported back to the year 3660 BBY, placing him at the beginning of Malgus' final campaign. Now, let's see what Skywalker can do. The machinery looks archaic in his eyes, the buildings aren't as tall, and many of them are entirely different styles. Still disoriented, Skywalker will try to find a Republic bureau and ask about the ongoings of the war. The response confuses him, as a random civilian talks openly about the Sith, as if they're a known fact, not a rumor like the Clone Wars. Anakin attempts to find Padme's apartment suite, only to discover that it doesn't exist yet. The penthouse won't be built for several thousand more years. Eventually it dawns on him that he has somehow been transported back in time. Right now in his mind, his only goal is to get back to the time and place of Padme. Little else matters to Skywalker, and if that means that fighting in a war that is not his own, then he will do it in a heartbeat. No Sith Empire is keeping him from his wife and his unborn child. In our eyes, Anakin likely keeps his time travel to himself, only confiding that he's from the future in a select few friends that he will make along the way. One of these friends is going to be Satele Shan. Not only does this suit our own purposes, but we also think the two of them would get along quite well. Satele during this time was not Grand Master yet, and was still working on how to be more diplomatic. Satele is younger, more battle-minded, and has no tolerance whatsoever for Sith. She was a frontline warrior, and had been trained by the battle master Cal Senderic. Anakin and Satele have a lot in common, and would likely see eye to eye on many things. Satele likely notices him immediately. He sticks out like a sore thumb. The style of his robes aren't really the fashion for the Jedi Knights of this era. Plus, he's not wearing that much armor, something that was customary for Guardians of this time. After talking for a bit and getting to know her, Anakin would recognize her. Anakin is not a scholar, but he did find history studies enriching, so he likely only has the more basic knowledge about this war and this time period. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt though, and say that he would remember the major galactic events. He would also remember things that interest him, such as ships and technology of the era. When it comes to historical figures like Satele Shan though, maybe he wouldn't immediately remember her as Grand Master, but her name would ring a bell. Enough for him to confide in her about his true identity. Satele takes comfort in the fact that if he's here, that means the Jedi Order is still alive in the future, which likely means that they can still win this war. She doesn't ask him for details, however being wise enough to know that having certain knowledge of the future is dangerous. Satele may test him in a quick sparring match, just to see if he's battle ready. She wants to keep him close, but if that's the case, then he's going to be with her on the front lines. We believe they have a quick duel, and Anakin is certainly impressive, but he is ultimately humbled. In his era, Anakin is the most talented and formidable Jedi in the entire Order, and certainly one of its finest duelists. He often trained to fight other saber wielders after his failure against Dooku on Geonosis. This places Anakin in a very different category than other Jedi from his time, who typically only practiced blast deflection. But in the Old Republic, Anakin finds himself surrounded by Jedi who take the craft of combat very seriously. They fight Sith on a regular basis. Most of them anticipate blade-to-blade combat more frequently. In this day, droids and soldiers are more fodder in their path to their true enemy. Anakin is in good company with other warriors. He's not the best of the best anymore. As he stands now, he's extremely talented, but he's in an era where dueling is common. In this era, to be a proficient duelist is a requirement, not an accolade. One other important thing to note about Anakin is his issues with holding back. We all know that technically he's an extremely powerful Jedi, one of the greatest the galaxy has ever known. However, because he was constantly worried about the High Council and disappointing Obi-Wan, his internal shame kept him from using his true power. Anakin is always holding back, constantly taught nothing but restraint. He was prideful about his accomplishments and natural talent, but he was taught to be ashamed of letting those things shine. This is why he only seems to show his true skill and power when he's angry or under pressure. And here in the Old Republic, for the first little while, Anakin will actually be behind everyone else. In his day, he's had difficulty properly defeating even Ventress one-on-one. On the open battlefield, he will struggle to defeat even the standard Sith warriors, and will need help if he's ever swamped by more than one. Having said that though, this fact does not last long at all. Watching others surpass him will inspire Anakin's natural competitive side. This will anger him, make him feel insignificant, pushing him to improve. To strive for physical improvement is actually rewarded and encouraged in this era of Jedi. He and Satele will continue to spar in their spare time as well. Satele, who knows the Sith best, will duel Anakin as one of them in order to get him used to the brutality of the battlefield dueling. And she will be shocked to see just how quickly Anakin adapts. As he continues to fight and live alongside this old Jedi Order, he will find out how very different they are. The reforms that made the Order into what Anakin grew up into wouldn't happen for another 2.5 millennia. These Jedi hold true to their ideals, but they apply them practically instead of sitting back preaching platitudes. Anakin would be deeply appreciative of this version of the Jedi, as they fall more in line with what he imagined they would be when he was a child. They line up with what Anakin always wanted to be, a fierce protector that will do whatever is necessary to ensure peace. Anakin will adopt their armor, their ways of using cybernetic enhancements as well. They often wore boots with specific cushioning to help not worry about fall damage when jumping from greater heights. The Jedi had no qualms about using combat drugs as well, like adrenals, to increase their performance whenever necessary. We think Anakin appreciates his own power too much to use the adrenals though, but he grows a deep fondness of his fellow Jedi Guardians, who are ready just to let loose in battle. The Old Republic Jedi were known for altering their lightsabers with new grips, mods, and enhancements to make their blades stronger and deadlier. True weapons of war. Anakin, who was known for adopting useful technology, would 100% adapt his own weapon to fit this era as well. With how fast he learns and improves, it won't take more than a few months to start advancing rapidly. In his day, he was already well beyond what most Jedi could achieve. But in the Old Republic, with new challenges beyond what he ever faced in the Clone Wars, Anakin will be back in the upper echelons rapidly. Soon enough, Satele Shan herself will feel comfortable enough to let him lead his own battalion, especially since Anakin begins insisting on it. During their battles, he's always had many strange but effective strategies that won them the day. While Satele wonders if he's using his own knowledge or the future to aid them, Anakin truthfully didn't really study any of these battles, and is only using his own experience. He will slot in nicely among the other Jedi generals, because Anakin genuinely was one. He wasn't pretending in the Clone Wars era. His experience commanding the 501st will be fully transferable to the Republic troopers, who despite not being clones, work just as hard to be battlefield machines. Of course their armor is similar enough to where Anakin still feels he's one of them. And this is where we introduce Skywalker to Havoc Squad. Havoc Squad was an elite special forces unit directed by Jace Malcolm. Unbeknownst to Anakin until much later, Satele and Jace are lovers, which is why they're able to work together so well. But Havoc Squad is going to be where Anakin finds his people. The name of their squad was originally given to them as an insult. Earlier in the war, they were a special forces unit that would often lead raids into enemy territory without knowledge or approval from Republic command. They succeeded in spreading chaos in the Imperial ranks, and kept them off kilter. But after a single unauthorized stunt too many, Malcolm and the rest of Havoc Squad were transferred to Alderaan, far from the front lines of the war. There they were tasked with training rookies and recuperating injured soldiers. But as it turns out, Darth Malgus invaded Alderaan, and its only defenders were Havoc Squad and their recovering troops. For weeks, the ragtag group led guerrilla warfare against Imperial forces, holding out until Satele was able to arrive with Republic reinforcements. In the aftermath of the battle, Havoc Squad were hailed as heroes, going on many more classified operations throughout the remainder of the war, and their unconventional and often rebellious tactics never changed. They had a thirst for battle and a loyalty to the Republic, a combo that created a chaotic but incredibly useful group of soldiers. So Anakin and Havoc Squad are a match made in heaven. Havoc Squad quickly take to their new Jedi commander, who is not afraid to get his own hands dirty, breaking rules to ensure victory. Anakin participates in the Battle of Ren Var, which was one of the most important victories in the First War. There, on the snowy world, Darth Malgus has built a fortress of evil. Darth Malgus is one of the most terrifying members of the Sith High Council, who is the head of the Sphere of Technologies. She is the Dark Lady who designed and constructed most of the Empire's superweapons, an architect of death itself. Her fortress world of Ren Var was where she carried out many of her most horrific experiments. But in order to counter her madness, a massive Republic fleet and invasion force quickly arrived to liberate the planet from her control. Leading the battle was of course Satele Shan and Jarek Kaden, who did the majority of the fighting. Sio Bakarn was a talented healer, so he stayed behind as medical support. Bela Kawix served as the tactical expert of the group. All four were future members of the new High Council, but Skywalker is among them this time. But rather than be a frontline support with Satele and Kaden, he takes Havoc Squad for a flanking maneuver. In the original timeline, Republic forces had to brutally push their way in towards the fortress, while Malgus pelted them with bioweapons and superweapons of her own making, making the Republic take heavy casualties, but ultimately eked out a victory when Satele confronted Malgus and mortally wounded her in a duel. However, this time, Anakin becomes enraged by the suffering caused by Malgus' bioweapons, so rather than stick to the plan to flank her armies, Anakin takes Havoc Squad behind enemy lines and straight to the fortress. He penetrates the defenses and engages Darth Malgus himself. The evil Sith Lord is powerful, but not nearly strong enough to overcome Skywalker. However, refusing to admit defeat, quickly activates the Chaos Sphere and Necro Swarm colony. These two experimental bioweapons she used in the Battle of Ren Var. Unfortunately, the comic in which they're mentioned doesn't detail what they are, but they were responsible for the bulk of the Republic's casualties. Anakin, who senses the danger of what she has unleashed, gives into his fury and strikes her down, killing the Sith Lord. The death of Darth Malgus here actually changes many significant future events. Whether he realizes it or not, Anakin just prevented the creation of 6 major superweapons. The Sunraiser and all 5 of the weapons it created. Malgus originally did not die until many years into the future, when Satil's very son, Theron Shan, ends her life. But Anakin does here, preventing the creation of some of the Empire's worst atrocities. Once the battle is over, Satil is displeased that Skywalker killed her out of anger, but her objections are drowned out by the cheers of Havoc Squad and the rest of the Republic's forces. Anakin Skywalker is hailed as a hero, just as he was in the Clone Wars, and has officially gained a strong reputation. A reputation that makes its way all the way back to the Sith Empire and back to the ears of Darth Malgus. This Skywalker has just killed one of the Dark Council members. Darth Barris, who is the head of Imperial Intelligence, uses his spy network to gain as much information about Skywalker as possible, but the results surprise him. According to what they have found, Skywalker is an extremely powerful Jedi that just showed up out of nowhere. No Republic records about him or his family exist, and he seems somewhat set apart from the other Jedi. Barris takes his findings to the Emperor, now believing that this Jedi could be a threat to them. Darth Vitiate looks over the information in detail and quickly becomes alarmed. Based on his studies, all of what has been said about Anakin could point to him being the chosen one of Jedi prophecy. If that is true, then that makes Anakin both Vitiate's greatest threat and his greatest opportunity. He could potentially be the most powerful vessel Vitiate has ever possessed, now greatly wanting to see Skywalker for himself so that he may hollow him out and make him the new voice of the Emperor. He begins making plans of his own to draw Skywalker into his web, but allows the war to progress as usual. Back to the Jedi, Anakin finally starts to meet the executives of the Jedi Order, as well as a member of Yoda's species, Master Otag. Anakin probably finds it funny that no matter where you go, some form of Yoda is always synonymous with the Jedi. But it's here where they drop the bombshell. After all of the fighting, the Sith Empire has called for a ceasefire. The Emperor wants to have peace negotiations on Alderaan. Alarms immediately blare in Anakin's mind. Again, he is no scholar, but the sacking of Coruscant was so prominent in history that even he would know of it. Anakin, being too impulsive and caring too much about innocent lives, would not consider the repercussions of drastically altering history. So he definitely attempts to warn the Jedi Council about these peace negotiations, telling them that it's a trap. However, because he doesn't want to reveal that he is from the future, they likely don't take the warning seriously. Many Jedi at the time had reservations about the Alderaan summit, and many warned Grandmaster Zim against it. But they were all ignored. The Republic and the Jedi were tired of fighting and wanted any out that they could get. So Anakin's cries would be no different. Once again, he confides in the only one who can do anything, Satil Shan. He ignores her not wanting to know about the future and tells her that the sacking of Coruscant is coming. He divulges all of the information that he could remember from the future. Satil, who already had misgivings about the peace summit, is incredibly distressed by this news. And so, without council approval, Satil organizes a defense force on Coruscant to be placed under Skywalker's command. She is going to follow what she originally did and go with Zim and her current master to the Alderaan summit. Since important Republic ambassadors were going to be there as well, Satil wanted to make sure that she could protect them. Plus, her master wanted her to go experience the negotiation. Anakin would send an anonymous transmission to Coruscant security that a Sith fleet was exiting hyperspace directly outside of Coruscant. But he would be well ahead of when they actually arrived. This caused Coruscant's defense and the Jedi Temple to jump into action. Unfortunately, one thing that Anakin does not know, because this minor detail was not recorded in history, was that the Mandalorian Shae Vizsla was the one who infiltrated Coruscant, and the one that takes down the defense grid. This is how the fleet managed to penetrate the capital city in the first place in the lore. But when the Sith arrive, they find that their path isn't as clear as they had hoped. While the ground-to-air defenses are down, the Republic has scrambled starfighters with Anakin at the helm. Malgus and the Sith transport still crashes into the Jedi Temple, and that battle still goes normally. But on the outside, the Sith bombers don't do nearly as much damage to the surface, as Anakin and his squadron make strafing defense runs to take them out. But the biggest change to this event is the assassination of the Chancellor. The Sith's victory and the death of the Supreme Chancellor is what gave the Empire leverage in the negotiations of Alderaan. But Skywalker dispatched Havoc Squad to secure Chancellor Baruchan's escape beforehand, so when Darth Angral arrives, there is no Chancellor to kill, rendering the mission a failure. However, the Jedi Temple is still on the verge of destruction, and Ven Zalo still dies at the blade of Malgus. After taking out several more Sith bombers, Anakin senses a disturbance in the Force, and he sees the temple imploding with Darth Malgus exiting. Swooping back to the temple, Anakin opens the canopy of his starfighter and leaps down below, dropping straight into the Sith Lord's path, lightsaber ignited. The long-awaited meeting has come at last. Malgus does not even have to guess who stands before him. Skywalker, I presume. Anakin responds, taunting him, revealing that the Chancellor is safe and that their attack has failed. Malgus, however, says that he wouldn't be too sure about that. It was always Malgus's prerogative that the Sith were there to destroy Coruscant, not hold it for ransom. This is something that Darth Angral neglected to mention to the Dark Lord. This information is the catalyst that later drove Malgus to defecting from the Sith Empire, so when Anakin mentions that the Chancellor is safe, that matters little to the Dark Lord, as his intention is to level the world, and that has not changed. His blade ignites at his side, and the two engage in a duel right there on the steps of the burning temple. Normally we'd probably say that Anakin would lose this duel, but this is the revenge of the Sith Anakin who has just spent the last 7 years in the crucible of the Old Republic. Darth Malgus will feel the wrath of the Chosen One. Anakin is wearing their armor, he's upgraded his lightsaber, and he's refined his dueling style to surpass even the greatest of the Jedi Guardians. He has tossed off the shackles that have kept him from using his real power. He has also learned new techniques from Satele, such as Advanced to Terminus, an ability that allowed her to block a lightsaber with her bare hand. However, Darth Malgus is still an absolute beast, one that could contend with even Darth Vader's skill. It is a clash of titans, and in the beginning, they seem almost even. But soon enough, Skywalker begins to gain the upper hand as he drives Malgus back. The duel is close, but we believe that Skywalker triumphs, dismembering the Dark Lord, removing both of his hands the same as he did with Dooku. The Sith is at Skywalker's mercy, and despite being shocked at losing, Malgus feels Anakin's anger in the Force. He tells the Jedi that he's been wasted with the Republic. The Empire could impose order, stability. They could use someone like him among them. Anakin, though, has not been fully manipulated by Sidious in this era. He's also 7 years removed from the frustration of the Clone Wars High Council. He's been fighting alongside a Jedi Order he can actually believe in. And so, Skywalker's mind is not divided. He is rooted in the light. Malgus switches tactics, begins taunting him to give in to his feelings, to kill him as a triumphant warrior should. This does sound agreeable to Skywalker, as he raises his blade to deliver a final strike. However, he's stopped by Alima Daru, Malgus's love. Injured, she runs out of the temple and throws herself before Skywalker. This completely stops Anakin, and makes him question everything. He didn't know that the Sith could have lovers, and he remembers Padme. Having a moment of compassion, Skywalker decides to arrest Malgus. Under Skywalker's leadership, the Sith's attack is repelled, and they are driven off of Coruscant. He reaches out to Satele to let her know, and she turns the table on the Alderaan summit. She shows Anakin's provided images of the attack of Coruscant, and exposes the Sith for their lies. It's the Jedi that now have the upper hand in the negotiations. We believe the ceasefire still happens, but it's on the Jedi's terms this time. The Sith are the ones that have to cede several disputed worlds along the line, and they're forced to withdraw their forces from several other key planets as well. However, they make sure the Republic recognizes the Sith Empire as an official galactic superpower. In an effort to make sure they have some peace though, the Republic concedes at least that much. Now, rather than morale in the Jedi and the Republic being destroyed, it is preserved. The war ends with the Republic snatching victory out of the jaws of defeat, all thanks to Anakin Skywalker. The problem still remains that the Jedi Temple is destroyed, and the Republic does not have the funds to rebuild it yet. they have many other places that need help on Coruscant, as the attack didn't leave them unscathed. The Jedi are forced to find a home elsewhere, and the Cold War still happens, and disputes along the lines of the Republic and Empire break out here and there. But the large-scale war is at a tense standstill. Vitiate is absolutely enraged by the results of the treaty, and he begins advancing his plans to lure Skywalker to him. Meanwhile, Anakin joins Satele in her lone venture, and the two of them rediscover the ancestral homeworld of Tython. Satele is voted in as Grand Master, but one of her first actions is to elevate Anakin to the rank of Master himself, to give him a well-earned seat on the Jedi High Council. This action heals something deep within Skywalker, and he finally feels recognized for the hard work that he has put in for the Jedi, for the Republic. He has now fought 2 wars. His allegiance to the Jedi is assured, but as happy as he is for now, his heart still longs for Padme. He wants to see her again, along with Obi-Wan, Ahsoka, all of his friends. It's been years, and despite winning the war, he is no closer to finding a way home. From this point on, Anakin basically takes the place of what the Hero of Tython would do. The Hero of Tython is your Jedi Guardian original character in the Old Republic games. They are the main character of the events that take place during the Cold War, and they are instrumental to the fate of Vitiate. However, because of Anakin's presence in the timeline here, Skywalker is the Hero of Tython. Because since the Hero of Tython is still an important historical figure, they're still brought to Tython eventually, and Anakin is actually the one who oversees their training. We also believe that when Darth Angral threatens Tython with the Desolator superweapon, Skywalker and the Hero of Tython are the ones who destroy it. But Vitiate leaves a paper trail that leads his location to the world of Dromund Kaas. Ready to end the war once and for all, Master Skywalker leads a strike team to confront the Emperor in the hero's place. But just like with the original timeline, when the Jedi find Vitiate, he drops them all with his immense power. Anakin is able to resist his more terrible abilities, but the Emperor is still able to dominate the minds of all other Jedi present, turning them to the dark side. Skywalker is the only one who can resist, but he's now alone against Vitiate and all of his corrupted companions. Skywalker is taken captive and placed in a stasis prison. However, Vitiate finds it exceedingly difficult to follow him out like he has other beings. He establishes a mental link and begins tormenting him, hoping that one day he will embrace the dark. It is through this link that Vitiate learns who Anakin truly is, why he doesn't belong in this time. With this fascinating knowledge, the Emperor begins bargaining with Anakin. He tells him that if he joins the Sith, Vitiate will bring him back to the future. Skywalker is tempted, but he is too loyal to his friends to betray them. It might be different if Vitiate had Padme in his clutches, but he doesn't. All he has is an empty promise. During his captivity though, Anakin senses another presence in the mind of Vitiate, Revan. For 300 years the Emperor has had Revan in stasis just like Anakin, doing the same to him. But Revan used his mental link to hold Vitiate back from going all out to war against the Republic again. With the knowledge that Revan is alive, Anakin uses their mental link to find out where he is being held. It takes a while, but Satele, Master Oteg, and the Hero of Tython and Havoc Squad all find Anakin and free him. None of them would dare rest until they got their best ally back. And although Skywalker still struggles with having Vitiate in his mind, he now knows what to do. He takes the Jedi strike team and immediately goes to free Revan. And this is where the ultimate showdown begins. Revan joins their strike team, and they all go to face the Emperor together. Most of their group is halted by Vitiate's powerful royal guards, who were easily twice as lethal as Sidious's. But Anakin and Revan slip by and confront Vitiate together. Just like with the original timeline, Vitiate begins his ritual. This was a ritual that is to harvest the power generated by all of the deaths that the war has caused. He would recreate the ritual of Nathema, which gave him immortality in the first place, but this large of a scale would make him an all-powerful Force entity. Revan and Anakin engage the Dark Lord midway through his horrifying ritual, attempting to stop him at all costs. Originally, the Sith Emperor was not able to stand up against the Hero of Tython alone, because it's assumed that he may have been temporarily weakened by beginning the ritual. So there's no chance he could stop the combined might of Master Anakin and a redeemed Revan. However, both of them are aware of Vitiate's ability to transfer his essence. In fact, in the original timeline, Revan would betray everyone and attempt to resurrect Vitiate in order to kill him properly, since his death was not executed properly the first time. After they strike down the Emperor, Revan uses his power to pull Vitiate's essence into his own body, forcing the Sith Lord spirit into a vulnerable vessel. He then commands Anakin to kill him, sacrificing himself to end the Emperor's wrath once and for all. Anakin is reluctant, but understands that in order to prevent the Eternal Empire from rising, that he has to do this. Not to mention, Vitiate is screaming inside of his mind, trying desperately to control him. So with a heavy heart, Anakin plunges his lightsaber deep into Revan's chest. With Revan using his power to grapple Vitiate down, the Sith Emperor has no way to transfer his essence. He perishes with Revan in bright light, in a huge blast of pure Force energy. However, the energy wave causes severe complications with the ritual that Vitiate began just moments earlier, and Skywalker is right at ground zero. An anomaly takes place. A rift in time is opened once again, and Anakin is thrown thousands of years right back to where he came from. And so, my friends, this is what we think would happen if Anakin were brought back to the Old Republic. We definitely wanted to make this a lot more detailed than the previous entries, mostly because Anakin's actions wouldn't be power-driven like Vader or Grievous. Rather, he's emotionally driven. We think he would struggle at first, but make the best of the situation to gain as many friends and allies as possible. Not to mention fighting for a Jedi Order that he believed in. The more we thought about this scenario, the more intriguing it became. It feels like Anakin was made for the Old Republic. His friendship with Satele feels mutual. We're sure at some point the two of them would have arguments and would butt heads over ideology, Anakin's leadership over Havoc Squad, but that itself feels like destiny, and his struggle with the Sith would feel earned. Obviously, we didn't want to write a full multi-volume fanfiction, but if we did, we definitely would include more detail on Anakin's interactions with Vitiate, his struggles with the dark side in this era, and potentially even Malgus returning for revenge. I also think that Anakin battling the Eternal Empire would make for an amazing story, especially having him go head-to-head and blade-to-blade with Prince Arcan. Out of all of the eras of Star Wars, the Old Republic would be the most likely to bring out the best of Anakin, his real potential. But now, of course, what do you think? Did you enjoy this more detailed look at an Old Republic scenario? And if you believe things would go different, be sure to let us know in the comments down below. For a couple of weeks now, we have been asking the question, what would our Clone Wars heroes do if they were thrown all the way back into the Old Republic era? The Jedi and Sith were not only plentiful here, but arguably at their most powerful. It was a time when the galaxy was in flames, and the Force itself was absolutely electric. In our previous explorations, they either thrive in this era or are swallowed by it. But what would happen if we now turn to the man who had literally conquered his own era? He was said to be the culmination of all of the Sith in history, the Banite lineage completed. He was the one who finally destroyed the Jedi. He was the only Sith Lord to achieve a complete victory and rule an entire galaxy for an extended period of time. Yes, acolytes and lore junkies. Today, we proudly present one of our most ambitious timeline swaps yet. What if Darth Sidious went into the Old Republic? To be honest, we held off on this one for quite a while because Palpatine is such a master manipulator that he can't help but put his fingers in everything. There are so many moving pieces in the Old Republic era that there is no truly telling exactly how Sidious would go about things. Unlike our previous timeline swaps, we're taking a man who's actually a scholar of history. Sidious was an expert both in the lore of the Sith and Republic history, since he was of course a prominent politician. In his time, the Emperor used his unique powers and foresight to determine what future outcome could give him the best victory. He would confirm his visions through a multiplicity of seers, and then make plans to achieve that outcome. But if he were to go back into the Old Republic, he wouldn't even need his foresight, because hindsight already gives him certain knowledge of the future and events. With the power of information, reality could be whatever he wanted. The only thing to stand in his way is a rival emperor, Vitiate. Vitiate who vastly exceeds him in terms of raw power. This story has the potential to become so convoluted that we just decided to bring you our own vision. And by the end, we hope you're either greatly entertained, or you tell us what you think would happen instead. So now, without further ado, let's find out what happens when Darth Sidious is taken to the Old Republic. When we do these, selecting the correct version of the character in the exact year that they're sent to is of paramount importance. After giving it a lot of thought, we decided to give Palpatine his best chance, since the Old Republic is a very high-scale era. For that reason, we have selected Dark Empire Darth Sidious. This is the version of Sidious who used essence transfer after his physical death over Endor, transplanting his soul into a clone body on the world of Biss. The clone of himself was much younger, so all of his knowledge and power of the dark side was placed into a younger, more vitalized form, adding to his strength. The reason we did this is because we not only wanted Sidious at the peak of his training, but we also needed him in a body that wasn't haggard and weak, and we will be sending him back to the year 3660 BBY. This places him right in the final third of the Great Galactic War, 7 years prior to the sacking of Coruscant. If you remember from our previous video, this is the year that we sent Anakin back to as well. Exactly how the Emperor is sent back isn't all that important, but our explanation is this. In the original timeline, when Palpatine first died on Endor, his spirit went and found his servant Jang Droga, and temporarily would possess his body. It took several months for Sate Pestage to transfer Palpatine's spirit from the body of Jang Droga into a cloned vessel, but we'll say that something went wrong during this transfer. The ritual went awry, and a rift opened within the Force. Suddenly, the spirit of Palpatine and the cloned body were sucked into the rift and sent through a portal deep into the past. Palpatine awakens in his younger form on the planet of Biss. Disoriented from the process of transferring his spirit and being sent through time, Sidious knew something had gone terribly wrong, but wasn't exactly sure what yet. That was until he looked around. The mighty Imperial Citadel that he had once constructed in secret, it was gone. All the skyscrapers, laboratories, factories, all of the Star Destroyers in the sky, all vanished. At first, Sidious believes that his ritual had somehow destroyed everything he created in a massive explosion, but that couldn't be right, since the world was once again lush, and there were no lingering effects or senses of the dark side. It was more like everything that he had built was reversed. His suspicions would be confirmed when he crossed over the open field and beheld a small civilization, the exact one that had been on Biss before he had conquered it and made it his own private retreat. Palpatine was alarmed and puzzled. Didn't he make slaves of all of these people? Weren't their pathetic towns and cities raised to make way for his magnificent new world? Where were his armies, his navies, his legions of dark warriors? Where was the nexus of the dark side that he had created here? As his mind began to clear, Palpatine opened himself further to the Force and felt overwhelmed. The galaxy was entirely different. The presence of the dark side was strong, but nothing like in his day. He was used to the dark side being like a blanket of blackness, an eclipse that snuffed out the light. Here it felt like a blazing inferno, and right alongside it, the presence of the light. Jedi, thousands of them. But that wasn't possible. It couldn't be. Unless Sidious's mind began to put together the pieces. He's very intelligent. It would not take long for him to figure out what had happened. The realization was most unpleasant, and definitely not what he had planned. All of his plans for revenge were now an unknowable amount of time away, but he could figure out the logistics later. Now he needed to know one very important thing. What year was it? Palpatine makes his way into the settlement. It's low tech, but they do have a spaceport. He breaks into one of the locals' houses and uses the Force to slaughter everyone inside. He takes from them a change of clothes, since he had only just left a cloning vat. He also takes whatever credits they have in the house. It's a meager amount, but it just needs to be enough to buy a transport. From here, Palpatine is able to buy transport out of the deep core to the world of Coruscant. He knows that if he's going to get answers, that Coruscant is the place to start. Once arriving to the city planet, he gets exactly what he needs. As expected, when he arrives, the city is entirely different. No longer is it the Imperial City filled with the effigies to himself and all of the Stormtrooper legions of the Empire. It's back to the way it was under the Republic, but older. The city appeared to lack levels, of course. The Jedi Temple stood in the distance. Seeing that and sensing the presence of so many Jedi again made Sidious want to vomit. But he held back the visible disgust to maintain his cover. As soon as he gets to the spaceport, he is able to find a terminal and figure everything out. The current date and the ongoings of the galaxy. Every single news holo was about the war within the Sith Empire, and he found out that the year was 3660 BBY. How very interesting. This is the year of Malgus's era. and Vitiate is the current emperor. Palpatine spends the rest of the evening in the spaceport cantina, secluded in a corner in deep meditation. He summons all of his memories of the studies of this era, and knows exactly what is going to happen and when. And with that, he sees an opportunity. If he was now in the past, then perhaps he could alter the flow of time towards his favor. If knowledge was power, then he, being from the future, was invincible. Sidious could dominate this era, become the emperor long before the rule of two was ever created. The only trick would be replacing Vitiate, a being in history known for being more of an entity and less of a man. It would be no simple matter to kill him and break his hold on the galaxy. Then of course, there was Malgus. Perhaps Malgus could be useful, Sidious thought. He could become his new, better Vader. But to make all of that happen, he would need to infiltrate the Sith Empire first, to get into the Dark Council. Palpatine did not like the idea of having to compete with other Dark Lords though. He was only ever used to the rule of two, where it was either his master or his apprentice to keep an eye on. In this era though, he was only one of 1,000. This was a discomforting thought, so that meant he was going to have to be extra crafty in all of his dealings. As for the Jedi, he would simply have to repeat what he had done in his time, infiltrate the Republic as well. Sidious knows how to get anywhere in the galaxy. One needed money first, and then influence. Right now, he had neither. He considered simply finding his ancestors on Naboo and replacing them, taking their titles and money for himself. But he remembers that at this point, the planet has only been settled for around 300 years, and the Gungans were still surface dwellers. It was unlikely his ancestors had even established their title, not to mention Naboo would not join the Republic until the year 868 BBY, so even if he did get prestige there, he would have no way into the Senate. He will need to rebuild his wealth and gain political notoriety elsewhere. From here, Sidious decides to use his uncanny future knowledge to his advantage. He would become an anonymous information broker, selling intel to both the Republic and the Sith at an extremely high price. Because he knows exactly what's going to happen and when, he's able to pawn off information about troop movements, weapon usage, and where certain fleets would be stationed. With this, he is able to gain a network of black market contacts and begins rapidly gaining wealth. It takes about a year or so for him to gather enough funds to rebuild a wealthy lifestyle so that he can rejoin the elite society. Besides being an information broker, Sidious keeps a distance from the war for now, focuses on building a public reputation for his name again. By the year 3658 BBY, Sidious goes to Alderaan and positions himself as a trustworthy asset to the Alderaanian royal family. Using his political acumen and his powers in the dark side, Sidious warps the mind of Gal Pantir, the crown prince, into accepting him as his main advisor. However, being on Alderaan proves to be tricky. There is heavy Jedi presence here, forcing Palpatine to once again conceal himself in the Force. However, he often avoids being in the same room as Jedi, or remaining planetside for long periods of time. Although Sidious is naturally talented with the art of concealment, the Old Republic Jedi are far different than the ones he knows from the Clone Wars era. In his day, Sidious had the benefit of a veil of the dark side, created by the rule of two Sith. This veil had blinded the Jedi's sight in the Force and diminished their powers. This, combined with Sidious's own talent and concealment, kept even the wisest of Jedi from sensing him. But he did not have the benefit of the veil here in this timeline, and the Jedi of this era were extremely keen on picking up of traces of Sith influence. They'd been at war with the Sith for 20 years at this point, so they could sniff out the dark side like cath hounds. In between his duties as the Crown Prince advisor though, Sidious would leave and head into Sith space, where it was again time for him to join the Grand Empire. Previously, Sidious was excited to see what the Sith Empire looked like in its heyday, and he relished seeing the dark beauty of Dromund Kaas firsthand. He was far too used to feeling the worlds of the ancient Sith as dead echoes, but here, the Force was alive. Thousands of Sith tread upon it. He indulges himself with a little sightseeing. After all, he's only studied about this era in books and holocrons. Being here was something else entirely. And because Dromund Kaas is full of shady characters trying to obscure their identities, he is just a face in the crowd. His first big hurdle is getting onto the Dark Council, gaining control over the war. This begins phase 1 of his master plan. The Dark Council is a tightly knit group where seats are coveted by many. Along with this, he doesn't want any seat on the council. He wants one in particular, the Sphere of Intelligence. You see, Palpatine knows many certain historical events, but he still needs concurrent information on the ongoings of the war and the Empire. There are some minute details that history neglects to record, which are very important to him, so he will need legions of spies and all the underground networks available. Unfortunately, the Sphere of Intelligence is headed by Darth Jadis, one of the most powerful and enigmatic Sith Lords of the entire era. Removing him will prove to be a great challenge, but one that Sidious is eager to take. He's never backed down from difficulty before, and all of these strong and intelligent individuals only provide him opportunities to evolve in his own craftiness. But to gain control over the Sphere of Intelligence, he will need to have a collective of his own spies. Luckily for him, he knows an easier way to acquire them. Darth Baras, another council member, was a secretive spy master with his own cabal of agents. Palpatine would have to become his apprentice for a time, and to do that, he needed to get noticed. Using his historical knowledge, he knows that within the Empire there is an undercover Jedi, Master Nomen Karr, secretly going by Retrost, who is currently sabotaging Darth Baras's efforts to get a spy foothold in the Republic. In the original timeline, Nomen Karr succeeds in thwarting and kidnapping Darth Baras's sister. The two then have a duel which leads them both on the brink of death. They manage to escape, but were rivals ever since. With this knowledge, Sidious finds Nomen Karr and intercepts him, ruthlessly attacking him from the shadows and beating him down. Once he was weakened, in near death, Sidious brings him before Lord Baras and exposes his treachery. As planned, this gains the Dark Lord's favor, who then takes Karr in for torture and questioning. Sidious further explains to the Sith how he himself had infiltrated the Alderaan royal family as their trusted advisor. He could therefore be a valuable spy for the Empire. All of this pleases the Dark Lord, so much so that he accepts Sidious as his new apprentice. Now that he has access to the Empire and all of their resources, Sidious takes to constructing himself a new pair of lightsabers. He keeps the short-hilted grips of the originals, but makes them out of a less expensive material, since those would not be immediately available. However, he makes them more functional and battle-ready weapons than his originals. The ones he wielded before were more like pieces of jewelry that were used to mock the Jedi. But here, Sidious senses that he may be using his lightsabers far more often, so he constructs them to be sturdier, weapons of war. Also, rather than simply hiding one, he'll keep both of them on his person at all times, tucked away in his sleeves. He is far more likely to run into conflict with other Force wielders in this era, and so he doesn't want to reveal how powerful he really is just yet. He has to maintain his cover as an upstart acolyte. His new life and routine now begins. For the next several years, Sidious works both for the Sith and for the Alderaanian government. He takes his time, not rushing any of his plans. In order to ensure that he gets the jump on Vitiate, he has to keep to himself and construct his network. Remember, he's starting from scratch. He doesn't have the resources that he inherited from the Rule of Two. Spies, informants, sycophants. He's all going to have to come by them through hard work and manipulation. But one thing he starts on early is re-establishing more clone bodies. Now that he has the secret to immortality, he wants to ensure that in case something happens, he can have backups. Luckily for him, he is currently the only being in the entire galaxy who is aware of the Kaminoan cloners. Kamino is still largely undiscovered, and would remain so up until the pre-Clone Wars era. Sidious eventually travels there, and organizes a meeting with their Prime Minister. The Kaminoans are initially uncomfortable with an outsider knowing so much about them and their culture, but Sidious is able to persuade them, eventually getting them to accept his commission. He not only promises to finance their needs, but promises that he can help them discover the secret to cloning Force wielders. This was something the Kaminoans longed to learn as a scientific pursuit, but they would be unable to do so until the Imperial era. But since Palpatine has an intimate knowledge of the process now, he shares his information in exchange for their facilities. And just like that, Sidious re-establishes his host of empty clones. And unlike in the original timeline, these clones have not been tampered with by saboteurs, so they are not going to break down easily. Now serving as the apprentice of Darth Barris, Palpatine is able to attend social events where the Sith gather. These did indeed happen quite a bit, as the Sith Empire of this era was highly political. It was one of the greatest complaints that Malgus had personally. Many of the Sith who were not actively on the front lines were attending parties and gatherings to flaunt their lifestyle, wealth, and to make connections. Sheev, of course, is quite comfortable in this atmosphere, as he always used these kinds of parties as networking events when rising to the position of Chancellor. But here, he begins to talk and get into the good graces of many high-ranking and prestigious Sith. His master even introduces him to some of the members of the Dark Council. However, Darth Jadis remains just out of reach. The man was heavily withdrawn from the politics of the Empire and the power struggles of his fellow Sith. Getting close to him would not be a simple task, but Palpatine doesn't need his friendship, only a way in. Palpatine, of course, puts on his usual charm, but he finds that he actually has to interact with his fellow Sith in a different way here. He mixes his Palpatine and Sidious personality to create a brand new hybrid identity, one that has the political acumen and flattery to work his way into the social circles of the Dark Lords, but while also being able to openly discuss matters of the dark side. Palpatine finds it to be a challenge to marry his two identities at first, but ultimately finds it refreshing to do so, to be open as a Sith Lord. In the process, he gains both the favor and the jealousy of many Sith, who see this up-and-comer as a threat. As Sidious carries on his duties as both Darth Barris' apprentice and a spy for the Empire, there were more than a few times that he would be confronted with assassins and envious Sith apprentices. Of course, Sidious dispatches each of them with ease. To make a point, he's sure to send their heads and lightsabers back to whoever sent them. Because of this, Sidious begins to gain more notoriety. Imperials begin currying his favor, especially since he's the closest one to Darth Barris. During all of this, he continues to lead his double life. His mission on Alderaan is top secret. Only Darth Barris knows, and he keeps it confidential even from other members of the Dark Council. Palpatine would go back to Prince Gal Pantir and attend Republic Senate meetings. Just like he did with the Sith, he turns on the old Palpatine charm and gets into the pockets of other senators. He has done it before, so it's not only natural, but perfectly easy. Just like in his day, people are either terrified of the war or actively profiting from it. So whether through fear or greed, the Senate is easily manipulated. He snakes his way through many powerful social circles, even meeting with the Supreme Chancellor a few times. Palpatine likes the idea of becoming Chancellor again. He thinks it would be a fun challenge to do it twice for nothing else than the pleasure of pulling another one over the Jedi. However, he can only focus on one political sphere at a time. The office of the Supreme Chancellor will need to wait. Right now, he was focusing on becoming the new Sith Emperor. Besides, it would be difficult to navigate through the Jedi of this era. He still wants to avoid being in too close quarters with them, especially the powerful and perceptive Jedi like Satele Shan. If he's going to work his way through the Republic, he's going to need to weaken this notoriously powerful era of Jedi, and Palpatine knows just how to do that. It all comes down to the Treaty of Alderaan. In the original timeline, things went like this. Vitiate orders for his Dark Council to call for a ceasefire with the Republic. They offer to have a peace summit on the world of Alderaan, where diplomats from both sides of the war discuss a treaty. Meanwhile, Malgus and Angral lead an attack directly on Coruscant, where they destroy the Jedi Temple, assassinate the Chancellor, and then hold it for ransom. When the treaty is revealed on Alderaan, the Sith hold all of the cards and are able to negotiate a one-sided treaty that puts the decisive victory of the war in their hands. This is what originally began the tense Cold War of 3653 BBY, but with Sidious now present, he ensures things go very differently. Darth Barris was instrumental to the success of this treaty, but Darth Sidious will not be attending as a Sith Lord, rather, as the chief advisor to the Alderaan royal family. He'll be attending on the Republic side as Palpatine. This will be his ultimate test, since the other ones present are powerful Jedi such as Satele Shan, Master Dar Nala, and Grandmaster Zim. Lord Barris, however, is pleased that one of their own spies will be helping to influence matters in favor of the Sith Empire. All the cards are stacking against the Republic, but Darth Sidious has other plans. During the first meeting, Palpatine is quiet and allows history to play out as it normally did. In fact, he finds himself to be quite privileged to have a front row seat in one of the most prominent meetings in galactic history. He says nothing, and allows the Treaty of the Sith to be exposed. Just like in the original timeline, Satele attacks Darth Barris. The two lock sabers before she's pulled back by her master, Dar Nala. Grandmaster Zim, though, seeing that they are cornered, promises to hear out the Sith's demands. Barriss recommends that they all adjourn the meeting for the time being, come back the next day to finish with fresh negotiations. The Jedi, heated from the encounter, retreat to their quarters to discuss all that has happened. But this is the night where Sidious finally strikes. He sneaks his way into the bedchambers of his master. He is able to slip past the guards because he's appearing in the persona of Sidious. He carries in a tray of drinks, appearing to his master under the guise of celebrating their victory together. Darth Barriss, being a wise and a cunning Sith Lord though, knows better than to accept a drink from another Dark Lord. He tells his apprentice as much, and encourages him to take the first sip from the glass. Sidious obliges, and lifts the cup to his mouth. But as he drinks, he bites down on a capsule inside of his mouth that contains a powerful sleep toxin. He then quickly backwashes the contents of the capsule into Darth Barriss's cup. The Dark Lord takes notice that Palpatine has no hesitation to drink the wine, so he believes that it is safe. But as soon as he finishes his first cup, he collapses to the floor. "Poor Barriss," Palpatine says mockingly, drawing his lightsaber. Not even Darth Plagueis the Wise knew how to watch his wine. Sidious kills the Dark Lord in his sleep, then turns his lightsaber onto the guards. The reason he chose his lightsaber for the task was so that he could stage the evidence to appear as though the Jedi were the ones responsible. Satele had attacked Darth Barriss at the meeting, and the Jedi had all the reason to assassinate a competitor. The only witness who knew Sidious had gone in there were the guards that he had just slain. Following the executions, Palpatine quickly makes his way back to the Alderaanian royal palace. However, there is a small hitch. Satele Shan has been relentlessly pacing along the balconies of the palace. She had been unable to sleep given how the negotiations had gone, and what the Jedi were about to be forced to do. As she walks around, however, her thoughts are shaken by a disturbance in the Force. Blood has been spilled on this night. Not too much long after, she notices a shifty figure in a cloak hurrying towards the palace. At first, she thought it could be a messenger, but then the figure force leaps up several stories to an adjacent balcony. Now on high alert, Satele leaps after him. She lands on the balcony and sends a powerful force push into Sidious's back, hurling him against the wall of the inner room. Palpatine curses in his mind, not having anticipated that he would be caught. And as he hears the Jedi command to reveal himself, he realizes just how much trouble he's in. He cannot be caught or all is lost. He hurls a coffee table at Satele before making a break towards the window. Satele slashes the table apart with her lightsaber and gives chase. The two platform across the windowsills and balconies of the glassy Alderaan Palace, but Satele is more nimble and catches up by somersaulting over Sidious's head and cutting him off on one of the balcony railings. Cornered, Sidious is forced to use Force Lightning, sending a stream directly at the Jedi, hoping to knock her off to the side. However, Satele deflects it with their blades and gains a renewed vigor. Now seeing that her quarry is in fact a Sith Lord, in her mind, she guesses it could be an assassin, here to take out political enemies that could stop the treaty. Palpatine, though, knowing he is cornered, ends his lightning and summons his twin lightsabers from the sleeves of his cloak. The duel begins. Their blades and bodies dance energetically across the open walkways. Beneath them, a long drop to the base of the palace below. Due to the darkness of the night and the obscurity of Sidious's hood, Satele is unable to discern his true identity. The glow of their lightsabers are not enough. Besides, Sidious was moving too quickly to track with her eyes. He was like a blur, a living shadow that attacked her like a hurricane. In fact, she found it incredibly difficult to not only track his movements, but his lightsaber form as well. It seemed as though he was using Form 7, but then he would suddenly throw a piece of Makashi strikes, or blows that were reminiscent of the heavy Gem So strikes. His form shifted as rapidly as he did, causing him to be entirely unpredictable. But Satele was no slouch. This was one of the only Jedi to actually go toe-to-toe with Darth Malgus. She was one of the finest warriors of the entire age. She had more than enough power in the Force to match his kinetic strikes head-on, and as fast as Sidious's twins' blades streaked across the night, the Jedi saber staff simply whirled faster until the two became a supercell of blue and red light. Their duel took them further up into the tower. A precise thrust from one of Sidious's blades grazes Satele's thigh, slowing her down slightly, but a windmill parry from her double-bladed lightsaber disarmed Sidious of his left-handed weapon. The Jedi sends the hilt clattering to the distant ground below. By now, palace guards were running out to see what was going on. and Palpatine realizes that at this rate, he will be surrounded by Jedi before he's able to put this one down. There was, however, one other option. On one side, the Alderaanian royal palace overlooked a long drop to an icy lake below. Sidious backflipped away from Satele, but positioned himself in her line of sight. He provoked her with another burst of force lightning. She managed to block it yet again. Acting on instinct, Satele unleashed one of her mighty force pushes again, knocking Palpatine square in the chest and sending him plummeting down to the lake below. The Dark Lord plummets into the dark night. Palpatine's eyes snap open in a cloning tank on Kamino. On the moment of impact from his long fall, he had used essence transfer to put himself in a new body. It was a brilliant last-minute maneuver. If Satele believed that she had killed the potential assassin, then she would not go hunting for him, and with the body being lost in the icy lake, there was no evidence of who he was. Having liberal amounts of respawn certainly had its perks. The next morning, the Imperials find the carnage of Darth Barris, and the accusations begin to fly. Negotiations do not continue, and the Treaty of Alderaan never occurs here. Neither does the ceasefire or the Cold War. All of this serves Palpatine's plans for multiple reasons. He wants to keep the Jedi and the Republic desperate, and the Sith, specifically Vitiate, busy. During the Cold War, Vitiate retreated into the shadows again, and left the running of the Empire directly in the hands of the Dark Council. This was so that he could focus on building the Eternal Empire. But Sidious wants to distract and delay him from doing this, so he proves the Dark Council incompetent, forcing Vitiate to remain present as the war continues and excels. But this has an even more important effect on the Jedi. The Temple on Coruscant has been utterly destroyed, and they have basically lost the war. The peace treaty is what they were hoping to use to gain some respite, but now they're having to continue the war because of false accusations. We believe that Satele still discovers Tython like before, and they're able to rebuild the Jedi Order there. However, they have no time to rest and recuperate like they did in the original timeline. Spending time on their home planet and reconnecting with their roots is how they started getting so powerful, and why this era of Jedi specifically grew so powerful. They were already battle-hardened for the 30 Years' War, but being on Tython strengthened their bond with the light side and enabled them to become exceedingly powerful. But in this version of the story, they are unable to take that time to properly reconnect. Their morale is still incredibly low, and they are forced to continue a war even though they're completely exhausted by it. Due to this, the traditionally powerful Old Republic Jedi begin to weaken, as their resolve breaks down. Palpatine had done it. He had managed to nerf the Jedi of even the Old Republic. Back among the Sith and the Empire, Darth Barris is dead. Sidious is now elevated to his old position, and welcomed directly onto the Dark Council. None of them are wise to the possibility of Sidious being behind the death of his master, since of course he had an alibi. None besides Darth Jadis suspect him. Darth Jadis is the only one who finds all of this to be too convenient, and he dispatches some of his own spies to begin searching into Sidious's business and past. Palpatine, meanwhile, also manipulates Prince Pantir into allowing him to become the representative of Alderaan in the Senate. He vows to ensure that he will see Alderaan's interests in the war firm. Now he has real power in the Senate, real power among the Sith, bringing him all the closer to the position of the Supreme Chancellor. All is going according to plan, as Sidious enters Phase 2, undermine the Dark Council, and become Emperor. Now that Palpatine has achieved his seat, he begins to build more firm connections with the Dark Lords of the Sith. But this is in service to a secret goal: manipulate events that Darth Malgus gets more support on the front lines. This was always a struggle for Malgus, as supply lines were frequently impeded by his rivals on the Dark Council. His political enemies wanted him to fail so that he would look bad, and these interruptions once nearly cost him an entire world. Malgus was not as politically adept as the other Sith, which became a detriment when he was being conspired against on the Council. But Sidious becomes his shadowy benefactor, organizing things so that men like Darth Angral cannot mess with Malgus' supply line. And as Sidious had hoped, none of these kind gestures are lost on Malgus. Suspicious of this friendly behavior, Malgus meets privately with Sidious for an explanation. The two finally have a long discussion, one that Palpatine has been eagerly looking forward to. After all, according to our own research, Malgus is one of the Sith that Palpatine looks up to the most. So this is a sort of moment of meeting his favorite celebrity. This was the man who he had once hoped Vader would replicate. Sidious offers to become a benefactor to Malgus, to support his interests while the Dark Lord was away on his campaigns. Since Malgus has no political skills, Palpatine could lobby for him and protect him from the pesky power plays of his rivals. Malgus, who knows nothing of the Sith comes for free, demands to know what Sidious wants in return. Palpatine carefully shares that he has big plans for the Empire, and that he will be moving against Darth Jadis soon. He needs Malgus' support when that happens. Malgus currently has no qualms with Jadis, and was not too keen on making an enemy out of one of the most dangerous Sith of the Empire. However, he could tell that Palpatine was a man of vision, and his plans could mean big benefits. The two shake on it, but publicly keep their distance from one another, so that no one suspects their alliance. With far more resources at his disposal, Palpatine now begins to recreate his Dark Empire in secret. This had all been one of his plans all along. He hadn't given up on everything he had accomplished on Biss back in his own timeline, and would still want to make an empire fully devoted to himself. This time though, instead of Biss, Sidious establishes his secret fortress on the world of Prakith instead. This is where he also decides to move his clone bodies. He decided not to use Biss since the Jedi were now freely traveling to and from the Deep Core to Tython, and Biss is directly in their travel path. Prakith was still in the Deep Core, but far more out of the way, and besides, it had deep ties to the ancient Sith. It was the location of the final resting place of Darth Andedu, and the cult that he had left behind. Sidious dominates the cult of Andedu by proving that he too was immortal. With the cult now serving him as slaves, he got to the construction of his new and improved Dark Empire. Meanwhile, Darth Jadis' spies uncover Palpatine's movements to and from the Deep Core. They intercept one of his ships, and bring it to Jadis' headquarters on Dromund Kaas. They were hoping to investigate the flight logs and the cargo in order to discover what Sidious is up to. However, they have fallen directly into Palpatine's trap. Sidious has each one of his ships tracked and spread out his clone bodies within cargo crates. With one ship finally being captured, Sidious waits until they bring it back to their sanctum. And as soon as the spies uncover the clone cylinder, Sidious uses essence transfer and puts himself into the new clone body. With the speed and ferocity of a tornado, Palpatine slaughters every one of the spies present. Their lightsabers and blasters are meaningless to the younger Sidious. Before, Sidious often held back when fighting Sith assassins, as he didn't want word of his true power to get out. But here, he has no reservations, and intends no survivors. With their deaths, Sidious has successfully infiltrated the fortress of Darth Jadis. He steals each of the lightsabers from the fallen apprentices, and begins a transmission to Darth Malgus, letting him know that the plan was a go. As Palpatine sneaks through the fortress, Sidious is looking for one thing in particular. In the original timeline, Darth Jadis would wait until the end of the Cold War before unveiling a plot against the other members of the Dark Council. He despised the squabbling of his fellow Sith Lords, and wanted to take power away from them and give it to the citizens of the Empire directly. Sidious knew that this was bound to happen eventually. Sidious begins looking for evidence to convict Darth Jadis, in order to present it to the other Dark Lords. In the main computer of Jadis' communication hub, Sidious finds some incriminating files and transmission logs. But that's when he's confronted by Darth Jadis himself. The Dark Lord saunters into the room, commending Palpatine for his cunning. He knew that this new Sith Lord was ambitious, but Palpatine exceeded his every expectation. Jadis ignites his lightsaber and tells his fellow Sith that his quest for glory ends now. Sidious trades a few cutting words of his own, and prepares for battle. Truthfully, he was curious to test himself against Darth Jadis specifically. This Sith was stated to be second only to the Emperor himself in terms of power, and his presence reflected that. Jadis gave off an aura that often made others cower in fear, but Sidious wanted to know how he personally stacked up, as that would inform him how he would proceed with Vitiate. The two Sith duel in the communication room. Lightsabers are secondary in this fight, as it is mostly a test of the Force, as a true Sith battle always should be. And here, Sidious lets his full power bear. Unlike with Satele, where he had to mask his true signature for fear of discovery, he can allow himself to unleash the full storm of the dark side. Jadis, however, is powerful. He knew many esoteric abilities of the dark side, such as the ability to teleport and create pockets of raw destruction that randomly exploded in empty space. Jadis was once stated by Vitiate himself to be the best Sith ever produced by the reconstituted Empire. Those who went against him acknowledged that he would annihilate anything less than an army. Perhaps a Sidious from the Empire would be beaten back. However, a Dark Empire youthful Sidious was beyond where he ever was before. He was capable of summoning fleet-consuming storms with a mere thought. Not to mention he spent the past 7 years in the Old Republic, privately honing his skill. He has perfected his abilities by now, and has been waiting for the right moment to test and unleash them. One important technique of Palpatine's we should mention is Force suppression. Both Vader and Dooku mention that Sidious has the ability to cast shade over the powers of other Force wielders, dampening their abilities. This was also a power that he taught to Maul, the way of weakening and suppressing one's opponent. Maul could only do it with Jedi, which is how he took on both Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan, but Sidious frequently did it to Dooku as well. Darth Jadis in any other circumstance is basically undefeated, but against Sidious, he finds his power sluggish to respond. In the beginning of their duel, he was able to teleport around and remained untouchable, releasing waves of pure destruction. But soon enough, while remaining in Palpatine's presence, the dark side begins to grow silent, quieter and quieter. He stops being able to teleport, and he cannot understand why. His lightning is absorbed and redirected by the future Emperor. Even his blast of destruction cannot touch Sidious, who moves like a shifting blur. At the lightsaber, he is maybe Palpatine's equal at best, but without proper established feats, it's hard for us to gauge exactly where his skill lies. Ultimately, Jadis realizes that he is in deep trouble, and he ramps up his attacks, attempting to push through the thick veil placed on his powers. However, by now, Sidious has summoned a Force storm. Lightning crackles around the room. Durasteel is torn from the walls as the entire fortress shakes, threatening to be ripped asunder by the dark side. Jadis is buffeted by debris and struck repeatedly by bolts of electricity. In one final desperate move, the Dark Lord intends to unleash his full power in a wave to neutralize Sidious's storm. But as he gathers his rage and focus, a lightsaber is plunged out of his chest from his back. While he was tunnel visioning on his fight with Sidious, Jadis had not sensed another presence enter the room: Darth Malgus. Victory at last! Palpatine and Malgus used the evidence they found in Jadis' headquarters to expose his treachery to the Dark Council. A few of the Dark Lords, Thanaton and Angral in particular, demand that Sidious and Malgus be punished for killing a fellow member of the Council, doing so outside of the ritual known as a Kagath. However, it is Darth Mar, who may have well as been the leader of the Council, who overrules this. Mar believes instead that Sidious had done them all a favor, ridding them of such a terrible threat. As a price for doing them this favor though, Sidious demands all of the power of Jadis' sphere of intelligence, and Malgus uses his own weight in the Council to back up his new claim. The Dark Council begrudgingly acquiesces, but now Sidious is in the crosshairs of several Sith, and they are on high alert. He is gaining too much power and influence for their liking, and he has made a bold move at destroying Jadis. If even he was not off limits, then which one of them could be next? But what they do not know is that Sidious has all he needs from the Council. His new target is Vitiate himself. Speaking of which, the dethroning process has already begun. Using spies and resources from his new sphere of influence, he would begin unraveling all of Vitiate's plans. The Sith Emperor's greatest weapon was his mystery and his obscurity, but to Sidious, being from the future, he was well informed on everything that Vitiate had accomplished, so he knows things that only Vitiate should know, such as the locations of the children of the Emperor. These were beings that long ago Vitiate had taken in as children. He then implanted his power into their minds, making them sleeper agents without their knowledge. They grew up as loyal members of the Republic, and even some of them were Jedi, never knowing that they really served him when they were unconscious. The first son was even a member of the Jedi Council now, and he uses his power to keep the children hidden from discovery of the Jedi. Palpatine uses his spies in the Republic to expose all of the children prematurely. This stifles Vitiate's reach in everything. No longer is he seemingly omniscient as he was before. His web of eyes and ears were being cut off one by one. This also accomplishes a secondary goal. It throws the Republic into chaos as they desperately attempt to find each one of the Emperor's children. The Emperor has no idea how his children could have been exposed so quickly, so he dispatches Lord Scourge, the Emperor's wrath, to begin investigating. But he doesn't just look to the Republic, he looks within his own empire. Palpatine, however, quickly redirects his agents to uncovering what he intends to be his secret weapon, the gravestone. He knows that the Eternal Empire is brewing somewhere deep in the unknown regions, and sooner or later, he is going to have to deal with that problem. The most important step is securing the key to taking care of that problem early. The power of Valkorian's empire is in the Eternal Fleet, which is an armada of the most advanced battleships the galaxy has ever seen, run exclusively by AI. They were developed by the extinct ancient builder race from the planet of Iokath, but right alongside the Eternal Fleet, the Iokath constructed yet another superweapon, the Gravestone, a dreadnought supplied with a weapon called the Omnicannon. It was the only ship that had the capability to shut down the fleet, and in fact, it was the reason the fleet was initially lost to history before Vitiate rediscovered it. That ship is the secret ingredient to Palpatine's perfect victory. Everything is going so well that Palpatine decides to execute the next step of his plan, solidifying Malgus's loyalty. The Treaty of Coruscant was never signed. Malgus never gets the chance to go into the unknown regions and begin his own separate empire. However, he is harboring feelings of disillusionment towards the current emperor and all of his policies. There are things that Palpatine is keenly aware of and decides to prey on them. He summons Malgus to a private meeting where he expresses his wish to become the new emperor. Malgus is not keen on replacing one emperor with another. However, Sidious seems to know things that no one else does. If anything, Malgus figures that he can use Sidious to rid him of Vitiate, then take his place whenever it seems fit. Malgus agrees to follow Palpatine and support his rise to power in any way that he can. However, Malgus questions how they are to undermine one as powerful as Vitiate. Palpatine informs him, though, that he currently has spies dispatched to get information on the Emperor and has a secret that is about to change everything. Sidious had sent one team of agents that were sent to retrieve the gravestone. The other team was sent directly to Zakuul. Their mission was to gather intel that Sidious could use to expose Vitiate. However, this time, not all goes according to plan. While on Zakuul, the Imperial spies get discovered, and they are brought directly before Emperor Valkorian. Valkorian tortures them until they give up what they were sent to do, and reveal one name: Sidious. Valkorian is a smart man, and begins putting together the pieces. He had an enemy who had been working against him the entire time, and now that enemy was quickly becoming the most powerful man in the Sith Empire. But how did he know about Zakuul? How much more did he know about everything else? Valkorian decides that it is time to see to this Sidious personally. Back in Sith space, Sidious anxiously awaits for his spies to report to him while he's speaking with Malgus, but instead, he's greeted by a cadre of Vitiate's royal guard led by Lord Scourge. His greeting is simple: Sidious is a traitor to the Emperor. He can choose to die now or suffer a fate worse by the hand of the Emperor himself. But Sidious selects a third option, fighting back to back with Malgus. Malgus busies himself with the guards. Sidious takes on Scourge, but this time, Sidious is not out for blood. Palpatine knows all about Lord Scourge, how he once allied with Revan to help take down Vitiate, how he saw a vision of someone else being victorious that led him to betray Revan, and how he has secretly been waiting 300 years for the opportunity to help the Jedi overthrow Vitiate. As the two duel, Sidious reveals all of this aloud, convincing Scourge that he wants the same thing. The Emperor's wrath is conflicted at first. No one could possibly know all of this, but he then senses the deaths of the royal guards. Soon enough, Malgus would turn his attention on him, and Scourge was confident that he could not take them both. Forced to either take this opportunity or to die, to lose the mission that he had dedicated 3 centuries towards. Making his decision, Scourge spun around and unleashed a web of lightning that incinerated the final royal guards in the way of Malgus. He agrees to join the conspirators, but warns Sidious that whatever he intends to do, he should do it quickly. The Emperor was now on the move, and it would not be long before Vitiate would begin a ritual to consume all of the dark energy generated from the war. If that happened, he would achieve ultimate power and become omnipotent. Sidious states that he cannot move forward yet though, because he doesn't have the evidence he needs of Vitiate's secret empire in the unknown regions. But Malgus tells Sidious to let him worry about that. He dispatches his most trusted agent, the Mandalorian Shae Vizsla, to do what the spies of Palpatine could not. Shae goes to Zakuul and gathers images of the planet, its citizens, Valkorian's rule, and the Eternal Fleet preparing for war. With the evidence he needs, Sidious makes his biggest play yet. he gets on a broadcast all over Dromund Kaas and on every Imperial connected device. Finally, Sidious emerges from the shadows, a grand dragon. He gives a speech reminiscent of how he did during the Jedi Purge. He announces his name and publicly exposes Emperor Vitiate for his gross treachery to the Sith and their empire. Vitiate is inhabiting the man known as Valkorion. He seeks to replace them with a different empire. Furthermore, he has used the word of Lord Scourge to expose the ritual that Vitiate plans to use to destroy them all. And with these words, Palpatine condemns him. He declares that Vitiate and Valkorion is no longer Sith. If the Sith follow Sidious, make him their emperor, then he would destroy Valkorion and his blasphemous eternal false empire. He promises to establish the Sith to rule as it was their right. The citizens of the Sith reject Vitiate's rule and chant support for a new emperor. The Dark Council is at a complete loss. They know Palpatine is up to something, but even they cannot deny what Vitiate has done. And they now fear that if they do not allow Palpatine to ascend the throne, the people will overthrow them by force. Besides, Sidious now has gained so much influence that even the Imperial military is devoted to him. Following this, Sidious departs Dromund Kaas while tasking Malgus to gather a fighting force. He quickly resumes his identity as Palpatine back in the Republic, and ensures that his speech is leaked to their intelligence operatives. He is present during a meeting with the Jedi High Council, as well as the Supreme Chancellor, as they all watch the speech and become informed of Vitiate's plan. Everyone present enters a deep discussion. They may be enemies with the Sith, but they must be willing to set aside these differences, albeit temporarily, to ensure that Vitiate and the Eternal Empire is destroyed. This is a threat greater than any Sith or any Republic. The Jedi, though, are dubious about trusting the Sith after Coruscant, but at Palpatine's prodding, he manages to convince them that allying against Valkorion was the only way. The madman needed to be stopped. However, Satele feels a deep disturbance about everything. She could sense that there was far more than meets the eye. Plus, this Lord Sidious person reminded her distinctly of a man that she dueled on Alderaan one fateful night some time ago. Of course, she didn't believe it to be possible since she saw that man die, but something was wrong. Once again controlling both sides of the war, Palpatine arranges a summit between Satele and Darth Mar, the two that originally teamed up in the timeline of the Old Republic. Scourge also was present at the summit, eager to share his knowledge. Malgus, however, is highly displeased. No one said anything about working with Jedi, but Scourge agrees that it must be done. He's awaited centuries for this, and it seems fitting to fight alongside the descendant of Revan. The time has finally come for the joint group of heroes on both sides of the Force to confront Valkorion. Satele leads a group of the strongest Jedi alive of the Order. Mar brings with him basically most of the Dark Council, as well as Lord Scourge. Palpatine, however, is conspicuously missing from the assault party. His excuse was that someone needed to be on the public stage, keeping the anxious and riled Imperial citizens in line. In reality, though, he was setting up Phase 3 of his Grand Master Plan. As the combined Jedi and Sith assault group break into the throne room, they find it to be empty. Vitiate's body lays upon the floor as nothing but a husk. Seeing that his plans for the Sith Emperor had come to ruin, he had changed tactics. Rather than attempting to execute his ritual, Vitiate has rejoined his full spirit with his Valkorion vessel. He has decided to execute a master plan of his own. Just then, the Eternal Fleet exits hyperspace and surrounds Dromund Kaas. In order to take vengeance upon his enemies and to punish his empire for their betrayal, Valkorion plans to carry out a base Delta Zero operation, meaning he intends to glass the world using the Eternal Fleet. Both the Republic and Sith fleets give a futile attempt to defend the planet, but completely fail under the superior power of the ancient Iokath construction. Back on Zakuul, controlling ships from the Eternal Throne, Valkorion gives the order for the Imperial City to be wiped out first. The fleet converges into their signature formation, causing energy to link between the ships. This was their coordination which would unleash a devastating superweapon attack. But then, a deep green beam flashes from space. The beam rips through a dozen of the invincible warships, causing a chain reaction that spreads through the beams of power connecting the Eternal Fleet together. Within moments, a third of the fleet is decimated. Drifting out from beyond one of Dromund Kaas's moons is the Gravestone. Palpatine is at the helm, wearing a set of Sith battle armor reminiscent of the Dark Empire. However, he has kept his cowl over his head to obscure his identity in case the Jedi see him. The Eternal Fleet begins to reform and engage the Gravestone. Valkorion, peering through the ships from his seat on the throne, finally meets his adversary. They each collide with their respective superweapons. Of course, the one actually driving the Gravestone was an AI superintelligence named Scorpio, but she was made beholden to the will of Sidious. As the Gravestone battled the Eternal Fleet, the Jedi and Sith stood in awe. Satele, Malgus, Scourge, all who were present were both impressed and terrified at the power wielded by Palpatine. The Eternal Fleet had made their ships look like paper, but now Sidious wielded an even greater power. Not only this, but they were each feeling a mix of gratitude and a disturbance, seeing the terror of this new Sith Emperor. How had he been so prepared for this attack? As the Gravestone ripped through another several dozen ships, Valkorion came to realize that this was the legendary weapon that had once stopped his indomitable fleet. He had been defeated before he even fought. With this realization, he is consumed with panic and recalls the Eternal Fleet back to Zakuul. Sidious, though, ready to give chase, broadcasts himself looking mighty aboard his ship, calling upon the Jedi and the Sith. He announces himself to be their savior and to put their trust in him and follow him to glory. The Sith rush to his beck and call, but the Jedi are more hesitant. They reluctantly follow, but maintain a distance away from the Gravestone. Sidious leads the Jedi and Sith fleets against Zakuul, where the remaining pieces of the Eternal Fleet are waiting. Although the joint armaments are no match for the warships, the Gravestone continues to pile-drive its way through the Resistance. Valkorion at the top of the Citadel Tower unleashes his power against his enemies in a last-ditch effort. His lightning cascades across the fleet to take out as many ships as possible. Sidious, however, believes it is time he proved who shall truly be the Emperor of this era. He smiles softly, sits, and enters a deep meditation, summoning another storm. Clouds of pure darkside energy spread over Zakuul. Lightning crackles, striking down at its inhabitants. Maelstrom winds take out entire buildings. Surface-to-air weapons are torn apart. Valkorion senses another Sith's power at play, and he enters his own meditation. Valkorion asserts his will against Palpatine's, pushing back against his storm, seeking to dominate it so that it can turn against the fleet attacking Zakuul. As the space battle rages, what ensues is a battle of wills between Sidious and Emperor Valkorion. Separated physically by miles, they are locked in a cosmic mortal combat, each flexing the power of the dark side to gain control. In the process, the storm becomes wild and given to wanton destruction. Lightning strikes around the city indiscriminately, tearing apart Jedi and Sith vessels alike, razing the Zakuulian city structures. Sidious becomes drenched in perspiration. His face contorts in grimaces of effort and pure concentration. Within the Gravestone's bridge, he begins to levitate off of the ground, bringing the full power of the dark side to bear. But it becomes clear that he is not fighting a man. He is going against the pure power of an entity, one that has been alive for nearly 1,500 years unchallenged. Sidious can feel the storm begin to turn against him. The winds and lightning strikes have been pushed off of Zakuul and were being turned onto his fleet. The Gravestone is rocked by a bolt which strikes the hull. Sidious is momentarily unable to regain control, and he hears the voice of the Emperor in his head for the very first time. You are an imposter, a weakling. Weapon or not, you have no hope of defeating me. I have seen the birth and death of entire stars, and I will see your death today. I am eternal. Sidious abandons the struggle, realizing he has gotten ahead of himself. He cannot defeat Valkorion in a battle of pure strength alone, but perhaps he doesn't need to. He responds saying this: I know who you are, Tenebrae. I know everything about you. You know that I do. Do you want to know why? Because you are the Emperor of the past, and I am the Emperor of the future. Just then, Sidious senses Valkorion's concentration lapse. He comes to realize the truth behind Sidious's words. Palpatine drops to the floor, crawling his way across the bridge towards the center console. Valkorion screams out, begins directing the storm into becoming a vortex to consume the gravestone, but Sidious shoves Scorpio aside, slamming his fist onto the activation trigger on the Omnicannon. He holds his breath as the laser gathers at the end of the ship and fires, cutting straight through the storm and directly into Valkorion's citadel. And just like the people of Alderaan from Sidious's future, the last thing Valkorion sees is a flash of green light in the sky. In an instant, the city, including the Eternal Spire, is erased, leaving a scorch mark across the surface of Zakuul. Instantly, the deaths of tens of thousands of lives causes a disturbance in the Force. Every Jedi present collapses with their hands to their heads, or their hands over their hearts. They just witness a horrific destruction of innocent life, a destruction that they had aided in. Satele now realized what she had sensed. In aiding Lord Sidious, they had simply replaced one emperor with another. Sidious had won, and it was their fault. Satele orders a full retreat of the Republic, abandoning the Sith and blasting back deep into Republic space. Sidious lies on the floor, laughing, spitting warm blood from his mouth. He has achieved what he has set out to do, become the Emperor once again. He is now in control of the most powerful ship that the era has ever seen. The entire Sith Empire and all of its super weapons are now his. The Jedi are weak. Is there now any hope for this version of the Old Republic? Well, down on the world below, on Zakuul, the heirs of the Eternal Throne await. Two young boys by the name of Arkan and Thexan hold the lifeless body of their mother. They scream towards the sky at the gravestone, declaring their undying revenge. On the world known as Nathema, Vaylin continues to be manipulated by the cult in the sanitarium. Following this, Malgus is now wary of the man that he has followed, this new emperor. Malgus comes to the same realization that his enemy Satele had. Vitiate had been replaced with another madman. Malgus does not feel the same loyalty to Sidious that he once had. But now, without Vitiate, a certain man, a certain Jedi, is no longer held back. We venture deep into the Emperor's lost prisons. The eyes of this mysterious figure snap open. The eyes of Revan. No longer held back by Vitiate, Revan is free. And so, this is Palpatine. Palpatine sent back in time to the Old Republic. He held enough power and knowledge to totally twist the timeline to his benefit. With all of his knowledge of the future, he is given a massive advantage even over the overwhelming power of Valkorion and Vitiate. Palpatine is powerful in the Force, but his greatest skill has always been manipulation. His ability to get others to do work that he desires for him, to sacrifice themselves, their morals, and even their lives. But what happens as a consequence of his actions, perhaps even Sidious now can no longer predict. He is Emperor, but he is in a dangerous era, with dangerous new enemies. Enemies that now know who he is. Sidious is now no longer hidden in the shadows of the Old Republic. He is revealed, and maybe even vulnerable. Perhaps this is merely just the beginning. With the toppling of Valkorion, perhaps greater threats await. The threat of Revan, the Eternal Family, and of the Jedi. The galaxy does not belong to Sidious yet, but the Sith do. Well, most of them do. We have entered a brand new age of false emperors and extreme power. But with it, we turn it to you. Do you think things would have gone differently? We do hope that you have enjoyed our latest installment of the Shattered Timeline series. We have put a lot of thought and effort into this video, so we do hope that you enjoyed. Greetings, acolytes and lore junkies to the archives, and welcome to today's video. A long time ago in the channel's history, I produced a series of what-ifs surrounding the idea of Qui-Gon Jinn training Anakin. The series was ultimately left on a cliffhanger, because in truth, I wasn't entirely sure where to take the story. For years, you have all been asking for What If Qui-Gon Jinn Trained Anakin Part 3, and after having so much fun with the Shattered Timeline series, I have finally decided to return to the topic. The one which has probably been the most requested video over the last 6 years. But you all have waited so patiently and eagerly for so long that simply giving you part 3 was insufficient for me. Therefore, we here at the Archives now proudly present to you the full remastered series of What If Qui-Gon Trained Anakin, including its long-awaited conclusion. I sincerely hope you all enjoy. A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away, but not the galaxy we know, Obi-Wan feels his heart beating fast as he sprints forward. His muscles ache from the drawn-out battle, his stamina is ebbing, but he has to catch up, because now his master was battling the Zabrak Sith alone in the corridor. Their blades swept and twirled with finesse as Qui-Gon drove the assassin deeper. Kenobi had almost made it, until his path was cut off by the factory's ray shield. Up ahead, Maul paced like a hungry predator, and Kenobi's master fell to his knees, falling deeply into the Force. The feeling was now palpable. The Force was surrounding this moment in time. The next few minutes would determine the fate of Anakin Skywalker and the fate of the galaxy. Obi-Wan knew it. Kenobi struggled to catch up to them. His abilities had been dampened by Darth Maul's dark side influence. He hadn't been able to use his Force powers at peak capacity for this entire duel, and he was worried it was about to cost them everything. But then, he sensed liberation. Peace and serenity flooded his limbs, and he felt invigorated. The full power over his command of the Force had somehow returned, and it was obvious why. Qui-Gon Jinn, instead of trying to refresh himself with the Force, had utilized battle meditation to punch through Maul's suppressive power over them. The Zabrak had sensed it as well, as he had stopped pacing and snarled, igniting his saber staff. The ray shields finally drop, and the battle is back on. Qui-Gon springs forward with the very last of his stamina, continuing the assault that he had pressed earlier. But Kenobi, now able to summon Force speed, vanishes down the corridor in a blur, arriving at his master's side right as the ray shields reactivated. Having failed to separate the Jedi, Mao now feels himself cornered in a small room, overwhelmed by their blades. Deciding to fight another day, Maul makes the hard choice to accept failure and runs. He turns, and he leaps down the same shaft that he would originally have fallen down in defeat. The battle is over, and both Jedi collapse in exhaustion. But the day is won, and Qui-Gon Jinn lives. Now having narrowly escaped the jaws of death, Qui-Gon engages in the victory celebration on Naboo. But as soon as it is over, he wastes no time in bringing both Kenobi and the young Skywalker back to the High Council. However, now his opinion of them has dramatically diminished, even far more than before. Qui-Gon already did not believe that they followed the true will of the living Force, and was concerned that the Order had lost its way. But now he was sure that they had become blinded, and now his frustrations were mounted because they did not heed his warnings. They did not sense the Sith as he did, and because of that, he, Obi-Wan, and Anakin were all nearly killed by this mysterious assassin. For the first order of business, he nominates Obi-Wan Kenobi for knighthood, explaining that his Padawan had not only held his own against a Sith, but saved his own life in the process. The request is granted, much to Obi-Wan's elation. But then Master Qui-Gon gets down to why he is truly there, the matter of Anakin Skywalker's training. Now emboldened by the recent events, he insists more assertively than before he should take the boy as his student. The Chosen One's arrival coincides with the return of the Sith, and the Force has now brought them into conflict multiple times. In the original timeline, the only reason Anakin was trained was because it was Qui-Gon's dying wish. The Council, except for Yoda, unanimously voted to allow the boy to honor Qui-Gon's memory. Here though, they remain stubborn. Because Qui-Gon is alive, his death has not moved them. Windu and Yoda restate their position that they had several days earlier. The boy is too old, too afraid, and his future is too dark and clouded to properly assess. Qui-Gon finally removes his restraint. He becomes angrier than Kenobi had ever seen him. Qui-Gon proceeds to lay into the Council about how obvious it is that Anakin is the Chosen One, the one that has been sent to destroy the Sith now that they have finally returned. To not see that is not only being willingly blind, but neglectful of the duty of a true Jedi. The Council themselves are so caught off guard by this outburst that they too are stricken to silence. Once it's all over, Qui-Gon turns his back on them with a sad look, a face that Obi-Wan knows far too well. His master had just made a dramatic decision, and with a heavy heart, Qui-Gon says this: if his training will not be sanctioned by the Jedi, it will be sanctioned by the Force. I hereby resign from my post as an active member of the Jedi Order. Qui-Gon Jinn's departure sends ripples throughout the Order. It has everyone talking. Of course, news reaches Master Dooku as well, who in Legends is still a part of the Order during this time. The two of them meet on the roof of the temple of the city to discuss Qui-Gon's departure. Dooku was incredibly fascinated by his choice, because he too had been long growing discontent with the Jedi. Ever since the horrors of Galadran, he had refused to take any more missions from the High Council. Dooku believed that they were being ordered around by a corrupt Senate. Publicly, he had now been speaking out actively against the Republic's recent actions. Privately, Dooku had even been flirting with the dark side, entertaining the idea that one could use it without being corrupted. However, as they talk though, Dooku comes to find out that Qui-Gon's reason for disillusionment are different from his own. They are not political, but surrounded by the prophecy of the Chosen One, this boy that Qui-Gon had picked up from the desert world of Tatooine, a seemingly meaningless world. According to the Darth Plagueis novel, Dooku spoke with Palpatine during this time and laughed at the idea of Anakin being the Chosen One, even supporting the Council's decision to not have him trained. And so here, we believe that Dooku would restate this disapproval, asking Qui-Gon if he believed that this was worth leaving the Order over. Qui-Gon crosses his arms over his chest and firmly insists that he's never been more sure of anything in his entire life. It's then when the two men peer into one another through the Force. Qui-Gon is troubled to find a touch of darkness within his old master, something that goes beyond simple discontent. Dooku, on the other hand, senses the resolve in Qui-Gon, sees that he has found a true calling in the Force. Not only this, but he is broken free of the chains imposed upon him by the Jedi Order. Now intrigued even more, Dooku asks Qui-Gon how he knows the boy is the Chosen One. Jinn expresses that the boy radiates with the power and gifts of the Force. The fact that he has a higher midichlorian count than Yoda is just the very beginning. He is a walking vergence, a nexus that is hidden under an unassuming presence, a being that could become the most powerful Force user the galaxy has ever seen. He could become something entirely beyond the Jedi or the Sith, yet the Jedi are too blind to sense it. Dooku loosens up on his skepticism and considers Qui-Gon's words carefully. Finally, he speaks. If the boy is as powerful as you say, then he needs a more experienced hand to wrangle him. Dooku declares that he too shall aid in the boy's training. Now grinning, Dooku announces that from the ashes of the complacent Jedi, that they shall bring about a true change in the galaxy. From Anakin, they can create something new, something beautiful, something truly powerful. Qui-Gon takes a slight step back, feeling something in his master that he's never sensed before. The touch of darkness he had just sensed a moment earlier had stretched into a bleak shadow. Dooku's eyes burn with something besides passion for training the young boy. And after having dueled with a Sith Lord recently on Naboo, Qui-Gon is now familiar with what he sees in his old master's eyes. He sees the dark side. Seeing the concern materialize on Qui-Gon's face, Dooku's grin fades, and he says that perhaps he will be called upon in the future. He did not mean to imply that Qui-Gon would be insufficient to train the boy. He simply wanted to offer his services. At this, Qui-Gon relaxes, stating that when that day comes, that he'll gladly accept the call. The two share a bow, and Qui-Gon departs. But then Dooku says this: Qui-Gon, you will let me know where you are, and how things are going with this young Chosen One, won't you? Qui-Gon pauses for a moment, looks at his friend and says, "Of course, Master," before leaving. The very next morning, Qui-Gon and Anakin prepare to depart. The young Skywalker had felt a little uncomfortable being in the temple any longer, especially after Qui-Gon's fallout with the Council. It seemed word of that too had spread, despite the Council's best attempts to keep their business private. Because of that, Anakin had eyes on him wherever he stepped among the Jedi. This morning he stayed on the ship, waiting for Qui-Gon. Many in the Jedi Order are melancholy to see such a great and legendary master depart, but none more so than Obi-Wan Kenobi. The two have a final conversation just before takeoff, wherein Obi-Wan finally vents his true feelings to his master. He admits that he thinks Qui-Gon rushed his decision to leave the Jedi, and wishes the two could have at least talked before. Qui-Gon places a warm hand on his former Padawan's shoulder, and states that the reason he didn't was because he knew Obi-Wan would be successful in talking him out of it. For of everything from his Jedi life he was now leaving behind, nothing was harder to leave than his own Padawan. The two embrace in a warm hug. And when that happens, Qui-Gon slips Obi-Wan a communicator and whispers that he senses many great changes coming in the years ahead. For this reason, they need to stay in contact with one another. As they separate, Qui-Gon sternly instructs him to tell no one. Following, Qui-Gon and Anakin leave Coruscant. Obi-Wan Kenobi would be the last Jedi remaining behind on the launch platform, staring up into the sky for some time. In hyperspace, Qui-Gon sits in deep meditation. There was a lot for him to sort out with the Force. He had just left the only home that he had ever known. He doesn't quite know how to properly prepare Anakin for his destiny, as the weight of the task may be too much for him to bear alone. What's more, his troubled mind lingers on his conversation with Dooku. Had his oldest friend and confidant truly stumbled into the dark side? Dooku had always been harsh, but he couldn't be a traitor, could he? This reminds Qui-Gon that he now has new enemies to keep an eye out for. The Sith from Naboo was still at large, as is the other Sith in the shadows. Like all Jedi of this time, Qui-Gon is aware of the rule of two, but currently has no idea if Maul is the master or the apprentice. Qui-Gon calms himself, and he seeks the Force for answers. And after many hours of meditation, Qui-Gon receives a vision. In his dream, he sees a beautiful field of flowers in the daylight. It is a serene meadow with many types of creatures frolicking about, feasting on the fruit that it provides. The sunlight sparkles off of the dew of the grass, and all is well. But then the sun begins to set, and day becomes night. Darkness bathes the land, and the frolicking creatures run to hide in their burrows. For a moment, it's just darkness, and all seems bleak. But then the stars can be seen, and then the moonlight. And the daylight flowers close, giving way for the bioluminescent plants to blossom. Nocturnal creatures come out to play, to make noise, creating a spectacle of a new kind, the still and serenity of night. The vision gives Qui-Gon the answer that he seeks: light and dark, day and night. The dichotomy can exist in harmony when both create and preserve life. The Force exists in both, and in the same way, Anakin must become a master of day and night if he is to fulfill his role as the Chosen One. He must not succumb to the dark side, but neither can he fear it. He must harness the balance of the Force to reach his destiny. The revelation is a weighty epiphany on Master Qui-Gon, and he wonders how he can expose Anakin to the dark side in a controlled way. He himself is a Jedi, a champion of the light and the light alone. He needed to find somewhere that could properly show Anakin both sides of the Force. It had to be somewhere remote, secret. Knowing the Jedi, they will all attempt to keep tabs on Anakin, so he needs a place that both the Jedi and the Sith will be hesitant to visit. Once again, Qui-Gon opens himself to the Force for his answer, and a single planet makes itself known. The very thought of it makes Qui-Gon's eyes pop open. Jinn usually followed the will of the Force no matter how strange or unexplained its instructions were, but even he had to admit that this one was taking a real heap of faith. He slowly and hesitantly entered the hyperspace coordinates to the world of Dathomir. Chapter 2: Alignment. Anakin breathes heavily as he sprints through the forest of Dathomir. He expertly bobs and weaves through the trees and leaps over fissures in the ground. The lightsaber hilt that he had constructed dangling from his belt repeatedly bounced against his thigh as he ran, reminding him of his own heartbeat. He grimaced in distaste of his own diminished stamina, expecting more from himself. It had been around 10 years since Qui-Gon had arrived, had set up their new home on Dathomir, and since that day, he had been in non-stop training. Anakin had already grown far more powerful than his childhood self would have ever dreamed, yet he knew he was capable of so much more. And any time he was put face to face with his own limitations, he took it as a personal challenge and broke through each and every barrier. That was, of course, aided by Qui-Gon's tough training in the hostile world of Dathomir that he now called home. Much like Tatooine, this place chewed up the weak and spat them back out, so adapting for survival was the first true test of his skill and resolve. But ever since coming to conquer the wilds, Dathomir had become home. It was definitely prettier to look at than the endless dunes of Tatooine were, but Qui-Gon wasn't his only teacher now on this harsh world. At that moment, he was on his usual run back home after his lessons with Mother Talzin. Anakin vividly remembered the day they arrived on the world, the meeting that Qui-Gon had with the Night Sisters. Unwilling to let Anakin out of his sight, Qui-Gon had no choice but to bring the boy along. Anakin remembered being far more afraid that day than he was when he met the Jedi Council. Within the Dark Cave Coven, they sat around a table. Talzin had been kind enough to summon them something to drink out of mysterious cups, but Anakin followed Qui-Gon's lead and didn't touch the refreshments. Originally, Qui-Gon had just wanted to ask permission to make their home on Dathomir. He didn't want to be seen as intruders, so he requested to remain unbothered by the Night Sisters, so long as he and Anakin stayed out of their business as well. Talzin of course disliked the Jedi, and was not too keen on letting them stay. That was until Qui-Gon said that they were no Jedi. Intrigued, Talzin initiated a deeper conversation, hoping to learn the real reason that Qui-Gon was there. The Master decided that honesty was the safest bet, so Qui-Gon explained that he was raising the Jedi Chosen One. Only on Dathomir could he experience both sides of the Force if he is to ever destroy the Sith. This piqued Talzin's interest, and she stated that while she had no love for the Jedi, she definitely had aught against the Sith. 20 years prior, she had been betrayed by a certain Darth Sidious when he promised to make her his apprentice, but took her son from her instead. Shocked by this information, Qui-Gon realized the Force brought him here to learn the truth of the Sith as well. Following a lengthy conversation, Qui-Gon learned much about Sidious and the origins of Maul from Talzin. Talzin not only sanctioned them a peaceful space to live, but also volunteered to help train the boy. After all, no Jedi can properly expose young Skywalker to the dark side. Once again sensing the Force's will in motion, Qui-Gon Jinn accepted. Anakin contemplates all of this while parkouring his way through the trees. The sun had almost fully set now, and the shadows of Dathomir had grown long and dark. Anakin knows the Night Sisters are dangerous, and he didn't fully trust them even after growing up around them and learning their ways. They certainly never let him get comfortable in their coven, often looking at him with a certain measure of distaste. Talzin herself was a harsh teacher who cared little for Anakin's own well-being. She only seemed preoccupied with how his ultimate destiny would serve her greater wills in the end, and even after a decade, her heart had not softened to him a single bit. This was apparent by their training. As a child, one of his first lessons was to spend a night surrounded by venomous insects. This was to make him confront his fear, to either conquer them or to embrace them. The insects would only respond to sudden movement and panic, so Anakin was forced to stay absolutely still while the wretched things crawled all over his body all the night long. But this was also apparently necessary for him to take the first steps in learning their mysterious ways of magic. A new way to wield the Force. Just earlier, he was blindfolded, forced to fight the native rancors on the planet without his lightsaber and without the Force, only utilizing Night Sister techniques and magic, drawing from the Ichor. Upon inquiry, Qui-Gon had told Anakin that he needed to know these powers. He needed to acquaint himself with the dark, but it was a different branch of the dark side, one that would not seduce him to corruption. Not only this, but these were abilities that his ultimate adversaries, the Sith, would not be familiar with, meaning that not only would he know their tricks, but have many of his own that they could not counter. But his main training, the one he truthfully preferred, was with Qui-Gon Jinn. Qui-Gon gave him more traditional Jedi training, focusing on listening to the living Force, and along with this came an education in the lightsaber as well. Qui-Gon taught him in the basics, just as he did with Obi-Wan. Qui-Gon had kept Anakin in the basics for many years, before teaching him anything more advanced. At first, Anakin used Qui-Gon's form of Ataru, a heavier style with a focus on wide two-handed strikes. But because of his youthfulness, Anakin was able to employ more acrobatic movement. Eventually though, Anakin took to the fifth form. Its raw attacking power and ability to use his bottomless wells of energy spoke to him on a deep level. However, Qui-Gon did not let him put all of his energy into offense. Qui-Gon was careful to teach Anakin moderation, to conserve energy when necessary, falling back on certain Form 3 defensive sequences. This enabled Anakin to achieve an energetic, but a well-balanced style. The two drilled often and intensely, with Qui-Gon being sure that Anakin would be ready for the formidable challenges that lie ahead. Eventually though, as Anakin began rapidly growing in power, Qui-Gon admitted to finding it difficult to keep up with his young pupil. The boy was powerful, very powerful. As Anakin ran, he unclips his lightsaber from his belt, ready to use it to light his way home. As he lifts it, he took a moment to appreciate it. It wasn't luxurious by any means. It had been constructed out of fallen starship debris after all, but it was functional, and it was his. With the flick of the switch, a yellow blade sprang from the hilt. bathing the area in a golden glow. The crystal he had imbued it with was found in one of the deadly Dathomir caves the Night Sisters had recommended. Qui-Gon would often tell Anakin that the color would be like a beacon of light, guiding his way through the dark, and right now, it was guiding his way home. To help Anakin discipline his large stores of energy, Qui-Gon had him run to and from his lessons with Talzin whenever it was her day for training. Along the way, Skywalker was to practice his breathing techniques, to reach out and connect with the wildlife through the living force. Finally, he had made it all the way home, where he sees the usual smoke rising from the hut that he and Qui-Gon lived in. However, as he approaches, he notices that his master's usual calm presence was disturbed, different. As Anakin walks into the hut, he sees the now gray-haired Qui-Gon pacing uneasily in front of a small hologram message lying on the table. Anakin did not recognize the man in the image at first, but his identity became clear as he spoke. Immediately, Anakin picked up on the Coruscanti accent. It was Obi-Wan Kenobi. "Many things have changed since you have left, Master," Obi-Wan had been saying, especially with the balance of the Jedi Order. "Following your departure, there was an uproar. A faction of Jedi arose who believed it was heresy for the High Council to reject the Chosen One. Leading them and stoking the fire was Master Dooku. Debates and arguments in the temple halls became intense. I was worried it would come to blows. But just a few weeks ago, after I had arrived from a mission of Selukami, I found the temple in a stage of great distress. Dooku had formally taken a faction and apostatized. Hundreds of Jedi have left the Order, following him to the Force only knows where. The Council is trying to assure everyone that all is well, but many are calling this the next great schism. Master, I too have deep misgivings about Dooku's intentions. I do hope you and the boy are all right." With that, Qui-Gon turned off the message and looked up to Anakin with a weary smile. He states that he's had this message for several years now, and while he has sought the Force for answers on what Dooku has been doing, he has ultimately found nothing. Anakin calmly asks if Dooku has become a Sith. Qui-Gon heaves a sigh and responds that the rule of two makes that impossible, but that Dooku has definitely lost his way. At night, Anakin and Qui-Gon have their usual meal and nightly meditation, and Anakin asks his master to tell him another story before they go off to bed. Anakin hasn't left Dathomir for years and desires great adventure, always loving hearing tales of Qui-Gon's exploits from his days as a Jedi. Because of this, Anakin felt like he knew a lot about the galaxy, about the Jedi, and especially about Obi-Wan, who was a frequent mention in the stories. Qui-Gon obliges him, but only because he knows Anakin does not like sleeping. The boy's powerful connection to the Force meant that he frequently had dreams of the future. And night after night, Anakin complained about seeing frightening images that he did not understand. Qui-Gon tried to soothe him with advice, but most troublingly, Anakin often foresaw the galaxy consumed by war, a shadowy figure pulling the strings, hidden by the dark side and by influence. This night, however, Anakin's nightmares were different. He often saw cosmic things that made him toss and turn, but tonight, it was personal. It was his mother. She was suffering. Awakening with a start, Anakin immediately went to his master and told him of this dream. Qui-Gon was deeply disturbed at the idea that Shmi could be in trouble, but told Anakin to be mindful of his feelings. What the Force reveals to them often has many meanings. However, Anakin is adamant that he needs to see his mother again. It had been too long, and he needed to check on her. Qui-Gon also wondered what had become of Shmi ever since he had sent her a starship part that would have bought her freedom. And so, gathering supplies, Qui-Gon and Anakin make an impromptu trip back to Tatooine. On the way, Qui-Gon sternly warns his apprentice about his lightsaber, to keep it hidden, and to not use his powers unless absolutely necessary. The two of them needed to maintain a low profile. Just like Anakin did in Attack of the Clones, they follow the trail back to the Lars by questioning Watto, but once they meet the farmers, they are told the story of Shmi's kidnapping by Klieg. Anakin, though wrought up in emotion, does not rush off in a rage like he does originally. Rather than having his feelings forcefully suppressed, Anakin has been taught to use his anger and to harness it in different ways by Mother Talzin, and Qui-Gon had taught him patience and mindfulness. Qui-Gon joins Anakin in staring at the sunset. He can feel the depths of despair within his apprentice, and despite all of his training, Anakin was still wrestling with overcoming the anger that was welled up within him. He refused to accept that his mother was dead. He was funneling his rage into summoning a green orb of energy between his hands. This magic sphere revealed the location of Shmi, who was indeed still alive, but barely. Anakin looks at his master and states that he's going after her. This version of Anakin is not defiant by any means. Qui-Gon, being a proper father figure, would have trained him to have respect for his master, respect that Anakin never gave to Obi-Wan. But because this has to do with his mother, neither is going to wait for permission. Qui-Gon knows he cannot stop his young Padawan, but he cannot let him go alone into danger, or worse, into the dark side. Qui-Gon nods and says that they will both go. Master and apprentice together find the Tusken camp in the Dune Sea and sneak their way into the torture tent. Anakin finds his mother just as she did before, and she shares with him her final words of love and affection. Feeling her life slip away between his fingers, Anakin quickly summons magic, hoping to desperately save her life. However, she had endured far too much torment by this point, and her body simply gave out on her. Anakin slowly closes his hands into a fist to extinguish the magic he had summoned, once he realizes his mother has passed. His master Qui-Gon comforts him, placing his arm around Anakin's shoulders, and rather than going on a killing spree, the boy simply sobs in his master's robes. Once again, because his emotions had not been repressed, Anakin does not blow his top like a pressurized volcano. Instead, he's able to process his emotions openly in the moment. However, Anakin's cries awake the Tusken sentries, who quickly find the two inside the tent. As they bray their war cries, Anakin thrusts his hand out, intending to send a force push to throw them all back. Instead, what happens though is an explosion of force power that freezes the sentries in their path, slowly shatters their Gaddafi sticks, before sending them flying out of the tent and beyond the visible dunes. The action shreds apart the torture tent as well, exposing the two of them to the horde of shouting Tusken raiders that are pouring out of their huts now. Back to back with green and gold lightsabers in hand, Master and apprentice fend off the raiders. Qui-Gon intends to fight non-lethally, cutting the Gaddafi sticks and forcing them to stumble into one another. But Anakin lets loose. His attacks are more savage, resulting in him critically injuring one of the Sand People. Qui-Gon shouts at him to regain control, to get his mother. Shaken in the fury of the moment, Anakin obeys and fetches his mother's body, running her over to the speeder that they arrived in. But upon turning around, he sees his master surrounded, overwhelmed by the Tusken raiders. In a moment of desperation, Anakin prepares to unleash a force explosion, hoping to knock them all away. However, if he did that, he knew he would surely hit his master as well. Anakin is forced to rationally think this through, or risk injuring Qui-Gon. Concentrating all of his anger, despair, and sorrow, Anakin chants in the arcane tongue of the Night Sisters, and lifts his hands to the air. His eyes begin to glow a piercing green. With magic, he summons a convincing illusion of a massive fire-breathing serpent, similar to a crate dragon. Of the Sand People who were all surrounding Qui-Gon now, they ceased their attacks and fled in terror. Qui-Gon stares up in awe, himself shocked at the scale of Anakin's power. He had known a few masters of the Council, Yarel Poof to be adept at conjuring illusions, but what Anakin created was so gargantuan, so real, that for a brief moment, Qui-Gon wondered if his Padawan had summoned a real creature from beyond. And so, Anakin Skywalker has defeated the Tusken Raiders without resorting to slaughter, saving himself from his greatest mistake, the creation and the birth of Darth Vader. The two depart for the Lars homestead after this, and have an official funeral for Shmi, where Anakin is able to mourn for his mother properly. However, on the way back to Dathomir, Anakin wonders why he didn't have the power to save her, even though he was supposed to be the chosen one. He was not as powerful as he should be. How could the galaxy be saved if he can't even save his mother? He confides in his master. Qui-Gon carefully explains that being the chosen one does not mean that he is the master of life or death, nor does it make him all-powerful. He is the Force's champion, the one meant to serve the will of destiny, not his own will. Taking revenge on the Sand People would have not brought his mother back, nor would it have administered justice. It would have only perpetuated more death, which is what the Sith do. Qui-Gon comforts him, stating that Shmi has become one with the well of energy that is the Force, the same energy that the two of them call upon every single day. She is still with him, every time he uses his gift. She is a part of the energy that flows through him now. This soothes the young Skywalker, and he is able to come to terms with his mother's passing. Skywalker and Jinn make it back to their hut of Dathomir. Unfortunately though, it does not seem that there will be any time for rest. The holocom that Qui-Gon kept on the table was chiming yet again, showing that it had a new message waiting. With Anakin present, Qui-Gon plays the transmission. Rather than the friendly face and voice of Obi-Wan that Anakin had expected, a different man appeared. Tall, imposing, standing with an aristocratic air of himself. It was Dooku. "I hope this transmission finds you well, my friend," Dooku begins, as Qui-Gon sits on his knees in front of the image. "Surely you've been aware of the ripples created by your departure from the Jedi Order, Qui-Gon. Indeed, many bold Jedi have rejected the Council's dogmatic ways, seeing them for the liars and the tyrants that they have become. They have lost their way, twisted by the corrupt Senate that they serve. And for this reason, my friend, I have joined the courageous movement to turn away from such heresy. Following your lead, I have long since left the Jedi Order, taken my own new acolytes to my homeworld of Sereno, where I have reclaimed my title as Count. I have created a new order, Qui-Gon, a beautiful order, one divorced from the unethical teachings of the Orthodox Jedi, and I want you, my dearest friend, to be a part of it." Anakin looked to his master, and Qui-Gon shifted uncomfortably. "But of course, I've already told you all of this in my many earlier transmissions, Qui-Gon." The tone shifted immediately. The hologram continued. "I suppose I'm repeating myself in the vain hope that perhaps the messages haven't made it to you until this one. I would hate to think that you're intentionally avoiding me. You've neglected to contact me all these many years, and have never shared with me your location as you promised. But that is of little concern now, because I know exactly where you are, and I am paying you a visit very soon, my young apprentice." Qui-Gon's eyes closed, and he instantly sat straight up. Anakin felt his chest tighten. "You've been quite busy, haven't you, my friend? Even after leaving the Jedi, you cannot fight the Jedi need to intervene in conflict, not even on a world so remote as Tatooine. Please, Qui-Gon, let us not make our first meeting an unpleasant one. You have nothing but gain by joining me. With the might of a new order and the Chosen One by our side, we would be unstoppable. We could destroy the Sith, bring peace to the galaxy, and lead a new order, a righteous, correct one. I implore you to respond to this message, Qui-Gon. I have waited a long time, and my patience has grown thin." The transmission ends, and Qui-Gon sits there for a long time with a grave look on his face. Anakin asks if they're going to run, but Qui-Gon shakes his head. He says that he needs to try diplomacy first. He knows his master, and he thinks that he can get through to him. But he looks up at Anakin and tells him plainly that when Dooku arrives, Anakin is to remain in the hut and to do exactly as he says, no matter what. Anakin agrees, but finds his own response reluctant. Almost immediately afterward, the hut seems to grow visibly darker. A disturbance happens in the Force as a dark presence arrives to the world of Dathomir. The two sensed it before they heard the rumbling of starship engines, shaking the forest around them. Dooku was here. Qui-Gon stands, and once again tells Anakin to stay in the hut before he leaves. The way he said it reminded Anakin of when Qui-Gon had told him to stay hidden in the cockpit on Naboo. And now, he somehow felt just as helpless as he had then. Qui-Gon stands with his arms together in his sleeves as the boarding ramp to the shuttle descends slowly. Out saunters the Count, wearing an armor-weave cloak and fine clothes. "My old friend," Qui-Gon says, as the two men embrace one another. "I see you've made good use of your time." Qui-Gon looks over Dooku's shoulder to see a group of dark-robed figures exiting the extravagant shuttle, spreading around the area. "And you, my former apprentice, humble as ever," Dooku responds as he gestures to Qui-Gon's small hut, where Anakin is now peeking through the crack in the door. There is a brief pause, where all seems stiflingly quiet. "Dooku," Qui-Gon says confidently, "the boy is safe here, being trained by me. Please, leave us." Dooku's brow narrows, and he scowls. "When I made my way over to this wretched planet, I knew we'd dispense with the pleasantries eventually, but not so quickly, Qui-Gon. You have been gone a very long time, and I have much to show the boy. Prophecies are old, prophecies can be useless, they can mean nothing. Let me simply speak with him. I have made powerful moves in the galaxy and have made many powerful friends. I did not come here as an enemy, my old friend. I have come with a proposition. The time of the Jedi is at an end. It is the twilight of their era. A new era will soon begin. An era of peace. An era of order. You have no idea the reaches this new order is capable of achieving. Dooku. Qui-Gon stops the count mid-sentence, reaching towards his belt. It is time for you to leave. No, Qui-Gon. Dooku responds with a grimace. It is time for your final lesson. Chapter 3. Tribulation. Anakin's breath caught in his throat. All he had done was a blink, and suddenly 2 lightsabers had appeared from seemingly nowhere. Qui-Gon's green and Dooku's orange blades. They were now locked together, cracking and sputtering between them. The dark acolytes that surrounded the two made no moves but to observe. To Anakin's surprise, the duel is nothing like he had expected, nor that he had ever seen before. His and Qui-Gon's duels were usually very energetic, explosive. However, what he was observing now, 2 masters of the sword locked in what was more akin to a dance. Both Qui-Gon and Dooku are measured in their strikes. They would attack, parry, and riposte with incredible grace and efficiency. There isn't a single wasted movement between the two of them. Neither one moves their blade a millimeter more than is necessary. From Anakin's perspective, it doesn't seem that either one will fully commit to aggressing or defending. They traded blows while stepping in perfect sequence with one another. They would prod at one another's defenses, then suddenly explode in a flourish of precise movement, stepping circularly around one another. They would then break off and try to study each other's movements before engaging yet again. Dooku's one-handed cuts and thrusts came fast, like the snapping jaws of a Dathomirian Vorator lizard. Qui-Gon's broad 2-handed strokes would defend against multiples of these thrusts in one swing, before countering with his own heavy blows. However, Anakin realized something very troubling. Despite the duel lacking fanciful movement, Qui-Gon is expending significant effort. He's more focused than Anakin has ever seen him, unblinking and staring straight into Dooku's eyes. But with every block, he grimaces, as if just narrowly escaping death. The Count, on the other hand, is grinning wildly. He looked as though he had been waiting for this for years, and the evidence soon became apparent. To Anakin's horror, the duel turns against Qui-Gon's favor. Now Dooku is advancing, driving the Jedi Master back. His power seemed to be growing the more he fought. That feeling of darkness that Anakin had felt when Dooku arrived, it grew heavier. He could tell Qui-Gon was tiring. Through the crashing and clashing of sabers, the two were sharing words, though Anakin couldn't quite make out exactly what they were saying. Master Jinn can still turn this around, Anakin thought. He always does. He never loses. This was true. For although Anakin had many close calls with defeating his master in lightsaber combat, Qui-Gon always seemed to undermine him at the last minute, turning the duel on its head. Surely he could do it again now, but it did not seem to be happening. If Anakin didn't know any better, Qui-Gon had met his match. Or perhaps, Anakin shuddered, his superior. We do think that Dooku is better than Qui-Gon here. Our reasoning is based on age and power level at these points in the timeline. Qui-Gon is 60 during the Phantom Menace, so here he's roughly 70 years old. Even at 60, Qui-Gon was already forced to make several compromises in his lightsaber form in order to better suit his age. He wasn't able to be as energetic in his Ataru style, nor was he able to remain in sustained prolonged duels. He was an excellent duelist, of course, but he often loses steam very quickly due to the demanding nature of his style. He only dueled Maul for a minute or so on Tatooine before totally collapsing after. His death to Maul originally was due to this exact reason. His poor stamina left him wide open. But also during the entire duel, we can see that Maul was giving him the runaround. Even at the beginning, the assassin was able to land kicks on him and push him away. And again, Qui-Gon was 60 here. In our story, he's much older, so we believe these problems are exacerbated. While he would be wiser and more powerful in terms of abilities in the Force, his age is still going to distinctly impact this duel, and especially his ability to sustain himself in a prolonged lightsaber fight. Dooku, on the other hand, is vastly superior to Maul in terms of dueling skill. Not only this, but even at 80 years old in Attack of the Clones, Dooku was able to stalemate Grandmaster Yoda without losing steam. This is all due to him having accepted the dark side, which supercharged his abilities and his physicality. Now in the timeline, Dooku has not trained with Darth Sidious. He's not quite as powerful as he would have been as a fully fledged Sith Lord. However, he has trained in the dark side, and he has allowed himself to cut loose, so he's extremely formidable, and more than exceeds Qui-Gon at his old age. Besides, Dooku taught Qui-Gon everything he knows about lightsaber combat, and if Dooku is able to keep pace with Master Yoda's Ataru, then he would certainly be more than capable of handling Qui-Gon's. This is compounded by the fact that Makashi is Ataru's natural counterstyle. Master Qui-Gon is at a distinct disadvantage in basically every arena in this duel. Anyway, Skywalker's fears are confirmed when the two men lock sabers once again, and Qui-Gon suddenly shouted back at the hut, "Anakin, run." The command startles Anakin, but once he saw Dooku's attention turn his way, he knew that he had to obey. Bursting from the front door, Anakin took off at full speed into the jungle behind him. Dooku glances over at a few of the dark acolytes and subtly motions his head, signaling them to give chase. 4 dark acolytes pursue Anakin into the jungles of Dathomir, bobbing and weaving through trees. He runs for what feels like forever, but he can sense his pursuers closing in. Suddenly, Anakin jumps into the air and vanishes in a shifting green mist, using a Night Sister technique he learned from Mother Talzin, teleportation. Confused, the Dark Acolytes make it to where he disappeared, and they look around. Then, Anakin suddenly appears out of another cloud of emerald smoke above them, ambushing the Acolytes with his yellow lightsaber in hand. His first cut carves one Acolyte head to heel down his back. A powerful force push blasts another Acolyte off his feet and sends him careening through one of the alien trees nearby. Both the trunk and all of the bones in his body shatter on impact. The remaining Acolytes engage Anakin with their own orange blades, but despite attacking him together, they can't seem to make him so much as move from where he's standing. Anakin's blade forms a golden whirling shield around himself, moving at such a velocity that he disarms one of the Acolytes just by parrying his blow. A sharp kick crumbles the attacker to his knees. The Acolyte who remains standing begins to back up. Anakin bears down with a series of harsh, raining blows, one that makes even his muscles shudder. It doesn't take long for him to miscalculate where Anakin's blade is about to be, causing him to get slashed hip to shoulder across the chest. Anakin suddenly leaps forward, doing a back somersault over a boulder that had just been thrown at his back. The final Acolyte that remained alive was holding his stomach where he had just been kicked, and was sending a telekinetic barrage Anakin's way, using whatever was around them. Anakin dodges, ducks, and slashes the debris out of his way while advancing, lightsaber held in hand. The terrified Darksider unleashes his best force push possible. One Anakin simply tanks, shouldering his way through it the same way that he did with Ventress on Yavin 4 in the original timeline. Skywalker then lifts his hand, hoisting the Acolyte high up into the air before slamming him back down violently. His final attacker briefly struggles to stand, but then ceases to move. Despite in the brutality in how Anakin finished the attackers, he actually felt no anger while doing so. He was simply worried about Qui-Gon and didn't think to hold back in the moment. Looking around at his handiwork, Anakin would feel a pang of guilt, not trying to spare them as Qui-Gon would have. But a disturbance in the Force would quickly shake Skywalker from his thoughts. A disturbance coming from their campsite. Ignoring Qui-Gon's command, Anakin runs back. Meanwhile, back at the hut, as soon as Anakin had left, Qui-Gon pushed off of Dooku's saber. Using his last stores of stamina, he pushed an aggressive sequence, using tight two-handed blows from as many angles as he could manage. Dooku expertly defended himself, but a tricky flourish from Qui-Gon's blade caught him unexpectedly, knocking his saber aside. He was wide open for a critical blow, which Qui-Gon intended to take. Unfortunately, by now, he had overextended himself and had fully ran out of steam. What should have been a duel-ending blow came off sluggish and sloppy. Dooku recovered from having his guard opened, and sharply intercepted Qui-Gon's blade with so much force that it knocked the Jedi's lightsaber clean from his hands. "You have fought well, my old friend, but you are no Yoda," Dooku began, "and even if you were, neither of you could fathom how far beyond you my Jedi powers have grown." And with that, Dooku raises his hand and unleashes a blast of Force lightning that catches Qui-Gon square in the chest, knocking him to the ground. "My foolish former disciple, only now do you see the power that I am offering you." Dooku moves towards Qui-Gon. "Don't continue to delude yourself by serving an inferior side of the Force. Age comes for us all. But as you can see, the dark side opens pathways to avoid its degradation. Qui-Gon shakily pushes himself up, breathing heavily now, his long hair draped over his face. By forgetting who you are, you have already degraded yourself, Dooku, to the Force and to me. Before Dooku can do anything else, they are interrupted by a bolt of energy striking the ground. Turning around, they all look up to see a host of Night Sister warriors, all of them wielding energy bows. The one in the front tells Dooku that he is an intruder on their world, and that he must leave immediately. Dooku simply raises his hand, and blasts the Night Sister with Force Lightning. This is all it takes for a massive fight to break out. The remaining Dark Acolytes ignite their lightsabers, and begin fighting off a hailstorm of energy bows. Dooku, meanwhile, has Qui-Gon bound and brought aboard his shuttle. The Acolytes are forced to retreat by the Night Sisters, who continue to fire at Dooku's shuttle when it takes off and finally leaves the atmosphere. Before Anakin reaches the campsite, he sees Dooku's shuttle flying overhead, climbing higher and higher into the sky. By the time he gets back, he finds their entire homestead in ruins. The battle has destroyed the hut, and the bodies of both Night Sisters and Acolytes litter the ground. The only home Anakin has ever known for the past few years, destroyed. His master, gone. At first, Anakin is filled with an overwhelming anxiety that he will lose his master just as he lost his mother. However, he senses in the Force that Qui-Gon is still very much alive, and with hope. Dooku will not kill him anytime soon. They were friends at one point after all. Nevertheless, Anakin makes a vow to find Qui-Gon, and to not let what happened to Shmi happen to his master. After searching around, Anakin finds Qui-Gon's lightsaber, clipping it onto his belt. He also finds the holo communicator Qui-Gon had been using. This gives Anakin an idea. If he was going after Dooku, then he would need help. The Night Sisters certainly didn't care enough to help him, nor would they likely leave the safety of Dathomir. Right now, there was only a single person that could help Anakin get his master back, and that was Jedi Obi-Wan Kenobi. Being back on Coruscant made Anakin pretty uncomfortable. He never did get used to the sprawling metropolis, and it was still too cold for his taste. But there was another reason he disliked being here currently. Upon landing, he would immediately sense that something was wrong. Not only was it way colder here than he was used to, but there was a darkness present on the city world. It was similar to the feeling he got upon Dooku's arrival, but this darkness was different, somehow even bleaker. But what troubled Anakin the most was that it was a vague feeling, one that faded in and out of his perception. It was definitely there, but nearly impossible to pin down. What he is sensing is the presence of Darth Sidious. Palpatine's powerful ability and concealment keeps him well hidden from the perceptions of nearly all beings. He is aided by the veil of the dark side that has blinded the Jedi to the future, and even towards present insight. However, the veil does not affect Anakin. Anakin knows both sides of the Force, and he is one of the only beings in the galaxy that can pierce that veil. This enables Anakin to somewhat vaguely sense the presence of Sidious, but not well enough to locate him, and not well enough to know exactly who he is. But that's not important to him right now. He's trying to get to the Jedi Temple, and based on where he's landed his ship, he has a long way to go. Anakin had no money, so he wasn't able to land just anywhere on the surface. He had to descend down into a sinkhole that led to some of the underlevels of the city world. Only there did he find a suitably unnoticeable place to land, where no one would immediately ask him for credits. On his way in, Anakin saw the Jedi Temple in the distance, recognizing it from his youth. Although he didn't know the path directly, he knew it was generally north. Anakin begins navigating through the seedy underworld streets, the walkways of the lower levels of Coruscant. Because he was in a hurry, he didn't bother trying to blend in at all. Instead of walking on the ground, he leapt and jumped over the catwalks from one side of the building to the next. He already stuck out like a sore thumb due to his Outlander clothes largely geared towards survival on Dathomir. But as he's going along his way, Anakin would happen upon a group of thugs harassing two children. Based on the kids' screams, it seemed that the men were trying to abduct them. Acting quickly, Anakin would leap into action, igniting his lightsaber and landing between the men and the children. One of them shouts something like not needing a Jedi in their business, and they open fire with their blasters. Because of Qui-Gon's training, blast deflection is a cakewalk for Anakin, and in no time flat, he takes care of both of the thugs. However, this time, he's careful to either disarm or to administer minor injuries only, wanting to act in accordance with Qui-Gon Jinn's teachings. Anakin is not eager to just go on killing sprees, and because of this, he scares off most of them, but manages to keep one of them from escaping. The one he questions on why they were trying to abduct children. After some intimidation and forced persuasion, Anakin learns about an underground slave ring that the men work for. Skywalker feels a hot burning in his chest. It looks like Kenobi was going to have to wait for a moment. A detour was now necessary. Meanwhile, at the Senate building, one Chancellor Palpatine looks into the distance, grimacing while looking out of his window. A disturbance in the Force has rippled through his perceptions. The dark side of the Force informs him that it is time for him to have a meeting with one of his old contacts. After telling Mas Amedda to cover for him, Palpatine goes to his private yacht, donning his dark cloak and sending a holocom signal to none other than Count Dooku. Over the past several years, Darth Sidious has been very busy. In the past, he had been egging Dooku on to suddenly leave the Jedi. However, unlike in the original timeline, Sidious did not get the opportunity to continue their negotiations. Qui-Gon never died, so Dooku was not immediately pushed to leave. Instead, Dooku remained a part of the Jedi for a few years longer, until ultimately deciding to lead his own movement, one that resulted in a sect of the Jedi following him in apostasy. Because he began his own Dark Jedi Order, Sidious was not keen on trying to recruit him as his new apprentice. Besides, Maul was still alive and serving his function extremely well. It did not please the Dark Lord in the slightest that Maul had failed to kill Qui-Gon and to orphan the boy, but he still continued to move pieces around to get the Clone Wars beginning. But those plans now looked very different that Dooku was involved. Sidious still begins the cloning program on Kamino, but is forced to use Maul as his proxy for negotiating with Jango Fett. He has been trying to get the Separatist movement off the ground, but it has been a struggle. They do not have a charismatic leader to talk them into secession. Sidious has had to work directly with the cowardly Gunrays and the other Separatist leaders who are largely non-committal to war with the Republic. At this moment, Palpatine had been in contact with Dooku, hoping to sway him into leading the Separatists. This had piqued Dooku's interest, as he sees it as an opportunity to overthrow the Republic, to rule his own galactic faction with a new Jedi Order. And so, Dooku here is still not a Sith, but he is clearly a Sith conspirator. But this meeting by hologram will not be their typical negotiations. Sidious contacts the Count and says as much, stating that he feels a disturbance in the Force, one that he has not sensed before. A powerful and a complex presence has settled on Coruscant. Dooku thinks for a moment, and mentions that it is likely Skywalker running to the Jedi for help. Dooku then tells Sidious about the recent events of Dathomir, and how he has Qui-Gon Jinn in his charge. Alarmed and angered, Sidious says this: Skywalker is alive, and he's been trained? Dooku nods. The one Qui-Gon is adamant is the Chosen One. Palpatine remembered how much his master Plagueis had feared Qui-Gon. He was different from the other Jedi, more perceptive. Sidious knows that if he's trained Anakin, corrupting the boy is now out of the question. In fact, getting anywhere near Anakin is not advisable. The disturbance Palpatine senses is an omen of the dark side. The boy could destroy him, therefore he must die, and soon. Sidious dispatches Maul to personally handle the issue. Ever since Naboo, Maul has done little but train into the greater heights of a physical perfection. Not only has he not lost his legs, but he has spent the last 10 years furthering his studies as Sidious's official apprentice, unimpeded by Darth Plagueis. The Dark Lord was highly displeased with Maul's failure, and tortured him perpetually for Naboo. But after, he continued to send Maul on assassinations. Since that day, Maul has killed many Jedi, including even members that belonged to the High Council. Sidious wanted the Sith to remain, to be present and a visceral threat to the Jedi. A reminder that peace was over. He wanted a distraction to mask what he was planning with the Clone Wars, so Maul continually hunting down the Jedi has kept them paranoid and afraid of the Sith. Nowadays, Maul is more lethal than ever, and is still sporting his full potential. The apprentice enters his ship, the Scimitar, activating its cloaking effect. it would be easier to scour Coruscant in his ship and to ambush young Skywalker once he triangulated his position. For now, Maul is going to plug his network of underground contacts in hopes of learning Skywalker's position. And of course, this doesn't take long at all. There is chatter on many of the underworld channels, asking one another about a rogue Jedi cutting up around level 1000. Many of them are wondering when the Jedi started taking a vested interest in their turf. But Maul knows immediately that this must be Skywalker. Very rarely do Jedi ever leave their precious temple and actually go to the depths of Coruscant. Maul veers the scimitar and plunges down into one of the sinkholes, heading directly for the underlevels. Anakin's lightsaber slashes apart another blaster. A Clatulian thug goes hurling over a stack of crates. All around him, children and families of various species locked in cages cheer in many languages. After following the lead from the street thug, Anakin has found a warehouse full of slaves being prepped for shipment, and he is currently mopping up what remains of a small army of lowlives. Anakin whips his blade behind his back, redirecting a blaster bolt back to its origin, nailing the thug directly in the chest. That was the last one. For the next few minutes, the young Chosen One slashes apart cage locks and slave collars to set the people free. There is a part of Anakin that feels deeply completed by his actions. He has saved many of these children from his own childhood. But one thought stung in Anakin's mind, spoiling his mood. How could this be happening under the nose of the Jedi? How could they not know? Or worse, why weren't they doing anything about it if they did know? He was heading to them for help, but how could they be of any help if this rot existed on Coruscant without their intervention? Anakin exits the warehouse, guiding the families out and sending them on their way. But suddenly, he feels a disturbance in the Force, a presence he has not felt since. Anakin whirls around and ignites his blade. A crimson lightsaber clashes against his, stopping just centimeters from his face. However, Anakin's eyes look past the blade at his attacker, and he finds himself looking into the fiery orange blazing eyes of a man who has haunted his nightmares for years. It was the Zabrak from Naboo, the Sith, Qui-Gon's enemy, the son of Mother Talzin. But whatever name she had called him, it was unlikely that he would ever answer to it anymore. Maul pushes Anakin back and begins a ferocious single-bladed assault. Anakin defends himself while rapidly retreating. Onlookers scream and run in various directions. Anakin was too distracted with parrying the oncoming strikes to sense that he was reaching the edge of the level 1000 platform. Maul kicks Anakin over the railing, sends him falling down to the depths below. Skywalker manages to land on a passing vehicle, incurring confused cursing from the alien driving it. Maul viciously pursues, jumping and landing on another hapless civilian's vehicle. But he tears the driver out of it, dominates the speeder with the Force, careening it directly towards Anakin. The two then begin dueling across the sky lanes, stopping only to duck under passing vehicles or catch their balance after sharp turns. The terrified driver of Anakin's speeder dives sharply in order to shake him off, forcing Skywalker to depart and jump, landing on the back of Maul's vehicle. He backbends under a strike that would have decapitated him instantly, and the two clash blades once more. Maul pushes aside a heavy blow from Anakin that damages the speeder's engines, sending it flying to a series of catwalks. Finally, Maul abandons ship, and Anakin jumps into the driver's seat to attempt to steer the crashing vehicle away from crowds of civilians. Anakin is partially successful, jumping out of the speeder at the last moment as it hits a defunct fountain. By the time he stands back up, Maul has tossed away his robe. He has begun stalking in a circle around Skywalker, igniting his saber staff's second emitter. Anakin stares at his opponent and reaches for his belt, grabbing the lightsaber of Qui-Gon Jinn. He presses the activation, and the emerald blade springs forward. Adopting Jar Kai dual wielding, Qui-Gon has trained Anakin in a single-bladed combat style, but after watching the Knight brothers fight, Anakin began practicing in Jar Kai privately. Now seemed like the perfect time to test his skills. Maul jumped forward, helicoptering the lightsaber behind him before asserting a series of rapid staff strikes from either end of the weapon. But Anakin met his attack, jumping forward into a lethal two-bladed spin. The two met in the middle of the plaza platform, exploding in a light show of colors. This was not the elegant fencing of Dooku and Qui-Gon. This was like two vicious nexuses battling for dominance, neither one relenting. Anakin's gem so lent itself well to the two-bladed style, and he employed Qui-Gon Jinn's Ataru footwork for added kinetic energy. The strength and might of his blows caused Maul to balk and to change tactics. He shifted his Juyo form into being as erratic, as unpredictable as possible. He became a rapid river of black and red, mixing in unarmed strikes with lethal blade work. This forced Anakin to prioritize parrying to countering his blade, leaving him open to a rogue fist or foot that would catch him out of the blue. Their vicious, primal combat took them out of the intersecting catwalks that laced across the open chasm of Coruscant city levels. Anakin soon found it difficult to move around, as they moved out of the tight bridges. Instead of being able to move around Maul now, he was locked in a linear path of movement. This came to Maul's advantage. His saber staff was able to form a screen directly in front of him that Anakin could not seem to penetrate no matter how much he tried. In response, Skywalker vanished in a puff of green mist yet again, appearing behind Maul in a jumping kick right at the Sith Lord's back. This sent the Zabrak falling down to the catwalk directly below them. He barely managed to roll to one side as Anakin's two blades slashed down where he had just landed. Maul looked bewildered at what Anakin had just done, but he lunged forward to attack yet again. Anakin was ready, parrying with one of his blades and vanishing, reappearing on Maul's right side with a slash directly aimed at his head. The Zabrak had sensed it this time, bending in the nick of time to the side to save his own head. However, the Dark Lord snarled in pain as one of his horns had been shaved off by Anakin's passing blade. He stabs his second blade behind him to hit Skywalker, but he only penetrates green mist. Anakin had moved again. Now paranoid, Maul jumps a good ways back to avoid Anakin's next reappearance. But when Skywalker landed back on the catwalk, he gestured twice with his lightsabers, tearing two Durasteel sheets off the walkway and sending them flying at Maul one after the other. Whirling his double saber around, Maul slashes apart the first, but is hit in the stomach by the second. This sends him flying clean off of the catwalk and out of Skywalker's vision. Anakin rushes to the side of the walkway to try and locate him, but all he sees is the infinite lights of Coruscant's traffic below. The Zabrak is nowhere to be seen. Following this attack, Anakin sheathes both of his lightsabers and starts making his way towards the surface. At first, it was because he needed to get his bearings after getting turned around in this duel with Maul, but something else was egging him forward now, a feeling in the Force. Something was about to happen he needed to be there for. Once Anakin jumped his way up to the highest rafters, he saw a massive ship descending through the clouds. He would have already recognized the shiny reflective vessel, but what confirmed his suspicions were the two accompanying starfighter escorts. They were Naboo ships. The starfighters landed alongside the larger ship, and the boarding ramp lowered, allowing for a royal-looking group of people to disembark. Immediately, Anakin felt a palpable disturbance in the Force. Moving without thinking, he used force speed to close the gap between himself and the ship. As soon as he arrived, he telekinetically yanked the entire group of people off of the ramp, sending them tumbling unceremoniously to the landing platform. Within moments of him doing so, the ship exploded, throwing anyone left standing to the ground. Anakin has just thwarted Zam's first assassination attempt on Padme Amidala, and rescued her decoy in the process as well. Anakin and Padme come face to face for the first time in years, and neither one can believe their eyes. Anakin didn't really talk about it to Qui-Gon Jinn very often, but he frequently thought of Padme, ever since he had departed Naboo. He hoped that one day he would see her again, and although the circumstances were not ideal, he finally had gotten the chance. Padme, however, didn't quite recognize Anakin at first, but snapped to when he asked her if she was alright. She was shocked to see how much he had grown, and it seemed to her that he had successfully become a Jedi. Anakin decides to take another detour to bodyguard the Naboo ambassadorial party to Amidala's suite. While Captain Typho reaches out to the Jedi Council and the Senate Guard, Padme and Anakin take a moment to catch up. Anakin explains where he's been all these years, and why now he's back on Coruscant. And that while he's not exactly a member of the Jedi Order, he knows all of their ways and is heading to their temple now. Although Anakin wants to rescue his master, an assassination attempt being made against Padme also catches his attention, and privately, he can't help but wonder to himself if perhaps Maul were behind it. Captain Typho re-enters the room and gives the news that the Council will be dispatching a Jedi duo in order to oversee Amidala's protection. They have selected Master Plo Koon and his young Padawan Ahsoka Tano for the task. Typho also informs Anakin that the Council wishes to see him immediately. He had mentioned Anakin's rescue, and the Council was surprised to learn that he was present on Coruscant. Anakin had little personal interest in speaking with the High Council. He was really just there for Obi-Wan. But maybe if they too knew how much danger Qui-Gon was in, then they could help him against Dooku. Anakin spends a little bit more time with Padme before Master Plo and Padawan Tano arrive. Then he gets in their transports and is taken directly to the Jedi Temple. At the temple, Anakin is brought before the Council for a meeting. All of the Masters are astounded at Anakin's power. Without him even doing anything, they can just sense how much he's grown under the tutelage of Qui-Gon Jinn. However, they do sense something else within him, a touch of the dark. This is unsettling to them, as they start trying to interrogate Anakin about his training, about the whereabouts of Qui-Gon Jinn. Anakin tells them what has happened with Dooku, and that Qui-Gon is in grave danger. Anakin had arrived to ask for their help, retrieving his Jedi Master and to bring Dooku to justice. Unfortunately, while the Council is definitely disturbed by these events, they do not seem very motivated to help. They explain that Dooku nor Qui-Gon is officially a part of their order, therefore this classified as a personal dispute. If they were to take action against Dooku, it could be seen as a declaration of war, and they have no interest in beginning a conflict with Dooku and his disciples. Besides, as the Jedi explain, Dooku is a political idealist, not a murderer. Surely two old friends and former wise Jedi could sort things out. Anakin is distressed by this. He calls them cowards and traitors for not helping their own. But one of the Masters snaps at Skywalker. It is Mace Windu, saying that if he only knew the Jedi's history, if Qui-Gon had bothered to teach him, then he would know that they cannot provoke a war against Jedi apostates. Historically, according to all of the past Jedi schisms, it would only result in more death and destruction than the galaxy could afford. However, the Council debates a bit more. They do eventually concede that Dooku went too far by abducting Qui-Gon Jinn, so they do appease Anakin by saying that they will reach out diplomatically to Dooku. For Anakin though, this is far from good enough. He firmly states that if they're not willing to help him, then he will go after Qui-Gon alone. Anakin storms out of the Council chambers and asks where he can find Obi-Wan Kenobi. Obi-Wan is both surprised and overjoyed to see Anakin, but Skywalker tells him that they will have to exchange pleasantries later. Qui-Gon was in danger, and he's the only one that could help him. Kenobi hears out Anakin's hurried explanation and is deeply troubled. He doesn't like the idea of potentially disobeying the High Council, but he was not going to leave Qui-Gon hanging. And with that, the two take a speeder back to Anakin's ship and immediately leave Coruscant. Anakin desperately searches the recordings in Qui-Gon's holocom until he finds the message that he has been looking for, the one that Dooku sent him shortly before his arrival to Dathomir. And that's when Anakin finds what he's looking for. Dooku mentioned his home planet of Sereno, where he reclaimed his titles. Surely, this would be the place to start looking for Qui-Gon. Chapter 4: Destiny. The two arrive on Sereno in less than a few days, and as soon as they touch down, Anakin is able to weave a spell that can track Qui-Gon. Anakin had figured out from Coruscant that being away from Dathomir meant that his magic was weaker, since it relied on the ichor that flowed naturally through the world there. However, it could still be used in contained amounts, so while he wasn't able to track his master from across the galaxy, he could still locate him if they were on the same planet. Anakin used Qui-Gon's lightsaber as the focal point of the spell, since it was a personal object to his master. And sure enough, a wispy green trail illuminated their way towards Qui-Gon. Skywalker and Kenobi followed through the forests and cities of Sereno until they came upon what was unmistakably Dooku's palace. It was the most extravagant building on the entire world, and placed under heavy guard. Both battle droids and dark-robed acolytes patrolled the outer gate and the courtyards as well. A few simple mind tricks and illusions here or there, and both Kenobi and Skywalker are able to take out the sentries and steal their cloaks. Following this, sneaking into the castle Sereno is a rather simple matter. There's only a few times when they get caught up by dark acolytes, those where the mind tricks will not work. But in those cases, the combined sword skill of Anakin and Obi-Wan quickly overwhelmed them. The two were pleased to find just how well they work together. For Anakin, he's unaccustomed to working alongside someone so straight-laced, but Obi-Wan exemplifies the courage that he had come to expect from the Jedi. For Obi-Wan, working with Anakin felt like just like another journey with Qui-Gon. His maverick ways and the off-the-cuff thinking reminded him deeply of his Jedi Master. As they journey deeper into the castle, the two wielders of the Force reach a diverging path. Anakin's spell traces Qui-Gon being in the dungeons below, but the Chosen One senses something different: the heavy presence of Dooku above. Feeling a deep desire to make the Count pay for what he has done, Anakin suggests that they split up. Kenobi agrees, reasoning that if they both free Qui-Gon first, that it will alert Dooku, and they will be surrounded before they can make it out. And with that, Obi-Wan takes to the dungeons, and Skywalker ascends the staircase. In the dimly lit throne room, Dooku sits on the floor in deep meditation and focus, but his eyes open instantly once he senses Anakin. Suddenly, two dark acolytes that were flanking his doorway are lifted off of the ground. They flail about before they are forcefully thrown into one another, knocking them both unconscious. The door opens, and Anakin strides in, tossing aside the dark robe and taking both lightsabers off his belt, the gold of his own construction and the green of Qui-Gon's. Dooku simply appraises him with wild amusement. "Ah, Skywalker, I knew that it would only be a matter of time. I was looking forward to your arrival." Anakin smirks. Not often someone looks forward to losing, Count. The Count raises up from the floor, sneering somewhat at the boy's insolence. "Don't be so sure. We need not be adversaries. Your master is quite safe. I would not have harmed a hair on his head. If anything, he has been my honored guest. I knew that you would come looking for him, Anakin. I wanted to see if you would be successful. I wanted to see if you would pass this test. Qui-Gon holds you in such high esteem, so I deeply desire to see your abilities for such a long time now. And I must say, I'm a bit disappointed." By now, Anakin was strafing around Dooku in a circle, and the Count was doing the same, as two experienced duelists often did. Anakin's eyes were locked onto Dooku's, not yet recognizing that he was falling into the Count's trap, listening to him talk. Going to the Jedi for help, Dooku shook his head to shame Anakin. "Though of course I believe there is an upside. You now realize the depths of their ineffectuality. It need not be this way, Anakin. Look around. I am growing an order far more powerful than the Jedi could ever dream of. We could change life for the galaxy as everyone knows it. Under our watch, no child and his mother will ever be sold into slavery again." Anakin stopped. His eyes instantly narrowed. "What did you say?" "That's right, Anakin." Dooku nodded, adopting a grandfatherly look. "Join me, and with our combined powers, we can make things right." Anakin stops, his eyes locked to the floor to contemplate. "It was my dream to become a Jedi, to free all of the slaves." His grips on his lightsabers loosened. His eyes close, thinking of his mother. He thought about the way she looked at him, what she wanted him to become. His grip tightens on his sabers yet again, and his eyes shoot open. "But joining you would only mean the enslavement of everyone, Dooku." The Count snarled. "Foolish boy." His hand raised, discharging a blast of dark side lightning at the apprentice. Anakin immediately ignites both his and Qui-Gon's saber, catching the lightning with the green blade. He then hurls the yellow blade to the right, using the Force to telekinetically manipulate it, to have it arc around towards Dooku. The Count dodges to the side as it whizzes past him. This breaks his concentration on lightning though, enabling Anakin to leap forward with a shout. But Dooku is faster. His fiery orange blade springs from the curved hilt, directing Anakin's savage blow into the floor. Anakin catches his own lightsaber and proceeds to attack Dooku with a heavy strike of Jar Kai, emulating what he did against Maul on Coruscant. But Dooku is no Maul. He is measured, elegant, refined. Rather than being met with aggression, Anakin fought against an opponent that quickly learned to avoid, to redirect his strikes rather than meet them blow for blow head on. He slips and slides away from Anakin, forcing Skywalker to constantly change the direction of his attack vectors, being forced to constantly turn to the right, then the left, keeping him from building momentum in Gem So. Dooku chides him. "You failed to control my center line. Did Qui-Gon Jinn teach you nothing, boy?" Suddenly, Anakin is on the defense now. Dooku had slipped his last attack, turned the aggression against him now. Anakin is forced to give ground, retreats several steps, desperately blocking each one of Dooku's pinpoint accurate strikes. But every step he took, Dooku took one also, somehow matching his footwork to where he couldn't gain any distance. Anakin had dueled Qui-Gon many times, and in almost all of their training sessions, Jinn mentioned how harsh of a teacher his own master had been, how he demanded nothing less than absolute perfection. And now, Anakin was seeing the consequence of a man who had trained that way for decades. Anakin's next parry was just a millimeter off, allowing the whipping tongue of Dooku's lightsaber to graze him on the shoulder. The jolt of searing pain made Anakin hesitate just a half second too long, and suddenly, he heard lightsaber connect with metal. He has no time at all to check with his eyes, but he knows that he has just lost his yellow blade. As the two pieces of his weapon clatter uselessly to the ground, Anakin switches to a two-handed grip on Qui-Gon's lightsaber and finds himself in a saber lock with the Count. I would have thought that the Chosen One would be a better challenge, Dooku spat. Perhaps Qui-Gon was wrong about you. With a grunt, Anakin pushes Dooku away and vanishes in a cloud of green mist, reappearing directly behind Dooku, hoping to catch him by surprise. But instead, his blade is instantly parried aside. Dooku seemed to sense it coming with ease. The Count caught Anakin by the throat and lifts him up with telekinesis. The witch's tricks, Dooku growls, throwing Anakin across the room into the sloping walls. They were always a nuisance to me. Perhaps when I'm through with you, I will pay Dathomir another visit. I will be sure to give your master my regards. Anakin felt a distinct tug in his chest, a dark aggression rising. The pain in his arm seemed to fuel a different kind of power, a power that instantly rushed to his aid. The Force fills his limbs, and Anakin rises, flourishing Qui-Gon's lightsaber and locking eyes with Dooku. The Count seems to notice the change in the boy, and he gives him the Makashi salute, inviting him to re-engage. Anakin struts forward and re-engages the Count again, but this time, he doesn't use any tricks. In the Master and Apprentice novel, it describes how Qui-Gon constantly kept Obi-Wan in the basics of lightsaber combat, never taking him to the more advanced levels until he was very late into his Padawan training. This had exhausted Obi-Wan, until of course, it became apparent that knowing the basics inside and out, and upside down, formed a rock-solid foundation to fall back on. It was from that foundation that Obi-Wan was able to morph his style into whatever it needed to be, ultimately making him a far more effective duelist. I believe that Qui-Gon would have done the same for Anakin, and it is in this moment that the incessant training in the basic avails Anakin, as he falls back on simply what works. His strikes are now simple, raw, but incredibly accurate. He changed the more complex motion for pure, simplistic power and unmitigated precision. For hours upon hours, Qui-Gon drilled Anakin in the same basic sequences until he could do it perfectly without so much as paying attention. And in this moment, when Anakin's instincts finally take over, he doesn't even pay attention to what his body is doing. He simply focuses his breathing, like he did when running between lessons with Mother Talzin. He concentrates on the Force. His eyes have deceived him. Dooku's blade moves too quickly, and too accurately for him to properly measure a defense. Instead, he has to treat Dooku like he treated the Rancors of Dathomir, fighting blindfolded. Anakin has to feel his attacks rather than monitor them. Just as Qui-Gon had always preached, listen to the will of the living Force. Let it guide your blade and your destiny, and let go, allowing whatever will happen to happen. In accompaniment with this lesson, however, an aggression still takes hold of Skywalker. It offers him clarity, it offers him power, and while he's holding back from totally giving in, the dark side is enticing to him. It whispers in his ear, this is the only way. More and more, his inner grip loosens. His body becomes a storm of motion, and the outside reflects. Dooku suddenly finds himself driven back. Where had all of this power come from? Once again, he tries to slip out from under Anakin's assault, to flank from the other side, or to misdirect the attacks, but to no avail. Anakin changed direction as swiftly and smoothly as the blowing wind, yet his strikes came as heavily and unyielding as a rock slide. Dooku finds himself having to spend lavishly on his reserves in the Force. He attempts to parry, to redirect Anakin's blows, but even that is proving difficult. It felt as though he was fighting a force of nature now, something unrelenting. That's it, boy, Dooku began, hoping to get in Anakin's head, to make him lose concentration. give in to your anger. Only your hatred can destroy me." However, Anakin wasn't listening. His expression never changed, and neither did his dogged attack. More than once, Dooku would attempt to force push him backward, but Anakin either recovered quickly or just shouldered through it. Dooku attempted to gain the high ground, jumping up to his desk, but that only positioned him for Anakin to unleash a force push that came like a cargo freighter, slamming into Dooku's chest and sending him careening out of his throne room window. Anakin pursued like a predator of Dathomir, smelling blood. The duel between the two landed them in the center courtyard, in full view of all of Dooku's acolytes. By now, Dooku is scrambling to get away from Anakin. The duel is no longer in his favor, and he can't seem to get his footing. As Anakin closes the distance, Dooku fires off a continuous stream of force lightning, but Anakin catches it all in his blade. It slows him down for a moment, before he continues to press forward, marching against the lightning. Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon then immediately exit the palace, the rescue attempt having been successful. The two Jedi can witness the final moments of the battle. Skywalker pushes against Dooku's lightning until the gap is now fully closed, and then Anakin releases a burst of power to neutralize the energy. This also throws Dooku to the ground and leaves him to helplessly raise his lightsaber as Anakin hammers against it relentlessly. At last, with one more mighty blow, Anakin takes Dooku's right hand, causing the Count's lightsaber to drop to the ground. Dooku is beaten, but Skywalker continues to fight. He raises his blade for the killing blow. "Anakin!" Qui-Gon's commanding voice booms out from across the courtyard. It was a single word, but one imploring for him to show mercy, and it was enough for Anakin to come to his senses. The terrified Dooku appears to show hopeful gratitude. He looks to Qui-Gon, and then to the boy. After a long moment where Anakin catches his breath, he looks around to all of the acolytes now surrounding them. He calls out with a loud voice that their leader has been defeated, that they do not have the strength that they believe they possess, but that they now possess something different, a choice. Anakin declares that they now all have a right to leave. Otherwise, he will more than gladly take care of all of them. The acolytes collectively take him up on the first offer and funnel out of the castle of Sereno en masse. Obi-Wan Kenobi places Dooku under arrest as Anakin and Qui-Gon joyfully reunite. Skywalker gives back Qui-Gon's lightsaber, jokes that his master that he's glad Qui-Gon is back since he didn't have time to rebuild the hut alone. But Jinn tells his student that they will not be going back to Dathomir. He no longer has anything left to teach Anakin. It was the will of the Force that all of this had happened, as the time had now come for him to fulfill his destiny. Anakin asks what is next then, and Qui-Gon simply tells him that this is a path that he will need to find himself. Clarifying, Anakin states exactly what Qui-Gon Jinn is implying, that he's not coming with him. The Jedi Master smiles softly and places a firm hand on Anakin's shoulder, stating that his path to the Force lies elsewhere, and besides, he senses a great change in the galaxy. As if on cue, Obi-Wan gets a chime on his communicator. It was Mace Windu. He begins to tell Kenobi that he's urgently needed on the planet of Geonosis. This whole time, Plo Koon and Ahsoka Tano have been following the path that Obi-Wan would have originally followed in Attack of the Clones. The two of them find themselves having been captured by the Separatists and are slated for execution. Windu intends to crash the party with a large number of Jedi Knights, but he needs Obi-Wan there. And with that, all three of them part ways, each taking different ships to go off into the galaxy, Obi-Wan to a battle which will lead to the beginning of the Clone Wars, Qui-Gon to the Wellspring of Life where he will complete his training and retain his identity after death, and Anakin, simply following where the Force will take him. One thing Anakin always appreciated about Qui-Gon's training was the exposure to many different ideas and perspectives on the Force. Learning from the Night Sisters had shown Anakin a lot, but it was now clear to him that even their tricks would not be enough in the long run. He had managed to put Darth Maul off kilter, but it didn't avail him much against someone like Dooku. If this Darth Sidious was to be much more dangerous than they were, Anakin was going to need a lot more than a few spells to defeat him. Not to mention, he still had to discover a way to find the Sith Lord. Not only this, but Anakin wanted insight into what life was going to be like for him after his mission was complete. Was killing the Sith all his destiny as the Chosen One ever was? Or was there something more? He supposed that he would have to figure his destiny out on his own now. After doing research, Anakin travels around to search the galaxy for other Force-based religions, those that he can study and learn from. His first stop was the stormy world of Doran, where he would train with the Baron Doe sages. From them, he would learn to remain calm in the storm. This was something that he had tried and failed to do against Dooku. When his body was swept up in instinct, he was driven more and more with excitement that left him open to wielding the dark side more freely. Qui-Gon will not always be around to shake him back to his senses, so the sages allowed Anakin to put the storm into perspective. In the process, he would also learn many of their electricity-based abilities, such as the Hasat Dur, an ability that allowed him to suffuse his body with electromagnetic radiation. After lots of trial and error, Anakin would end up developing electric judgment as well, granting him the power to summon white force lightning. During his journeys, Anakin would keep in contact with Padme. He found her to be very soothing to talk to, and even though she was incredibly busy as a senator, they still found plenty of time to chat over long-distance holo messages. Whenever he went to a particularly lonely region of space, he was able to use the Hasat Dur technique to boost the ship's communication signal. Now finally able to be around technology again, Anakin is able to indulge in his fascination, building things, learning how it all connected together. Being on Dathomir meant that he had very limited reach when it came to machinery, but he never lost the touch and passion he had as a child for fixing things. This helped him pass the time between his long journeys. During his tinkering, he would repair his old yellow lightsaber as well, but he would construct a brand new hilt, something with a better grip for dueling. He also found that he enjoyed using Master Qui-Gon's lightsaber as well, in tandem with his own. So Anakin constructs for himself a new green lightsaber as well, dual-wielding the yellow and the green in conjunction. The next Force-based religion he would interact with was a sentient plant-based being known as the Revween. The Revween reveals to Anakin all about their light side-oriented religion known as the Tia. To them, the Force was something in everything that breathed, and when beings moved in accordance with its will, there was harmony. When a being moved against it, there was discord. They did their best to ensure that harmony remained dominant in the galaxy, though they did accept that conflict was a natural part of life. This was a breath of fresh air for Anakin, who knew the Jedi seemed to fear conflict and do whatever they could to keep it from happening. Yet the Tia simply moved in accordance with how the Force guided the events of history, and they did all they could to protect the sanctity of life and all that breathes. As I'm sure many of you have picked up on by now, we have decided to give the story of Legends Jacen Solo following the Yuuzhan Vong War to Anakin. Jacen would venture off into the galaxy to learn from as many Force-based religions as possible, and we believe that if Qui-Gon Jinn had been the one to train Anakin, Anakin would have taken on this same pilgrimage. While Skywalker appreciates the lessons, he still doesn't quite get the answers that he's looking for. He is no closer to figuring out how to find this Darth Sidious, nor what it will mean for him to be the chosen one after the destruction of the Sith. Is he meant to die with them? Is his usefulness to the galaxy mute beyond this? Anakin knows he must do something desperate. He must seek the dark side. Anakin tries locating dark side cults, hoping to hop the fence for a little bit of perspective. In the pursuit, he finds a strange religion, the Sorcerers of Tund. The Sorcerers of Tund were a Sith-adjacent cult from deep in history. Unfortunately, Anakin learns very little from their ramblings, and in fact, he is repulsed by their madness. That's when he began to wonder about the dark side itself. He was always taught by Qui-Gon to walk the line, to remain in the balance. It was his destiny to master the light and the dark side of the Force as the chosen one, but the dark side seemed so corruptive. How was one supposed to interact with it when it only seemed to cause harm, to draw one towards death, annihilation? The only reason he could use Night Sister magic was because it walked a middle path. One day, while allowing his ship to drift into the emptiness of space, Anakin gets into a rhythm of putting together a droid from parts that he had lying around. With his hands busy, his mind drifted, and he falls into a deep meditative trance. He never liked sitting for meditation, but instead, moving around allowed him to think more clearly. Here, he searches the Force deeply, going deeper than he has ever gone before, plumbing for the answers to his conundrums. Suddenly, a blinding light pours in through the viewport. The light is brighter and brighter by the moment, until it finally envelops the entire ship. Then, all goes dark. Anakin awakens on a lush green world. The first thing he notices is that he can sense the Force impossibly strong here. He is greeted by a very tall woman in white, with flowing green hair. She introduces herself as the daughter, and states that he has been expected. Anakin is deeply confused, and begins asking questions, but the daughter brushes them all off, instead telling him to follow her. He has a long-awaited appointment with her father. Along the way, they are attacked by the Sun, the embodiment of the dark side wielding his gargoyle form, but Anakin is able to defend himself. The daughter, however, takes his place to battle the Sun and orders Skywalker to keep going to the Temple of the Ones. Anakin finally makes it there and meets the father at last. The father of Mortis is pleased to see the Chosen One has finally made it to their dwelling. He explains, albeit cryptically, that they are powerful beings who represent the light, dark, and the balance of the Force in the galaxy. It was his duty to keep his children in balance, lest they throw the galaxy into total chaos and ruin. And very soon, that duty must fall to another, to Anakin. The father explains that he is dying, and that it was foretold that the Chosen One would be the one to replace him. Anakin, though, is not too keen on this idea. He still has friends on the outside, plus an enemy to destroy, a life to live. He only just left Dathomir, dreaming his entire life of adventure. The past months have been the first taste of what that adventure could mean, and he doesn't want to give it up. The father finds his desire to be narrow-minded in scope, but concedes that he is unable to force Anakin to stay. And indeed, since Anakin arrived without Obi-Wan and Ahsoka as he did in the original continuity, the father has no way to compel him. Having said that, Anakin isn't actually in a hurry to leave. Unlike in the original timeline, he's not rushing to get back to the War of the Clone Wars. He's on a journey this time of self-discovery. And to Anakin, this seems like an important opportunity that has just presented itself. The will of the Force recognized. If these beings were a form of representation of the dichotomy of the Force, then perhaps he could train with them. Perhaps they could show him the path to balance, a true way to interact with the dark side without falling as Dooku had. Anakin inquires about what the father suggests, and ultimately agrees. After all, if Anakin stays, that gives him more time to convince the Chosen One to take his place. The father has Anakin formally meet the son and the daughter. Anakin asks the son why he attacked them, and the son simply says that he wanted to see if he really was the Chosen One, or if their doddering old father had just made another mistake. He's pleased to say that it seems that Anakin is who he says he is, but the son makes it clear that this will not be his last test. He has much more he wants to see from the Chosen One after expecting him for eons. In this setting, the son doesn't ever try to overthrow the father, or even corrupt Anakin as he did before. This would have been several years before the original events of Mortis, where the son was pushed to his absolute limits in the Clone Wars. In reality, the son has never been outright evil, just simply misguided. And in this new timeline, he will be instrumental in Anakin's understanding and processing of the dark side. For the next 3 years, Anakin will remain on Mortis, training with the Ones. He shows them what he knows of the light and the dark sides, particularly with his Night Sister magic. The father is impressed with his grasp on the Force, yet he sees there is much for improvement. Anakin appears to lack a deeper cosmic understanding of the Force, and his magic, while effective, lacks a certain commitment. It is for this reason that Anakin spends a great deal of time around the son of Mortis, who allows him to explore the destructive nature of the dark side, its true form and place in the galaxy. The son teaches Anakin to explore his private passions, to allow himself to want things for himself rather than keep his desires under lock and key. He wants him to feel. While Qui-Gon never made Anakin feel like he had to suppress himself, the boy inadvertently developed a sense of his own, a deep sense that his own well-being was less important than his destiny. His future was the only thing he thought of day in and day out. That was what Qui-Gon had sacrificed his entire livelihood to cultivate, to train him to achieve. Anakin felt an urgency to do Master Jinn proud, and to do what was expected of him. Otherwise, everything Qui-Gon had sacrificed would just be in vain. But in truth, Anakin was so much more than being a savior, and he wanted to explore those things, For instance, he wanted to reconnect with Padme. She made him feel like he had a future beyond his destiny. It is these forms of desires that the son pushes Anakin to embrace, to allow himself to want without guilt. It is the father who shows Anakin the volcanic valley of Mortis. He teaches Anakin that in nature, destruction is meant to clear a way for the new. The volcano will erupt, covering the land in ash, tearing down formations in its path, permanently altering the landscape. But once it has settled, fresh flowers and vegetation will grow from the newly fertile ground. This is the true balance of the Force. The dark side for setting the slate clean, and the light side for its regrowth. The father teaches Anakin that what many beings get wrong about balance is that it is not a stagnant place that one sits in. Day and night cannot coexist at the same time. Balance is a cycle that is constantly in motion. There is a time set apart for the day, just as there is a time set apart for night. Just as the volcano must have time to explode and destroy before the flowers and life has time to reclaim the land. This is the way Anakin's soul must be, how his alignment should work. Balance means transience. After training for nearly 3 years on Mortis, Anakin Skywalker is a completely different person. He adopts a new set of white and black tunics with a gray cloak, all to represent a transient view on the Force. He's more accepting of the idea that he should be the one to keep the children in balance. However, he makes a deal with the father. Anakin promises to return one day, but on the condition that he be allowed to have a life first. He has a lot that he needs to accomplish, and as soon as he does, as soon as all of his friends are gone, he will return and claim the father's place. The father of Mortis admits that he doesn't know how much longer he has left to live, and he cannot fully guarantee what Anakin is asking. However, he accepts, stating that he will hold out as long as he can, but Anakin must come back when he is called. With the negotiation in place, Anakin Skywalker departs to fulfill his destiny. For a long time, Anakin has been keeping an eye on the galaxy from afar. He has felt its signature in the Force shift and change as the war has raged on. He had come to accept long ago that there was no stopping the war in the beginning. He had long foreseen it in his dreams. But what he did not know was that everyone had been played for fools. While he was on Mortis, he had meditated on his dreams, and he had gained clarity. The Dark Lord of the Sith was behind everything. And now, Anakin believed he controlled the Republic. How and where he was doing this was beyond Anakin's sight, but he was fully aware of how to find Sidious now. The answer had been given to him 3 years ago. Darth Maul. Darth Maul was the key to everything. Setting off in his ship, Anakin first contacts Obi-Wan Kenobi. It takes a while for him to ever get a response, but sooner or later, he sees his old friend sporting some kind of white battle armor. They spend some time catching up, and Anakin learns about the current state of the galaxy. The galaxy is in a panic. War has been raging for far too long. Count Dooku escaped captivity quite some time ago, and has been leading the separatist movement, though only a handful of his dark acolytes still back and follow him. Having said that, he's been seen on multiple occasions consorting with Darth Maul, so he's definitely thrown his lot in with the Sith. Supreme Chancellor Palpatine has retained emergency powers long after his term has expired, and the Council is growing suspicious of him. Qui-Gon Jinn has returned from his journey, and has been spending a lot of time at the Jedi Temple. He's even contemplating the possibility of rejoining the Order, but has not committed to a decision yet. As for Obi-Wan himself, he's been in the Outer Rim, serving on the front lines of the sieges. He's also been promoted to a Jedi Master, but during this time, Maul has unfortunately killed Plo Koon, and so Ahsoka Tano has been reassigned as Obi-Wan's Padawan. Anakin takes all of the information in stride, and gets Qui-Gon on the call with himself and Obi-Wan. He tells them that they all need to rendezvous, because he's about to bring this war to an end. Both of the Jedi Masters are surprised by Anakin's words, and they ask if he has located the Sith. Anakin says yes and no, but that he cannot tell them everything over the holo. They need to meet up privately. They rendezvous on none other than Dathomir, with Ahsoka Tano tagging along behind Obi-Wan. Anakin explains his plan. They need to lure Maul into the open. He explains that while he doesn't have a full plan formulated yet, he has a strong feeling that Maul will lead them directly to this Sidious. Ahsoka accurately points out that Maul will not talk, so if he's planning on interrogation, then it's a waste of time. but Anakin says he has something else in mind. Qui-Gon trusts Anakin's plan and states that it should actually be quite easy to lure Maul out into the open. He has a feeling that the assassin was never quite satisfied with how the three of them left things on Naboo. Looking at Kenobi, Qui-Gon states that it is time they finish what they started 13 years earlier. The Jedi set a trap on the planet of Terminus, which borders Republic and Separatist space. They allow word to leak that Obi-Wan Kenobi and Qui-Gon Jinn will be there on a secret mission. And just as predicted, Lord Maul arrives as well. On the upper towers of Terminus, the three combatants stand off yet again in pouring rain. They were all so much older, sporting gray hair, but the unsettled blood feud was still very much alive, and hanging in the air between them. No words are exchanged. They have nothing left to speak of. They simply ignite their lightsabers in a direct mimicry of how they did on Naboo. Meanwhile, it is Anakin and Ahsoka that sneak up on the real prize, the scimitar, Darth Maul's ship. Anakin was certain that he had caught a glimpse of it on Coruscant 3 years earlier. He hadn't been sure until he conjured a more vivid version of the memory during meditation. Aboard the scimitar, Anakin activates the autopilot with instructions to return to its origin point. As the ship takes off, Anakin looks out the viewport to see the flashing blue, green, and red blades of the duelists on the upper walkways, all of them engaged in mortal combat. He closes his eyes and wishes for the Force to be with them as the scimitar departs Terminus and blasts into hyperspace. Anakin is not entirely sure where the ship is going to emerge, but the last place he expected was Coruscant. He had been confronted by Maul in its lower levels many years ago, but he didn't anticipate that it would be somewhere that the Sith assassin frequented. Ahsoka is equally shaken, as the two of them waited to see where the ship would go. The scimitar takes them to the Works District, a section of Coruscant that was largely devoid of life, since it was an industrial sector full of abandoned skyscrapers. The scimitar descends, and eventually lands in the Lee Merge building. Within the dark interiors, Anakin touches the ground and casts a spell. The green ichor spreads around the room and creates something like a holographic replay of the room's history. It depicts Maul kneeling before a cloaked figure, one who gave him instructions before sending him on his way. The green replay of history showed Maul leaving in the scimitar, while the robed figure snuck away through a secret passage hidden in the wall. Anakin very plainly tells Ahsoka that confronting the Sith was his destiny, and that if she interfered, that she would be in grave danger. For that reason, he orders the Padawan to go and alert the Jedi Council immediately. The Sith have been hiding under their noses the entire time. With that, Anakin begins his tracking spell, tailing behind the visualization of one Darth Sidious. Just like in the expanded works novelization Labyrinth of Evil, the vision took him down below the base of the tower into a series of tunnels. Anakin followed the visage of Darth Sidious through the tunnels for what felt like forever. The longer he descended, the more anxious he became. It felt like Sidious was traveling for hours before he finally arrived at his destination, and once he did, he turned around in the elevator and lowered his hood. Anakin stops the spell as if hitting the pause button, and slowly approaches the image. His blood runs cold as he finds himself beholding the familiar face of Palpatine, a man he had seen a few times as a boy, and knew as the Supreme Chancellor of the Republic itself. Things are far worse than he could have ever feared. Anakin knew that Sidious was controlling both sides of the war now, meaning he had to have influence over all of Coruscant. But not like this. Anakin follows the elevator up, which brings him to none other than 500 Republica, the most expensive and exclusive apartment building on all of Coruscant. The staff look surprised, but greet him, stating that the Chancellor is not home, and even if he were, Anakin would need an appointment. Skywalker, however, knows exactly where to find Palpatine. He commandeers a speeder and heads directly for the Senate. He gets the same answer once he arrives in the lobby. Chancellor Palpatine is not taking visitors without appointment. But this doesn't matter. Anakin instead decides to go the VIP route, up the side of the building. Leaping a great height, Anakin propels himself upward, up beyond what most Jedi and Sith can jump with all of their energy. At the apex of his jump, he harnesses his telekinesis to fly upwards to reach the side of the Senate building dome. He navigates his way to the Chancellor's private docking bay and makes his way inside. The Senate guards attempt to stop the intrusion, but before they can even approach, they find themselves unable to stay standing, or even stay awake for that matter. Upon entering within 10 feet of Anakin's presence, they fall to the floor, instantly asleep. Anakin never breaks stride, nor even makes a hand gesture for any of this to happen. Any being that approaches him or sees him striding down the hallway will uncontrollably fall asleep. Palpatine swirls around in his chair as he feels the doors of his inner office get forcibly ripped open. In walks his worst fear, Anakin Skywalker, looking down on Palpatine with a calm but a resolute expression. The Chancellor begins his confused and frightened routine, demanding to know the meaning of this intrusion. Anakin flatly states that he knows Palpatine's secret, and that the Jedi are on their way. There is no one that can hear him if he were to call for security. His plans are over. The Sith have lost. Palpatine continues to feign ignorance, all while sneakily summoning his lightsaber from his sleeve. But Anakin's words make him freeze. "I have waited a long time to meet you, Lord Sidious. Now, meet your fate with some dignity." Fully provoked, Sidious drops all pretense and snarls at him. "The Chosen One, it seems you've let your own myth go to your head." Sidious corkscrews through the air, igniting his red blade and unleashing a Force howl. Anakin feels the scream attempting to sever his ties to the Force, but he shrugs it off. Standing strong, Palpatine's speed is admirable, but Sidious finds his blade stopped completely short of its mark. There Anakin stood, grasping the lightsaber blade with his bare hand. This was the same thing that the father had done to Anakin in the original timeline. This is an advanced application of Terminus that came naturally to the ones of Mortis due to their mighty strength. But after 3 years, Anakin has quickly ascended beyond Jedi, beyond many of the most powerful Force wielders in galactic history. Sidious is immediately stunned out of whatever attack he was going to attempt, as Anakin nonchalantly shoves the blade back into the hilt, rendering the lightsaber useless. Anakin reaches back and unleashes a Force push of such magnitude that it causes visible distortions in the air between them. Sidious is blown back across the room and dumped unceremoniously over his desk. The huge window behind is obliterated in an instant, causing the wind to scream and whip into the office. Sidious staggers to his feet, fully aware of the danger he's in. Raising his hands, he causes every loose object in the room to fly from its place, turning everything from statues to glass shards into deadly projectiles. Anakin dodges a few things at first, but he surrounds himself in a cocoon of pure Force energy and begins to walk forward. This causes every object to simply move around him, to break against the invisible barrier. As Anakin approaches, Palpatine roars at him, unleashing the full might of the dark side in the form of his perfected Force lightning. Anakin pauses, raising one hand to absorb the electricity. He has to admit, it was far stronger than Dooku's. In fact, Sidious dwarfed the power of the Count and any other Darksider Anakin had ever encountered. Had he challenged the Dark Lord a few years ago, fulfilling his destiny would have been nothing but a pipe dream. However, this is not the same version of himself when he was faced down by Maul or Dooku. Anakin is different, and he intends to show exactly that to Darth Sidious. He closes his fist, absorbing Sidious's power. Transient in the Force, he had been in the light, and now he had tipped the scales to the dark. He could feel the energy course through his body and through his other arm. When he opens his hand, what emerges is Force lightning, but not the standard form. It is crimson red. Every fixture in the room bursts upon its conjuration, and Sidious just manages barely to dive to the side. Some of the crackling red energy struck Palpatine in the side of the face, causing him to spin to the floor. Shrieking and holding his face, Sidious scrambles his way to the window, attempting to escape by jumping up to the domed roof of the Senate building. Outside, the wind of the Coruscant night caused Palpatine's robe to whip around wildly. He moves his way upward, hoping to reach the service hatch towards the apex of the massive dome. However, he was intercepted by a swirl of green mist. When the wind blew the mist his way, it reveals Anakin standing there with a golden and an emerald blade ignited at his side, illuminating the night. There was no escape. Darth Sidious drew his own lightsaber, though after what had occurred in the office, he wondered how much good it would do him. He thought he was the most powerful being in the galaxy, but this Jedi, no, this Chosen One, was beyond anything he thought was possible. Was he even human anymore? Sidious thought to himself. Qui-Gon was certainly a different Jedi, but what could he have possibly taught the boy? By the light of their sabers, Anakin could see that he left the side of Palpatine's face horribly scarred. The skin was shriveled and wrinkled, but the injuries also unveiled Palpatine's bright yellow eyes. In a way, Anakin thought, the scarring had shown who Sidious truly was. "You are going to pay for all of the lives you've taken," Anakin shouts above the wind. Sidious, though, looked like a cornered animal, ready to pounce. "No, no, you will die." With that defiant declaration, the final duel began. Sidious was fast, very fast. He was as a living shadow, melding with the night. To the naked eye, the only parts of him visible would be the red blurring of his lightsaber. But Anakin could see him perfectly, not in his eyes. Having grown in tune with the cosmos itself, Anakin now perceived the universe very differently. He could see the motions of the Force and the flux of the light in the dark. In this moment, his lightsabers became the extension of that vision. He was facing the thickest darkness he had ever encountered, and so to counterbalance, he became the brightest light the galaxy had ever seen. Below, the Jedi Council finally arrived with a massive host of Jedi in tow. Yoda, Windu, and whoever else were available had departed their transports. With them was a full company of the Coruscant Royal Guard clone troopers. Ahsoka points up to the top of the dome, and every Jedi feels their breath taken from their bodies. They cannot even see who is dueling. It appears as though bolts of multicolored lightning were battling on the rooftops. They flashed and clashed, appearing one place one moment and then another the next. It is only Mace Windu who can perceive a massive shatter point on the roof of the building. Anakin was doing what he had been trained to do for a decade. Yoda calls for the guard to follow him, and the Jedi rush into the Senate building to make their way to the rooftop. Sidious and Skywalker continue their duel for destiny, but the fight now is merely a formality. Sidious had lost the moment he tried to fight, a fact that was becoming more and more clear the more the duel prolonged. All of his planning, all of his schemes, they were slipping through his fingers in the face of the Chosen One's power. What made it worse is he could barely tell if Anakin was even trying anymore. More than once he had thought he had caught Skywalker by surprise, but the boy simply let go of his saber, taking hold of it with the Force, then orbiting it telekinetically around his body, forming a shell of defense that Sidious couldn't possibly penetrate. Even Sidious was being backed up across the roof now, defending himself from two floating sabers that attacked from either side of him, while Skywalker simply walked forward, calmly, staring him down. Anakin summons both lightsabers back to his hands in an instant, and when that happened, red force lightning crackled between the blades like Tesla coils. The energy builds as Skywalker begins to swing the blades around his head, his eyes still fixed on Sidious. Finally, he releases a charged blast of lightning from his sabers in a focused beam. Sidious held up his blade in order to defend himself, but the power of Skywalker's lightning courses down his lightsaber and causes the hilt to explode. "You are beaten," Anakin calls out. "Surrender and you will be given..." Anakin pauses. His breath is caught in his throat. A disturbance in the Force shot through him. Across the galaxy on Terrace, Qui-Gon had just taken one of Maul's sabers through the chest. Sidious grins wickedly, taking advantage of Skywalker's lapse in concentration, unleashing his strongest torrent of Force lightning yet. Having nothing to lose, Sidious gives everything that is left in his body in one final attack, hoping to at least take Anakin down with him. Anakin is holding off the lightning, but with much effort. The dark side rushes to him faster than he has ever felt it before. He can feel it burning him from the inside, shouting at him to give in. He has just lost the last member of his family. He has just lost his father, and he's not even there to see it. He didn't get to hear Qui-Gon's last words, or have his master see him fulfill his destiny. All of the windows of the Senate building instantly shatter. The power of the Force begins to swirl around Anakin like a typhoon. His eyes roll back and begin glowing a piercing blue. The smile on Sidious's face has now vanished. But nonetheless, he continues to pour every ounce of his power into his lightning. It is now when the Jedi Council arrive on the roof, but they find themselves unable to approach because of Anakin's unrestrained power. However, they do see in plain sight the Supreme Chancellor using Force lightning. What Ahsoka had told them was true. Chancellor Palpatine was the Sith Lord they were looking for. Anakin's body shook, the power of the Force swelling to him like never before. But then he heard it. "Anakin, remember who you are." Warm, a deep tone, unmistakable. It was the voice of Qui-Gon Jinn. Somehow, his master was speaking to him from beyond the grave. Anakin holds off Sidious's lightning with his yellow saber and pulls back his green one. Concentrating all of his Force power, he hurls the blade forward. The green saber pierces Sidious's stream of darkside energy and is plunged deep into his chest. It was at that instant that Anakin sensed it. Kenobi's saber had struck true on Maul, cutting him in half at the waist. Sidious stared down at the saber in his chest and slowly staggered forward, falling off of the side of the roof. Sidious falls down to the Senate Plaza below, and upon impacting the ground, his essence releases in an explosion of Force power that cyclones upward toward the sky. Darth Sidious and Darth Maul are dead, and with them, the Sith as we know it. Order 66 dies with Sidious, meaning the Jedi Purge remains inactivated. Indeed, Dooku is still at large, but without Sidious pulling the strings, it is not long before the Republic would be able to win the Clone Wars legitimately. Qui-Gon Jinn receives a proper Jedi's funeral, and Anakin ensures that a memorial of him is constructed on both Coruscant and on Dathomir. The Jedi Council recognize Anakin Skywalker as an honorary member of their order, and invite him to the Jedi Temple anytime he desires. Because of the influence of Darth Sidious, the Jedi are unfortunately forced to take control of the Senate, as well as the courts, until they can root out every bit of the Sith's influence that remained behind. Anakin and Padme eventually marry on Naboo, and have two beautiful children that Anakin is able to raise in the same training that Qui-Gon gave him. After decades, Anakin decides to distance himself from galactic politics, as well as the wider Jedi Order. He takes his position as a watchful sentinel, going wherever the galaxy and the Force calls him next. This causes him to run aground with the resurgent version of Dooku's Dark Acolytes, but it isn't long before he takes down Dooku once and for all. Leia follows in her mother's footsteps, becoming a diplomat, and ultimately ends up as the Supreme Chancellor. Luke becomes a Jedi, and is the second apprentice of Obi-Wan Kenobi, with Luke Skywalker eventually becoming the Jedi Order's next Grand Master. Once Padme passes of old age, Anakin fulfills his promise to the Father, and returns to Mortis to take his place. Once there, he is able to once again share in a conversation with his old master, Qui-Gon Jinn. Since Mortis is potent with the Force, Qui-Gon manifests himself anytime he likes. But not all in the galaxy is perfect. Before the Father dies, he tells Anakin of something dangerous waiting, a creature known as Abeloth, an entity currently trapped in the Maw. Skywalker makes sure to start preparing for her release as soon as possible, being the only being in the galaxy that could ever stop her. And from that point onward, Anakin attains immortality, becoming the keeper of balance in the Force forever. For everyone who stayed with me throughout this entire journey, thank you. This story is a special one, not just because of what it explores, but because of how long it took to finally bring it to life the way I always envisioned. I started this idea years ago, and at the time, it honestly grew far too big, too complicated, and I had to step away. But it never left me. Coming back to it now, rebuilding it, refining it, and finally, finishing it in a way that feels complete. It means a lot more than I can really ever put into words. And the fact that you were all willing to wait, to return to it, and to give your time to a story like this genuinely means everything. I hope you enjoyed this version. I hope it captured the passion I have for Star Wars, and the idea that one change, Qui-Gon Jinn training Anakin Skywalker, would have reshaped everything. A different destiny, a more balanced path, and maybe even a better outcome for the galaxy, while still keeping the conflict, the tension, and the complexity that makes this universe so incredible. From Dooku's nuanced position, to the final confrontation with Maul and Sidious, this was always meant to be a story about how fragile fate really is. And none of it would matter without you all being here to experience it. So truly, thank you for the patience, for the support, and for continuing to care about stories like this one. This has been one of the most meaningful projects I have ever worked on, and I am really happy that I can now finally share it with you. So, my friend, thank you again, and as always, I will see you in the next one, and may the Force be with you. The story of Luke Skywalker is the centerpiece of the entire Star Wars saga and timeline. Everything before leads up to it, and everything after is affected by it. In some way, all of the spirits of the past held their breath as Luke blew up the Death Star, and then went to face down his father and the Emperor. It was the ultimate climax between everything the Sith had achieved and everything the Jedi had become, all wrapped into one desperate fight for the soul of a man and for the soul of the Force. And yet, it's amazing just how far Luke got on the minimal amount of training that he had. Obi-Wan and Yoda did their best with the time they had with him, but Luke was still woefully unprepared to face the might of Vader and the Emperor. But what if that were changed by someone who was intimately familiar with both the Jedi and the Sith? What if one of the most powerful Jedi to ever live came back from the dead to train Luke Skywalker? What if instead of Yoda and Obi-Wan, what if Luke were trained by Revan? Greetings again, lore junkies, and welcome to the archives. If you've joined us today, then you've arrived for something very special. Our seers looked into one of the gates into the world between worlds to view a hypothetical future, and in today's holocron, they have documented what they saw. A quick side note before we begin though, I'm currently looking to bring on an editor for the channel. This is for someone who genuinely understands Star Wars lore, long-form storytelling, and how to elevate videos beyond basic edits and cuts. These are deep dive videos, so pacing, atmosphere, and knowing when to let moments breathe really matters. If this sounds like something you're interested in, I've put more details in the description down below about what exactly I'm looking for and how to apply. I'm excited to see what you guys can do. But now, the holocron opens. Let us begin. Luke, you will go to the Dagobah system. There you will learn from Yoda, the Jedi Master who instructed me. Those words echo in Luke's thoughts as he pulls his X-Wing from the surface of Hoth. The Imperial invasion has concluded, but rather than join Han, Leia, and Chewbacca on the Falcon, Luke has left separately with his own mission in mind. Following Ben Kenobi's direction, Luke plugs in the coordinates for Dagobah and enters hyperspace. However, something else occurs instead. A strange influence would take over his ship, redirecting its course. Rather than stay in the outer rim of the southern portion of the galaxy, Luke found his X-Wing jetting off towards the northernmost quadrant. He would try and fail to bring himself back on course, or to even exit hyperspace. His ship, though, is simply not responding. Even R2-D2 cannot override the controls. When he finally emerges in real space, he finds himself at the planet of Dantooine. Luke had personally never been to this place, but he did know that at one point during the rebellion that they had set up a base here prior to locating on Yavin. Figuring it was an old bug in his X-Wing's computer, Luke lands for repairs, but upon touching down on the planet's surface, he is greeted by another otherworldly visage. Through his cockpit canopy, Luke sees a figure in the distance watching him. The figure was robed and hooded, transparent with a blue light. It had matched what he had seen on Hoth. Believing it was Ben again, Luke jumps out of the cockpit and runs over the grassy fields to reach the figure. But as soon as he gets there, it vanishes, reappearing some ways away. Luke follows him again, calling out to what he believes is Ben. But the closer he gets, the more the figure eludes him. It keeps moving away until it brings Luke to the overgrown ruins of a domed building. This had once been the Jedi Enclave used all the way back in the 3900s of BBY. A time that saw the Mandalorian Wars and the Jedi Civil War of Revan. The hooded figure walks inside, and once again, Luke follows. Within the ruins of the Enclave, Luke finally catches up to the Spectre. With its back turned, Luke still thinks it's Ben and begins to question him. But then, the phantasm turns around to reveal not the familiar, a wise face of Obi-Wan, but the intimidating mask of a Mandalorian. Now seeing the figure clearly, Luke is standing before an armor-clad warrior in Jedi robes, but with a heavy and a powerful presence in the Force, one that reminds Luke distinctly of Vader. Luke abruptly ignites his lightsaber, but the figure negligently flicks two fingers, sending the weapon flying out of Luke's hand and skittering across the ground. Finally, the being speaks. Luke Skywalker, your masters had other plans for you, but from the netherworld of the Force, I have felt a great disturbance. Long ago, the balance of the Force rested upon my shoulders, and now I sense that same responsibility in you, but to a far greater degree. You will be pivotal to the fate of the galaxy, and so I have come to intervene and prepare you for your destiny. I am Revan. Following this, Luke brings his X-Wing to the ruins of the Enclave and sets up camp within it. This whole time, the ghost of Revan would tell him the story of the Jedi and the Sith, explaining the enemy that Luke now found himself facing. Revan would tell him of his own past, how he had once been a Jedi himself, one who had righteous intentions but veered off of that path. How he was corrupted by a Sith Emperor, not unlike the one that now sat upon the throne of the galaxy. And then how he had become a Sith Lord himself, only to later return to the light and fight against his former friend Malak. Luke would take all of this information in stride, wondering to himself silently why Ben hadn't mentioned this figure before. Luke barely knew anything about the Force itself at this point, much less the dichotomy of the light and the dark and the champions of both. Luke points out that this war has been raging on for thousands of years, but that in the past, Jedi and Sith were about equal in number and power. But now, the Jedi were gone. It was just him, and he barely knew how to wield the lightsaber competently at all. Ben Kenobi had been the only Jedi Luke had ever known, and he watched Vader cut him down with ease on the Death Star. Revan warns him to mind his feelings, to not allow the circumstances to sow fear and doubt within his mind. He gives him the size matters not lecture, but in Revan's own words. Revan explains the great potential that Luke has within him. Though Luke remains doubtful, he's eager to learn the ways of the Jedi. Luke of course asks about Yoda, the man that Ben had told him about, but Revan says that he will take care of all of it. That night, while Luke sleeps, Revan's ghost appears on Dagobah and communes with the old Grand Master, informing the old hermit what he has done. Yoda is extremely displeased that the son of Skywalker has been trained without his permission, and by a Jedi long dead no less. However, the ghost of Obi-Wan and the voice of Qui-Gon Jinn manifest, and for the first time in decades, a council meeting is held. While Obi-Wan and Yoda remain skeptical of Revan's teachings, Qui-Gon would advocate for him, stating that Revan had the knowledge to prepare Luke much faster than any of them possessed. Besides, if Luke is to have a master, it should be the one who has actually destroyed the Sith before. Begrudgingly, Kenobi and Yoda would come to an agreement, but the old Grand Master insists on meeting Luke eventually, and with that, young Skywalker's training would officially begin. Revan starts off with outlining exactly what the Force was, expanding upon the foundation laid by Obi-Wan. The ghost senses their time together will be brief. He could sense how far the war had come, but also how quickly it could transform. And so he will keep his lectures to a minimum, make them more like crash courses. Having grown up and trained in the very enclave that they were now standing in, Revan is familiar with what surrounds them. He's able to salvage the rusted equipment that still lingers behind. Using his ghostly powers in Machu Daru, Revan reactivates some training remotes and dueling dummies. Their first practices were about teaching Luke about how to invite the Force into your body, let it flow through you to enhance your actions. But instead of Yoda riding on Luke's shoulders, it was the ghost of Revan hovering around him as the Jedi Padawan battled through ancient training equipment. With the galactic civil war raging around them, Revan instructs him in the way of the Jedi, training him as he would a wartime Padawan. In the Old Republic, lessons in the Force would come packaged as intense physical trials. And so, the same happens here with Luke. But unlike Yoda, who would tell Luke to keep his mind calm and passive, Revan teaches how to interact with these emotions properly, and even how to harness them for power. By the end of his life, Revan had come to the belief that passion was not as bad as the Jedi had always taught. When channeled directly, passion can give Jedi an edge without tipping them over to the dark side. One can use their attachments to supercharge their power in the Force with positive emotions, the way the Sith did with the negative. In Revan's life, these teachings were unfortunately never spread. Only things he pondered to himself in deep meditation. But now he has a student of his own, and he can finally begin a new Jedi teaching. Revan senses Luke's penchant for strong emotions, for ironclad bonds that he has formed with his friends, all traits that he has taken directly from his father Anakin. So the Padawan was the perfect being for Revan to test this theory on. Revan ensures that Luke's mind stays clear, but encourages him to allow the feelings of love and joy to rush and pass through him. Many times this came out as a touch of arrogance in Luke, but Revan was quick to punish it, to train that arrogance out of him. When he feels that Luke was good enough, Revan leads him to the old Rakatan ruins of Dantooine, the place where the star map was once held. He would then reactivate the ruins, using its traps as a makeshift obstacle course with an elevated difficulty. But the real prize of these vaults were the Rakatan Guardian droids. Revan himself had battled these same droids during his search for the star maps, and so he knew they would provide a significant challenge to his young Padawan. The Guardian droids have blasters, flamethrowers, and carbonite projectors. Luke would get a deadlier challenge in blaster deflection while also being forced to dodge the flames and avoid getting frozen in place by carbonite. But even after successfully evading their attacks, the droids had shield generators, so it was not easy to land a clean lightsaber strike. Being a former Sith Lord, Revan does not hold back in their combat training. Revan was not cruel by any means, but he knows what Luke is up against, and that they are short on time. Luke would fail a couple of times against the Guardian droids, forcing Revan's ghost to drag him out of the Rakatan ruins before he died. They would spend a couple of days learning how to more easily use telekinesis. At first, Luke thought that he would never get it down. The droids were too tough, and his injuries from them made each subsequent attempt all the more difficult. But Revan teaches him how to flush the pain from his body, to refresh himself with the Force using a recovery trance. This was a quintessential Jedi technique that Luke originally figured out for himself. But Revan, who was much more thorough than Yoda was, not because Yoda is a bad teacher, but because he simply took things much slower. Revan accelerates this curriculum though, knowing that Luke's potential would allow him to keep pace. This is a prodigy pushing a prodigy. With this intense training, Luke was unlocking his father's power within him and progressing at a breakneck pace. Despite his many failures, he is unwilling to relent. He would train day and night, using the recovery trance instead of sleep. This is something that a Jedi Knight Luke did in the EU novels extremely often. But here, Luke learned it early and uses it to rapidly progress his training and his abilities. Eventually, he manages to go back into the Rakatan ruins and defeat the Guardian droids. Almost a month has gone by, and Luke is now twice where he was at the end of his training with Yoda. He's confident in his abilities and ready to take on Vader. But Revan gives him a not so fast. There are still many things that he lacks, and one of them was experience with the dark side. If Luke were to face a Dark Lord, he needed to be aware of his enemy's power. Revan then instructs his apprentice to get in his X-Wing, and he gives him coordinates. Following them, Luke ends up in an asteroid field. At first he's confused, but he feels a chill run through his body. This place is potent in the dark side. Revan's ghostly voice echoes to Luke in his cockpit, telling him that this is what remains of a planet once known as Malachor 5. Revan proceeds to explain what had happened here. It was here where Revan unleashed the mass shadow generator, resulting in the world's devastation. The disturbance caused a wound in the Force to manifest, giving rise to 3 powerful Sith that destroyed most of the Jedi of this era. One of the Sith happened to be Revan's old master, Kreia, who then used a temple on Malachor 5 as the centerpiece for her scheme. Eventually, the cursed planet was destabilized and destroyed by Revan's friend Mitra Surik when the mass shadow generator was reactivated. The point of this field trip was to show Luke the dangers of the dark side. What happens when you use any means to destroy an enemy? Luke senses it and is heavily disturbed. The ordeal reminds him of when he saw the remains of Alderaan. Revan then instructs him to land on one of the asteroids. Some of them were still large enough to retain breathable atmospheres. Despite the destruction of the world, a few colonies still struggled to keep an existence in the planet's remains. But the specific asteroid that Luke would land on contained what is left of the Traius Academy. This was a temple where Darth Revan had once tortured Jedi to the dark side and had trained Sith assassins. It had been the place where Kreia met her ultimate fate. Luke could tell that Revan was urging him forward, but he felt his master's ghostly presence leave him. The Traius Academy is little more than crumbled walls shaping the foundation, but nonetheless filled with secrets. Luke follows moving shadows and hissing voices which lead him deeper inside until he finds the Traius core, which lay in the innermost sanctum and is still largely intact. In this horrific place, the air is thick with the darkness, and Luke would experience the same vision of Vader that he had in the dark side cave of Dagobah. Luke eventually emerges from the Traius Academy, with more questions than answers, and returns to Dantooine. Luke immediately tells Revan of the vision. He asks its meaning, but his master simply replies that it is a truth that he would need to discover on his own. Revan may be a Force ghost, having a larger view of things, but he was not omniscient, and at this point, he doesn't know that Vader is Luke's father. Revan believes that now would be a good time to properly teach Luke the ways of meditation, so that he may divine a meaning for his vision. Just like on Dagobah, Luke meditates and levitates objects around him, and during his meditation, he sees the city in the clouds, the suffering of his friends. Originally, Yoda discouraged Luke from following visions of the future, since the dark side clouds everything, and he had kept Luke on Dagobah. But Revan was different. Revan had learned to heed these warnings of the future, to use them to his advantage. He informs Luke of the same lesson he had once given Lord Scourge. The future is always in motion. The Force grants visions that show only one of many possible outcomes. The visions they receive are not certain, but can be used to inform their actions or give them direction for the present. Luke, eager to prevent his friends from suffering or dying, inquires of his master what action he should take. Revan responds in direct opposition to what Yoda would have said. Rather than telling him to ignore it, he tells him to follow it, to find the city in the clouds, to use his connection to his loved ones as power against the Sith. However, Revan tells Luke to focus only on saving his friends and escaping. He sternly warns his Padawan to not engage Lord Vader. Even after everything he has learned, he is still not ready for a confrontation with a Sith Lord. And privately, Revan has a foreboding about what would happen if Luke is alone with Vader. Taking his master's words to heart, Luke jumps in his X-Wing and speeds to Bespin. Along the way, Luke continues to practice his meditation techniques, and in the process, Revan decides to teach him something else, something to try once he arrives at Cloud City. By the time Luke arrives, the Millennium Falcon is already there. However, he beats them all to the carbon freezing chamber by only a few minutes. During hyperspace, Revan had decided to teach Luke the ability of Force concealment, an important technique that his Sith assassins often utilized. By cloaking his signature, he keeps himself from being detected prematurely by Vader. The Dark Lord is already escorting Han, Leia, Chewie, and 3PO to the chamber, so the Imperials don't have time to inform him that an X-Wing has just landed. Within the chamber, they prepare to freeze Han. But right at the last moment, Luke's blue lightsaber ignites, whirling from above, striking the chamber's control panel. Vader is completely caught off guard as Luke swings down from a cable and kicks over 2 stormtroopers. Manipulating his saber telekinetically, Luke directs it to cutting off Chewbacca's restraints to loose the Wookiee's fury. Calrissian, seeing an opportunity to redeem himself, frees both Han and Leia. They grab the fallen troopers' blasters, and a firefight begins. Boba Fett attempts to end the insurrection by targeting Luke, but is caught off guard when he finds himself fighting an enemy reminiscent of the Clone Wars Jedi. Luke deflects the blaster bolts with precision, and when Boba utilizes his flamethrower, the boy leaps over it as if he has done it 1,000 times over. The training with the Rakatan droids was making Fett's attack seem like a catwalk to Luke. Vader's plan has gone completely awry, but he doesn't actually move yet. Instead, he watches. He watches Luke with a complete and an utter fascination. How had he cloaked himself from his senses? Surely Kenobi hadn't taught him that. And the way he moved, unrefined, but graceful nonetheless. He wasn't swinging his saber with wild abandon, but deflecting bolts with precision. Each stroke of his lightsaber had an intended destination, and almost always landed. Luke and the rebels fight their way out of the carbon freezing chamber, and immediately afterwards, Vader instructs Boba Fett to use the facility's security systems to start closing the doors. He wanted to route the rebels towards himself. As they run through the halls, Han is relieved to not have become a wall decoration, and Lando apologizes for his actions, deciding to use his resources to fight the Empire. But as the doors begin to close off their pathway to the Falcon, Luke senses the presence of Lord Vader. Yet another blaster door shuts in their faces. One opens at the far end of the hall, revealing Vader standing there alone, his crimson lightsaber already ignited, reflecting off the clean white walls. Luke instructs R2 to override the door controls and to get it open, but then he steps forward, igniting his own lightsaber. He remembered his master's warning against engaging the Sith. However, things had changed. If they had a chance at leaving alive, he needed to distract Vader long enough for his friends to escape. Leia tries to protest, but R2 opens the door and Han pulls her along with them, leaving Luke alone with the Dark Lord. Vader steps up, denouncing his actions as brave, but ultimately pointless. The two cross blades, prodding at one another to test their defenses. At the moment, they're sizing each other up. Luke had seen Ben Kenobi fall to Vader's blade before, and Revan had continuously spoken of the danger of the Sith. A part of him knew deep down that he should have just taken the distraction and run, but the louder part of him desired to test himself. and possibly avenge his old teacher. Vader, on the other hand, was hoping to beat him into submission. He did not want to damage the Emperor's prize, but with the carbon freezing chamber now inoperable, he had to switch tactics. Of course he wanted to see what the boy was made of as well. If Luke were to become a tool for the Sith, a weapon that could be used to overthrow Sidious, Vader wanted to measure his power. Their fight is brief, but intense, and Vader is pleasantly surprised by the boy's speed and agility. Luke force pushes a sculpture into the hallway at Vader, but the Dark Lord returns it with greater power and precision, as the ancient sculpture crashes through a window. Vader proceeds to pull up objects and metal panels off of the walls and floor to hurl at Luke in a continuous assault. Luke is strong, but the young Jedi's defenses fail under the telekinetic barrage. He's only sent tumbling out of the window himself and landing down on the walkway. Vader pursues, and the two duel across the upper ramparts and walkways of Cloud City, progressively making their way to the docking bay. Vader tells himself that he must hold back significantly. He wants to goad Luke into using the dark side, to see what he is like when he is amped by emotion. But soon, he finds that he must put much more effort in than he has anticipated and is comfortable with. Luke's blade work is still inelegant, but it is effective, and his power in the Force was staggeringly high for someone of his experience level. We believe that just with the original Cloud City duel that Vader dominates, but Luke is holding himself up much better than he did in the original timeline. Revan would have taught Luke to wield the lightsaber like a warrior, not like a youngling. No shade to Yoda or Obi-Wan, but they trained him as if they had more time than they actually did, and this led Luke to using a hybridized blaster and lightsaber kit for a very long time. He wouldn't be a proper duelist until much later in the war, but this timeline is different. His crash course wartime Jedi training has made him a formidable opponent in any age. Several times Vader would be surprised by a sudden burst of speed and power from his son that forced him into a precarious defense. To Vader, the young Jedi that now stood before him was a night and day difference to the emotional boy that he had sensed on the Death Star. The fight eventually takes them to a landing pad that oversees a long drop into the gas giant of Bespin. Here, Vader ramps up his power and aggression. He has acknowledged that Luke is powerful, but he now needs to neutralize him. In the original Bespin duel, Luke landed a desperate blow on Vader's shoulder, thus causing the Dark Lord to cut loose for just a moment and to take the boy's hand. However, Luke doesn't lose his hand or Anakin's lightsaber in this version or this fight. He's much too agile. Not to mention the landing pad has a wider area, so he's not cornered against a railing. But in an effort to throw Luke off his balance, Vader pauses the duel and reveals the truth, that he is the boy's father. The boy is stunned and devastated, and Vader moves in to take advantage and disarm him. Unfortunately, this version of Luke was taught to draw on his emotions for power. This whole time he's been using his positive emotions, such as hope that his friends were escaping, and relief that he has saved them. But now, in the midst of a horrifying revelation, Luke is unable to differentiate the emotions that he's been drawing from. He screams and unleashes a mighty force wave that blows Vader back and destroys supports, destabilizing the platform. At that moment, the Falcon also arrives, lowering the boarding ramp. Luke quickly makes an escape as the platform begins to collapse. Vader is forced to save himself by leaping to safety as the landing pad cracks off of the facility and goes tumbling down into the cloudy abyss. By the time Vader gets back up, the ship is already leaving. The rest of the events of Empire Strikes Back plays out as they normally do, except this time Luke does not have to have his hand rebuilt. The Alliance rendezvous with the Mon Calamari fleet, and this version of Empire Strikes Back actually ends on a high note for the rebels. Now, because Han Solo is not frozen in carbonite, the rebellion doesn't have to waste precious time and resources to get back their commander. They can focus their efforts into building their stock, as well as recruiting more people and making real strikes against the Empire. Although Luke is happy about all of this, he's the only one not in high spirits. He feels lied to and betrayed by Ben. The ghost of Revan is able to manifest to him aboard the Mon Calamari cruiser, and coaches him through his negative emotions. He also admonishes his pupil for ignoring his instruction and facing Vader before he is ready. Luke accepts Revan's teachings and works towards not letting his negative emotions get the better of him. In fact, Revan would actually begin to gently walk him through using his frustration, not necessarily for using the dark side, but for finding the balance. Revan had hoped to bring Luke to this place all along, but it was much safer to start him in the light rather than confusing him with any of the gray. But now he had the perfect opportunity to teach Luke this new approach and acknowledge that the dark side did exist without allowing it to consume him. At this point, Luke is ready for answers, so he decides to complete Ben's instructions and go to Dagobah. If anyone can tell him about his father, it will be this Yoda. Luke crash lands in the swamp just like before and encounters the former Grand Master. Yoda attempts to give Luke the same cocky old hermit routine, but he sees right through it. By now, Luke's ability in Force perception is incredibly keen, and he can perceive Yoda's star-like presence in the light. Yoda eventually drops the use once he's called out on it, but the Grandmaster dislikes the frustration with which he senses in Luke. Just as he thought, Revan had not fully trained the impatience out of the boy. After all, Revan himself had once been the very picture of impatience. However, unlike Revan and Anakin, Luke may have been impatient, but he was never disrespectful. Growing up with Owen, he was taught different standards, so when Yoda rebuked him for his attitude, Luke felt ashamed and simmered down. The two have a long conversation over root leaf stew and about Anakin. Obi-Wan's ghost also manifests here in an attempt to let Luke and him hash it out. Now that the truth has been exposed, Obi-Wan and Yoda tell Luke about his sister Leia. Eventually, Luke comes to understand why Obi-Wan had kept all these secrets, but it didn't change the emotional turmoil that he now felt. Luke is expected to destroy the Sith. That's what Revan has been training him specifically to do. But now he learns that one of them is now his very father. Luke thanks both of the Jedi Masters for their time and departs Dagobah to return to the rebellion. This time, he lifts his own X-Wing out of the swamp himself. I don't believe that he'd stick around there for much more training. Anything Yoda could teach him, he may have also learned under Revan. Also, this scenario, it is Revan that is Luke's master, not anyone else, so we're going to have Revan continue his journey. Luke confides in his master about his revelation concerning his father, and asks him for advice. It is here where the ancient Jedi reveals the rest of his story. He tells Luke that he has seen many come back from the dark side, including himself. He had been brought back from the darkness due to his memory being completely wiped. But when he regained it, he had no desire to go back because of a woman that he loved. Bastila Shan. Revan himself had also convinced a dark Jedi by the name of Juhani to return to the light by talking her down as well. His own lover Bastila was tortured into Sithhood by Darth Malak, however, but because of the love that they shared, Revan was able to bring her back to the light, just as she had done for him. The lesson was ultimately that one thing that the dark side cannot stand up to is love. Luke takes the lesson to heart and continues to ponder as he trains. He eventually comes to forgive both Obi-Wan and Vader, and even pities the Dark Lord, seeing that he is a victim of a greater manipulation. During this time, Revan begins to teach his Padawan more advanced applications of the light, such as Force Heal, Force Freeze, as well as the art of interrupting other beings' ability to use the Force, all abilities that Revan himself knew and applied. Revan also begins to tiptoe Luke into acknowledging abilities of the dark side as well. Revan begins small, with the ability of Machudaru. Machudaru was originally a Sith-created technique of dominating technologies. It downloaded the information of how to use a piece of technology into the mind of the user, and it allowed them to bend it to their will. This was one of the few Sith abilities even certain Clone Wars Jedi were approved to learn. Later, Revan taught Luke how to peer into the minds of others, how to channel pain into power rather than just numbing it over. But the most important ability Luke learns is Terminus. Revan would tell Luke the story of how he had once tried and failed to defeat the Sith Emperor of his time, but what had helped him stay alive was his ability to absorb energy. This is where Revan actually informs Luke of Sith lightning, that it is more than likely that the Emperor of this day uses it as well. In the novelization for Return of the Jedi, it tells us that Luke briefly deflected some of Sidious's lightning with his hand, before ultimately becoming overwhelmed by it. So it's not out of Luke's capability to learn Terminus with a proper master this time, one who he has trained with far longer than he ever trained with Kenobi or Yoda. Revan also begins to teach Luke the greater intricacies of lightsaber combat and its designed forms. He begins using his saber more in alliance missions, and becomes practically untouchable on the battlefield. Now more obviously presenting as a Jedi, Luke begins to inspire hope and courage in the rebellion. His new powers make his fame spread throughout the stars. Even though Imperial propaganda attempts to make him out to be a charlatan or outright suppress news of Luke, his name becomes a cantina mention spoken in hushed tones. We also believe that Luke reveals the truth to Leia about their siblinghood and their shared parentage. They agree to keep it private for now, because having the children of Vader be prime leaders of the rebellion would create a massive scandal, one that they cannot afford, and he needed the Alliance to remain unified. But the Sith have been making moves of their own. Vader has planted an agent in the rebellion, Shira Bree, who was originally intended to get Luke ostracized from the Alliance. But Luke is able to discern her true alignment in the Force much earlier here, and he exposes her to the Alliance leaders. Because of this, she is never shot down by him in a starfighter, and does not become Lady Lumaya. Amongst all of this growth, however, there is some heartbreak. As the year progresses, Luke notices that each time Revan appears to him, he is less and less solid. Soon, he stops appearing to Luke for hours on end, and will only appear to him for a few minutes at a time. Sometimes Revan didn't appear at all, but came only as a voice or a premonition. Luke inquires to Revan about what is going on, and the Master reveals that his time in the material plane is nearly over. He had used a tremendous amount of power and vast strength to remain manifested as Luke's master, but now that strength is waning, and the well of energy is running dry. He had already become one with the Force once before, and so he was never meant to return in the first place. Luke is saddened to hear that his teacher will not be with him much longer, but he decides to make the most of their time together by learning as much as possible. Meanwhile, Sidious is infuriated at Vader's failure on Bespin, and learns through field reports that Luke Skywalker is now operating beyond the power of any Clone Wars Jedi. Luke is now officially a threat to the Sith, and Palpatine sends a few of his Emperor's hands to assassinate the Jedi. None of them ever return, however, and Vader continues to hunt for Luke, but the boy evades him at every turn. The year is now 4 ABY, and the Bothan spies return with news of the second Death Star. As soon as he hears of it, Luke feels a deep disturbance in the Force, a deep wrong. Having been trained by Revan to mine the future, Luke seeks out answers in meditation. Sidious was good at using the dark side to cloud his intentions, but Luke has experience in both sides of the Force this time, and is able to pierce the veil and divine that Endor is a trap. He tells Mon Mothma and Dodonna about what he has learned. The Alliance leaders trust the wisdom of a Jedi, but they point out that trap or not, they cannot let this opportunity pass them. The longer they wait, the closer the Empire gets to repeating a second Alderaan. Luke is concerned, communing with his master in private, and attempts to think of a way to take down the DS-2 with minimal loss of life. But then, gazing at Revan's ghostly image, Luke asks him about his mask. He had seen the same kind worn by Boba Fett many times, and always wondered what the connection was. Revan tells him all about the Mandalorians, their role in galactic history. Luke gets an idea, and wonders if the warrior race could be pursued to fight for the rebellion. Revan is dubious about Luke's ability to convince them to fight with the Jedi, but he agrees that it may be a good idea. But only if Luke can appeal to their sense of duty, strength, and honor. And to do that, he must be a symbol. Revan directs Luke to return to Yavin 4, to plunge into one of the temples. There he would find Revan's robes, his lightsaber, and his mask, all left behind after his last physical death in the year 3941 BBY. Luke finds them all, claiming the mask, but he also takes with him the lightsaber, desiring to put it in a place of honor for his master. Luke would take a journey to Mandalore, where he would find the Mandalorian people scattered, enslaved by the Empire. In Legends, the Mandalorians thought that siding with the Empire would be the best bet, but ended up selling too much of their land until they ended up merely as slaves. The remnants of their warrior class were now mercenaries, either acting as bounty hunters or performing strikes against the Empire. Luke locates the mercenaries, raising the mask of Revan high in the air. Though it has been thousands of years, tales of this particular Jedi have permeated through their culture as the only Jedi that they ever respected. This at least earns Luke an audience with their leader, where he explains his plan of them joining the Alliance. However, they are not yet convinced, and they need proof that Luke was strong enough to lead a successful mission against the Empire first. Luke had expected this, and knew that in order to impress Mandalorians, he had to meet their warrior culture. So the Jedi tells them if they wanted to know his strength, they only need ask Boba Fett. The Mandos take this challenge seriously, calling upon Boba. The bounty hunter arrives, all too eager to settle his score with Skywalker. During meditation in preparation for his match, Revan advises Luke to not use his Force abilities, as the Mandalorians will not respect him as a warrior if he does. Luke finds himself in a duel with Boba Fett in an arena pit with Mandalorians jeering and chanting around him. The fight is fierce and spectacular, with Boba putting Luke on the ropes. It's difficult to fight a man of Fett's caliber without his powers. Unfortunately, their battle would remain inconclusive, because at this moment, the Empire crashes the party. Imperial intelligence had informed the Mandalore garrison of Luke Skywalker's movements, and now stormtroopers flood the arena. Luke and Boba then find themselves fighting back to back instead of against one another. If it's a choice between the Empire and the Mandalorian clans, Fett is choosing his home. Luke and the Mandos clean up the first wave of stormtroopers, and Luke suggests that since they're all fighting the Empire anyway, they may as well take it as far as possible. What then proceeds is a week-long mission where Luke works to help liberate the Mandalorian slaves, to throw the yoke of the Empire off of the planet. In the process, he gains the allegiance of the Mandalorians, and begrudgingly, even the respect of Boba. But the victory train ends early, when Darth Vader personally arrives to Mandalore. Luke tells the Mandos that they all need to leave, to meet up with the Rebel Alliance. Luke can guarantee them passage if he turns himself in. But before doing this, Luke goes away by himself to commune with Revan one more time. By now, Revan no longer appears to him visibly, and even now, Luke can only faintly hear the apparition's voice. Revan tells Luke that this is the last time he will be able to speak to him. He has taught him everything he can to prepare him for his destiny. Only one goal remains now: redeem Vader, destroy the Emperor, and restore peace to the galaxy. He instructs Luke to remember everything he has learned, work for the light, fear not the dark, and remain in the balance. As Revan's echoing voice fades away, his very last act is to pronounce Luke Skywalker a Jedi Knight. Following this, just like on Endor in the original timeline, Luke submits to the Imperials without a fight and is taken in by Lord Vader. Immediately, the Dark Lord senses just how powerful his son has become. Aboard the Executor Super Star Destroyer, Vader has a private conversation with Luke, the same one they had on Endor. But this time, Vader's not looking at Luke's new lightsaber, but Anakin's old one. He examines Revan's lightsaber as well, the one Luke was carrying on him all this time. He doesn't recognize it, but assumes that Luke has constructed it. Privately, he's surprised that the saber contains a purple blade. The young Jedi chooses not to divulge the information about Revan, and keeps their conversation strictly about his and Vader's relationship. Ultimately, their conversation concludes as it originally does, with Luke having gotten into his father's head, stoking the flames of inner conflict. They travel to Endor, and Luke is taken up to finally meet the Emperor in person. Things once again follow the events of Return of the Jedi, but with a slight change. Luke is fully calm, in complete assurance. Palpatine's goadings do nothing to sway him, and he isn't worried or blindsided by Sidious's trap. The Rebel Alliance soon arrives as expected, and the fleet engages the Death Star. But this time, they're aided by the Mandalorians as well. The landing party consists of not only Han, Leia, Chewie, and Rebel soldiers, but also Boba Fett and a strike team of Mandalorian warriors. The Ewoks don't play a role in this version of the Battle of Endor. They're replaced by the elite Mando commandos. The surface battle is awash, with the Alliance totally steamrolling the Empire and destroying the shield generator. Things are not going according to Sidious's plan, and Luke goads about already knowing the Emperor's trap. Sidious is enraged, but he still holds his cards. He reveals the one thing that Luke did not know: the Death Star is operational. As the super laser begins blasting away at the Rebel fleet, Luke is feeling a bit of pressure now. He just hopes that the Falcon can make it inside in order to destroy the reactor. Vader then presents Palpatine with the lightsaber that Luke has been carrying with him. Sidious recognizes the saber of Anakin. He finds it to be amusing. He tells Luke about how this same weapon had once been used to kill, to butcher younglings. It was the weapon of a murderer, a traitor, just as Luke will soon be when he joins them. Skywalker gets frustrated, but holding firm, continues on the path of a Jedi. That is, until Sidious recognizes the second lightsaber in Luke's collection. Unlike Vader, Palpatine recognizes the blade instantly, the lightsaber of Revan. The Emperor is greatly disturbed by it, and demands to know how and why Luke is in possession of such a saber. The Jedi Knight answers simply, "It is the weapon of my master." At this point, Sidious's rage has boiled over. It was one thing for the son of Skywalker to exist and to have gotten this far, but now he claims to be a Revanite. The Emperor, of course, doesn't understand that Luke is legitimately trained by Revan himself. Instead, Sidious deduces that he has joined the Revanite cult. To Sidious, this explains the affiliation with the Mandos, but it is also confirmed to Sidious that Luke would never serve him so long as he worshipped Revan. Sidious tells Luke that Revan was wishy-washy and could never remain in power because he didn't stick to one side of the Force, never showing full allegiance or understanding. He instructs Lord Vader to show Luke the true meaning of the dark side. Vader ignites his saber, and Luke whirls around to summon both of Revan's lightsabers. He blocks Vader's strike with one, and attempts to stab at Sidious with the other. But the Emperor is too fast. He blasts Revan's saber out of Luke's hand with a torrent of Force lightning. But this is when Vader steps in. Originally, he was moved by seeing his son tortured, and did not want this only chance of saving a good future to be taken by Sidious again. But in this timeline, Luke isn't being tortured. Luke is more of a threat, and he is not being moved by his son's agonizing plight. Rather, something different happens in Vader's mind. He sees an opportunity to overthrow Sidious. Taking Anakin's lightsaber off of the ground, Vader takes a swing at Sidious. The Emperor sees this coming, and breaks off his Force lightning stream in order to defend himself. Luke takes a moment to recover. He is surprised to see Vader now fighting against the Emperor. He himself retrieves Revan's purple lightsaber, and engages the Dark Lord of the Sith right alongside his father. The battle is hard fought, but Luke and Vader's combined power proves to be more than enough for Sidious. Not to mention, Luke's expanded knowledge of the Force techniques allows him to not only keep himself in the fight, but keep Vader safe from the worst parts of Palpatine's abilities. In the end, as it should be by the will of the Force, Vader lands the final blow on Sidious. But with the Emperor dead, Vader invites Luke to join him, to rule the galaxy as father and son. Now they can take the yoke of oppression off of the galaxy, make things the way they wanted them to be. But Luke refuses. He senses that while Vader is in conflict, he still belongs to the dark side as of now. Like we said, in this timeline, Luke was not facing a life or death situation that required Anakin's selfless intervention. It had been that action which brought Vader back to the light. But here, things are different. Vader only stepped in because he saw an opening for his own selfish ambition. But that's not to say that there isn't still a chance to redeem him. As the Death Star shakes from the battle around them, Luke encourages his father to come with him. The station was going to be destroyed soon, and if Vader submitted to the Alliance, he could get a fair trial. The Dark Lord is not keen on this idea, and he moves to attack his son yet again, now having nothing left to lose. But Luke is quicker, and in 2 moves, he repeats Obi-Wan's maneuver from Mustafar and takes Vader's right arm and both of his knees. But Luke refuses to deliver the killing blow. Luke drags the incapacitated Vader from the Death Star right as it begins to explode. Back on Endor, the Mandalorians show the rebels how to have a good victory party, and the galaxy celebrates the death of Sidious. But for Luke, the ending is a little different. Rather than communing with the Force Ghosts on Endor, Luke spends much of the ensuing months personally guarding the Dark Lord, waiting until the rebellion is reorganized into the New Republic. Once a proper government is installed, Luke takes Vader to be tried in a court of law. Vader is given a special prison to sit out the remainder of his days, but his son visits him regularly. It takes a long time, but eventually, Anakin does come around. Luke, having experience in contacting Force Ghosts, is able to get Ben Kenobi to manifest to his former student. Finally, Anakin and Obi-Wan reconcile. Luke begins his new Jedi Praxium on the world of Dantooine instead of Yavin, rebuilding the old enclave where Revan once trained him. And here, Luke immortalizes his master by placing his mask and his lightsaber on a pedestal for all to see. Luke would carry on Revan's memory by spreading his teachings about using love, joy to fuel the powers of the light, spawning a generation of Jedi more powerful than any who came before. And this is where our story ends. This, my friends, is what we believe would happen if Luke were to be trained by the spirit of Revan. Although we sort of end up in a similar place, everything turns out much better in this timeline. Luke is able to keep his hand, his father's lightsaber, to keep Han from being frozen in carbonite, garner a friendship with the Mandalorians, keep Vader alive, and generally allow the rebellion to have a cleaner victory. Luke himself is privy to many more secrets in the Force here, and would be much more powerful than he already was in the original timeline. From here, most challenges he faces are a wash until he gets to Abeloth. I think this is also a product of Luke just being able to get more training in. He got an accumulated month of training between Yoda and Obi-Wan together in the original timeline, though with Revan being a Force Ghost, he is able to follow Luke around, to keep his training up no matter where he goes. This adds a lot of depth to Luke's training, a greater understanding of what the dark side is, not simply to avoid it at all costs, but to understand it. This is the main difference with Revan being Luke's Jedi Master here, a true and a complete comprehension and understanding of both sides of the Force, and their relationship with each other. But now, what do you think, my friend? Do you believe the timeline would have gone differently? Let us know what you personally think would happen to Luke if he was trained by Revan. Also, if you're interested, be sure to apply to the editor position using the information in the description down below. But until next time, my friends, if you enjoy these more hypothetical videos, comment what other changes in the timeline you would want to see explored down below. As always, thank you for your time, your patience, and your support, and may the Force be with you. Greetings, lore junkies, and welcome back to the archives. In recent videos, we have been playing around with transplanting heroes of the Clone Wars directly into the Old Republic. It began as a thought experiment with seeing if Grievous could survive the Old Republic Jedi. Then we wanted to see what Darth Vader would do in the era as well. We also took a more story-focused examination on Anakin Skywalker being sent to the past. But now, we're going to reverse the formula. It is time to take hold of a villain from the Old Republic and transport them forward into the future. And who better than who is arguably the face of the Old Republic era, Darth Malgus. In this holocron, we are going to take Malgus at his most powerful and see what would happen if he woke up in the 3rd year of the Clone Wars. We were pretty intrigued by this concept because it's going to be a lot different than our previous time travel scenarios. Before, our subjects had the benefit of hindsight and a modicum of knowledge about historical events which served to shape their actions. But this time, it will be a true fish out of water scenario, as Malgus is being thrown thousands of years ahead. He will have absolutely no prior knowledge of the Clone Wars era or know what to expect from the future. He will be starting out with nothing but his own strength and experience in his life in the Old Republic. For this reason, we're going to take the latest iteration of Darth Malgus from the year 3625 BBY. Here, he is 75 years old and has spent his entire life from age 19 in non-stop warfare. The last we heard of Malgus, it required a strike team of some of the strongest and most skilled beings in the galaxy to defeat him. And when they took him in, a special prison needed to be constructed with brand new technology just to hold someone of his power. He was later broken out by his old Mandalorian contact, Shae Vizsla. And as of writing of this video, the last we've heard of Malgus is that he and Shae have departed to an unknown location deep in space. This is where we are going to pluck him out of the timeline. The easiest method of time travel is usually hyperspace anomalies interacting with substances of unknown power. It would not be surprising if Malgus was going off to seek another energy source, and once he found it, an accident occurred in hyperspace which opened up a wormhole to the future. Such a thing has indeed happened before, when a Sith ship from Naga Sadow's era was thrown 5,000 years ahead to Luke's time, in large part due to a force-sensitive ore known as lignin. So we merely repeat that same process, and Malgus' ship is inexplicitly spat out in the year 20 BBY. For ease of reference, Season 4 and 5 of the Clone Wars occur within this year. We will still be drawing a lot from the Legends perspective, but most of the 2008 Clone Wars series exists in Legends continuity right alongside the other comics and novels. For your own mental picture, Malgus is arriving right before the arc of Umbara. The current state of the Clone Wars is this. General Grievous has made a daring push into the core worlds in an attack known as Operation Dirge's Lance. This was all about conducting raids and causing as much havoc as possible to inspire fear in the Republic. This of course was covering up the fact that the Separatists were starting to lose this war. Many theaters of war have erupted around the core, colonies, and the Inner Rim worlds. However, the Republic has begun to gain some traction and make a hard pushback, beginning with Anakin Skywalker's miraculous victory at Praesetlin, enabling the Republic to gain momentum and push into the Outer Rim. The sieges of the Outer Rim have not begun quite yet, but the Separatist holds within the Inner Rim are weakening. The tides of war are beginning to turn in the Republic's favor, but fear and stress are at an all-time high for both parties. All is going according to Sidious's plans, as once the Outer Rim sieges begin, the Jedi will officially be spread too thin across the galaxy, leaving them barebacked for Order 66. It's in this atmosphere when Malgus awakens from his landing on Dromund Kaas. The Sith Lord steps out, expecting to find the Sith Empire capital exactly how he left it. Instead, he sees nothing but rain-soaked ruins buried beneath tons of moss and rock. Malgus is shocked and disturbed by seeing the great city he once knew in this state. This wasn't the work of a Republic invasion. The city looks like it hadn't been touched in a millennia. Something had to be wrong. Perhaps he was seeing a vision. But Malgus immediately realizes how foolish of an assumption that is, as he strides along the surface of the deserted planet. The dark side feels different here. Once it was a beacon of black, a loud calling to all who could feel the dark side of the Force. But now the planet only whispered of power. It was still potent, sure, but nowhere near what used to be there, when it was populated by tens of thousands of Sith Lords, all vying for power. Malgus opens himself up to the universe, and realizes that it wasn't just Roman chaos, but that the Force itself moves different. The galaxy was in war, and the dark side was waxing, almost fully eclipsing the light. This brings him pleasure. However, the dark side felt more like a heavy shadow instead of the torches of 1,000 red blades. In fact, he could not detect his fellow Sith at all. Eventually, he happens upon the prophets of the dark side, who now inhabit the dead world. For those of you who may not know, the prophets are a Sith-adjacent cult which were created as an offshoot during the early days of the Rule of Two. They were masters of Sith sorcery, and had unmatched powers and foresight. The prophets themselves were not Sith, but revered Sith ideology and the Dark Lords of the past. The prophets would have undoubtedly foreseen Malgus' arrival, and would go to meet him, falling down at his feet in worship. A legendary Dark Lord has come into their midst, and they were prepared to offer him fealty. Upon Malgus' command, the prophets of the dark side take him into their temples and begin explaining to him that he is a man out of time, that the galaxy is no longer the one that he once knew. Malgus takes this information in stride. That explained why the Force felt different, and why Dromund Kaas was a dead world. But wait, if the Sith capital world was in ruin, did that mean... Yes. The prophets proceeded to tell Malgus that the Sith Empire lost the war, and the Jedi continued in their seat of power. Many times the Sith had attempted to return and topple the Republic, and many times they had failed. Malgus is enraged, disgusted. If all of this was true, then that also means that his own plans for an empire did not succeed either. This is what sends Malgus over the edge. Not that he's been displaced in time, but learning what has become of his own era. All of his efforts, all of the battles, everything he tried to do for the Sith Empire was all for naught. However, the prophets inform him that all hope is not lost for the dark side. A new order of Sith still exists in hiding. They are the orchestrators of the current war. The prophets have foreseen their victory. Using the information he has gained from the cult, Malgus sets out to locate his modern-day brothers in darkness, which will lead him straight to one Darth Tyrannus, Count Dooku. It takes a few months to do so, however. Malgus first has to learn as much as he can about the state of the galaxy and its new war. Not to mention with the Sith in hiding, they are much more difficult to locate. To the public, Dooku is only a fallen Jedi, but is treated like a normal man with great wisdom and prestige. The only ones who are aware of his status as a Sith Lord are a few bounty hunters, the Jedi, and the Separatist High Council. But it would actually be they who Malgus looks for first, those such as Wat Tambor, Shu Mei, Nute Gunray, and the like. It's the Neimoidians that Malgus finds first. Upon forcefully boarding a Trade Federation dreadnought, Malgus fights through security and makes his presence known to the Viceroy. He lets the Neimoidian know that he's aware their entire operation is under the direction of a Sith Lord, and he demands to know where to find their leader. Gunray stammers out that Dooku can usually be found on his private retreat of Vijun, so that is where Malgus goes next. Tyrannus receives a transmission from a frantic Gunray who tells him that another Sith Lord is on his way to meet him. Dooku is of course reasonably concerned. Ever since Malgus had arrived, he had sensed a disturbance in the Force that he could not explain. He had been hoping his master would have revealed something about it to him, but now there was apparently another Sith. A pretender, no doubt, Dooku thought. But the Viceroy sends him the security footage of Malgus hacking his way through the Trade Federation. An alarmed Dooku immediately transmits the footage to his master, and the two have an emergency meeting. Palpatine instructs his apprentice to meet with this supposed Darth Malgus and see who he truly is. When the Old Republic Sith Lord arrives on Vijun, Tyrannus disables his security and invites the man in. The two Sith Lord have a meeting over dinner, where Dooku is able to speak with him plainly. As Malgus explains where he stems from, Dooku becomes extremely concerned. This could not possibly be the real Darth Malgus, could it? Any doubts are crushed by the feeling of the Dark Lord's presence in the Force. His presence is staggering, and Dooku cannot tell whether it just rivals Sidious or surpasses him. Dooku privately meets with his master, and the two are shocked and deeply concerned that a Sith Lord from the past has now come to the present. What complicates things even further is that not only is he incredibly powerful and ambitious, but he is not from the Banite lineage. His mind is wired in the old ways of the Sith, which is an empire of dark armies. Dooku mentions that one of Malgus's first questions was where the Sith warriors were, why their order was so difficult to locate if the dark side was so abundant. Sidious knows from his studies that explaining the rule of two to Malgus would go one of two ways. Either Malgus rejects it and starts his own Sith order which rivals theirs, or worse, he would embrace it and would never submit himself to being the apprentice to Sidious. He would more than likely attempt to seize power for himself and destroy the Sith. Sidious decides that he should make the best out of a bad situation. It was rare that he got to meet one of the most legendary Dark Lords from the past, especially one that he admired so greatly. And also, Sidious could manipulate Malgus and use him as a weapon. Sidious makes time to meet with Malgus directly and explain the nature of the war, the current state of the Sith. He tells how the Sith were forced into hiding, but they have grown stronger by becoming a rot within the Republic rather than assailing it from the outside. However, he doctors a few details. He omits the rule of two, saying only that they purposefully keep themselves few in order to elude the Jedi. Palpatine does not trust Malgus in the least, so he decides not to divulge the full nature of the Sith plan. He keeps out mentions of Order 66, and does not reveal that he is the Chancellor of the Republic. He does reveal, however, that he has the entire Republic Senate under his control, and with it, the direction of the war. Malgus may not have been one for politics, but he was very cunning. He would be pleased with the current course, asking permission to lead the front lines. Dooku and Palpatine could slink around in the shadows if they so wished, but Malgus wanted the blaze of the dark side to be put back on full display. Having said that, for the time being, he would take orders from Sidious. He doesn't consider Sidious to be his master or a ruler over him, but Malgus knows that he's a stranger in a time completely unfamiliar to him. The galaxy is not what he once knew it to be, and Sidious not only knows the era better, but also seems to have a solid plan. But Malgus does not hide the fact that he thinks the Sith Emperor from his own time was much more powerful than Sidious, and if Vitiate could not conquer the Jedi, then what chance did this Sidious have? These remarks anger Palpatine, but he maintains a presence of cordiality and wisdom. Behind closed doors, he conspires with Dooku, explaining that while Malgus is useful, they need to find a way to send him back to where he came from. Not only is he a threat to them, but there are unknown anomalies that could take place with him being displaced in time. From here, Malgus takes the place of General Grievous as the supreme leader of the droid army. Aboard the Invisible Hand, Grievous, not really knowing who Malgus is, objects to being replaced and challenges him to a duel. However, the Sith Lord regards the cyborg monstrosity with disdain. In his day, the creations of the Sith knew their place and did not talk back to the overlords. Rather than indulging the cyborg with a duel, Malgus decides to teach him a lesson, mangling his body with the Force. Dooku is able to stop Malgus from killing the droid general, stating that despite his shortcomings, he is still extremely useful. Malgus begrudgingly spares Grievous, but the general has been reduced to scrap and needs to be entirely rebuilt. From this point on, it is Malgus leading the Separatist war effort in the Inner Rim and the colonies. His battlefield experience and ruthless tactics make even Grievous's plans seem tame. By this point, the Battle of Umbara has finished, allowing the Republic to reclaim a very strategic world. In the original timeline, the Separatists' hold over the Inner Rim was weakened so much that they pulled out and recalled their forces to the Outer Rim in time for the sieges to begin. But here, Malgus completely turns the tides of this battle. Having said that, it is not flawless. He personally despises that the Separatists have no organic soldiers. The Imperial troopers of his era were able to be led and pushed towards greatness. Malgus was wildly successful in his era because he inspired ambition, as well as hunger and a lust for victory in his men. Unlike other Sith that simply led with fear, Malgus inspires courage, but he could not do this with droids. These units felt no fear, but they also felt no courage and had no heart. Malgus begins to admire the clones grown by the Republic and desires his own organic army. Unfortunately, they're in the thick of war, and there is no time to train fresh recruits though. Malgus will have to deal with the droids, but he does recruit mercenaries and establishes his own strike team of living beings to command. We'll call his elite team Black Squadron. Black Squadron is the fist of Malgus, beginning as hired guns, but Malgus lures them back to Dromund Kaas, where he enlists the help of the prophets of the dark side. In his day, Sith magic was used to enhance the best of warriors, and Malgus wants every edge possible. So the minds of the mercenaries are dominated, and they are forced to go through alchemical transformations. The mercenaries are morphed and twisted into humanoid Sith spawn. They are now super soldiers that retain their intelligence, but none of their individuality. They obey only the will of Malgus. The Sith Lord feels very limited by a droid-only army at his back. But now that he has Black Squadron, wherever they go, victory will follow. In between campaigns, Malgus busies himself with history, starting with public records, and then demanding to see Sith holocrons. Dooku lends him a few from his own personal collection in order to review, but Sidious remains guarded, not wanting Malgus to learn too much about the future. As impressive as all of this is, it is not pleasing to Sidious at all. He wants to wage a more subtle war of manipulation and long-term planning. His schemes hinge on every battle going according to his design. More fear in the Republic is helpful, but he needs the Outer Rim sieges to begin so that the Jedi are spread out. Malgus is too good at what he does. He gains so many victories that he turns the war around in favor of the Separatists. In the Senate, representatives panic, calling for a ceasefire and peace negotiations. They're ready to concede to the Confederacy being recognized as an official galactic power, just so the war will end. Sidious had intended to use Malgus for his own plans, but now things are spiraling out of his control, and he has no idea how to send the man back to his era. Meanwhile, the Jedi have already sensed a great disturbance. The balance of the cosmos has been disrupted by time travel and has brought forth a great ancient dark. However, because of the veil of the dark side, none of the High Council members can discern exactly what is going on. Something seems to have shifted, and they're certain Dooku is somehow behind it. Unfortunately, they have not yet learned that Malgus is here, largely because no Jedi has yet survived to tell the tale. Malgus is on the open field of battle, butchering one Jedi after the next. The Jedi of this era are nothing like their Old Republic counterparts. In his day, their power shattered the ground that they walked upon, and their saber strikes were lethal. These Jedi are a shadow of their former selves. To Malgus, their strength in the Force is barely a candle in comparison to his raging inferno. He's able to telekinetically dominate just about anyone he comes across. When he does get into duels though, so-called Jedi Masters are barely competent in blade-to-blade combat at all. His lightsaber strikes shatter their defenses with only a few blows. In the Old Republic, filled with powerhouses, Malgus was basically considered unstoppable. In the Clone Wars, he's simply on a new level entirely. With every knight and master he snaps in two, he is angrier and angrier. The Jedi are weak. Not only does he feel like he has no worthy challenger, but Malgus wonders why it has taken so long for the Sith to dominate this era. Just how far had the Order fallen from grace since their destruction? He was not clued to Sidious's master machinations, and did not think like a rule of two Sith. Malgus thinks only as a general of war, and from this perspective, their enemy was feeble enough to be crushed under his heel. Reports finally come in from the front lines, and the Jedi see their enemy at last. The High Council cannot believe their eyes. Master Windu and Master Mundi both believe that he is an imposter, a Darksider, perhaps one of Dooku's acolytes, a Sith wannabe who has modeled himself after the ancient Great Malgus. However, they are astounded by his kill count. According to reports, he's executing Jedi faster than Grievous was, and his presence in the Force is described as a supernova. All the Jedi can feel it, because unlike Sidious, he's holding nothing back. There have been several times in the lore where the Jedi Council has considered assassinating an enemy. In canon continuity, they moved to assassinate Dooku. In Legends, they considered doing so to Grievous. Both times they pulled back due to not being the Jedi way. However, even Yoda agrees that if somehow Malgus has arrived in their time, he cannot be allowed to continue his rampage. They have already had Dooku and Sidious to worry about, and if that weren't bad enough, they recently discovered that Maul had returned as well. With Malgus, an ancient evil cannot be thrown into the mix. He needs to be destroyed, and quickly. For this reason, the Council goes and summons all historical records on Malgus for review. Following a meeting of intensive study and meditation, they determined to put together a strike team of their own, their greatest warriors, to bring him down. Mace Windu, of course, volunteers to lead the charge. He personally chooses Saesee Tiin, Kit Fisto, and Aegon Kolar. You'll notice that these are the same three that he selected to arrest Sidious in the original timeline. Windu believes in their dueling prowess, so we see no reason why he would not choose them here as well. Joining him will be Ki-Adi-Mundi, Plo Koon, and Sindralig. They would have called on Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi. However, those two Jedi are currently tied up in their own missions. Kenobi is with Adi Gallia dealing with the Reborn Maul and Savage Opress. Skywalker, meanwhile, is helping the rebels with Hondo Ohnaka on Onderon. They are too tied up in their own affairs to currently help out with the Dark Lord Malgus. Shifting back to Malgus, he is beginning to pull together his own plans for crippling the Republic and winning the war. Malgus knows he can't kill every Jedi in the galaxy himself. Despite Sidious wanting to keep the Sith few, Malgus feels that he needs his own army of warriors to do what he needs to be done. After doing some digging, Malgus discovers a vocal group of dark Jedi arising on the world of Bafash. The Bafash Uprising had become a lesser-known event of the Clone Wars, where a small academy of Jedi on the planet went rogue and embraced the dark side. They had done so under the ideas that they were serving the true nature of peace, since they opposed the Clone Wars altogether. They teamed up with the Gensarai, another dark side religion, and together began a rampage of terror and destruction throughout the Sluis sector. They were only put down when Grandmaster Yoda himself intervened. But that is the original timeline, and Yoda did not intervene until sometime at the beginning of 19 BBY. Hearing of the Dark Jedi, Malgus would travel there and introduce himself. The Dark Jedi and the Gensarai were not too keen on working with Sith, but they hear Malgus out. The Dark Lord is able to galvanize them towards his cause, especially when he promises to help them gain full control over their sector. In the next days, Malgus proceeds to funnel all of his resources and efforts into the war, enabling them to crush the Republic-backed rebellion in their system. Now having gained their trust, Malgus has the following of the Dark Jedi as well as the Gensarai. This gives him an army of Darksiders to work with. They weren't Sith per se, of course, but Malgus sees their potential. He now sets his sights on hitting the Republic where it hurts. Again, he has no knowledge of Order 66 or the intentions of Sidious, so Malgus thinks like a true war general and decides to cut the Grand Army off at the knees. This brings him to organizing an assault on the world of Kamino. It is Sidious that typically directed the battles the way he wanted them to go. Malgus, though, is a loose cannon that Sidious cannot control despite all of his manipulations. The previous two battles of Kamino were meant to scare the Jedi and the Republic. Sidious never truly intended on the cloning facility being damaged. Malgus, however, attacks them with full intention of destruction. General Grievous now, who has been repaired, informs Dooku of Malgus's plans. Dooku, worried, hurries to intercept the rogue Sith. By now, Malgus is tired of the hesitancy from his fellow Dark Lords. He wonders why they would not attack this obvious target. Malgus insists that the previous two assaults failed because they lacked the power of the dark side. With the prophets of the dark side, his Dark Jedi army, and his elite Black Squadron, victory was assured on Kamino. But Tyrannus only offers more excuses. He attempts to keep Malgus from ruining the Sith grand design. At this point, the ancient Sith Lord senses something is amiss. He does not like the idea of being played for a fool. These excuses were getting suspicious. Dooku says that Lord Sidious needs Kamino left alone for his plan. But Malgus responds that it now seemed to him that Sidious's plans were what is keeping the Sith weak. Malgus finally decides it is time for a change in leadership. Dooku warily reminds him that this is not the time period that he belongs in. But Malgus flatly states that he has no intention of going back. With the knowledge that his past culminates in failure, Malgus sees an opportunity to make the future his own, and Malgus ignites his lightsaber. He tells Tyrannus that he can either join him in this glorious new future, or be destroyed as the old. Dooku is a prideful man, but he is not stupid. He knows he is no match for Malgus alone. Dooku retreats to his master. Panicked at this turn of events, Sidious attempts to sabotage Malgus's plans. He informs the Republic intelligence and the Jedi of the attack on Kamino. Everyone is caught off guard completely by this, as the ancient Sith Lord is on his way to Kamino as they speak. There is no time for the High Council to mobilize their assassination squad, so they recall whoever is closest to the world. This just so happens to be one Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi, both of whom participated in the first two battles of Kamino. Skywalker groans. He wonders if the Seppies will ever learn their lesson. But all is silenced when the Grandmaster explains via hologram that the enemy they face is not just another droid invasion, and this is where they finally brief them on Darth Malgus, or at least the arrival of a man who mimics him closely. This part is still unclear to the Jedi. The third battle of Kamino commences with an infiltration rather than an invasion. When Malgus arrives in the system, he finds the planet blockaded by the Republic, but Malgus still has a certain advantage, doing things old school. In the lore, there are many arts of ancient warfare that are pretty much lost in the modern galactic timeline. One of those is utilizing the Force in tandem with an army. Malgus organizes the prophets of the dark side to use battle meditation. The dark side battle meditation causes fear, doubt, and discourage among the clone pilots. The space battle is an absolute slaughter. Malgus's forces punch straight through the blockade. The droid army once more invades the city. The clones put up a very valiant fight. Shaak Ti, Anakin Skywalker, and Obi-Wan Kenobi lead the charge. However, they don't count on facing Dark Jedi. The Dark Jedi aren't really a match for Anakin or Obi-Wan, but they keep them busy. Meanwhile, Malgus leads Black Squadron into the labs. His troops execute everyone in their path. They are stalled by Shaak Ti. She ambushes them from above. Malgus, however, is unfazed by her appearance, and the two enter a fierce duel. Shaak Ti is overwhelmed. Malgus pushes her, blasting her through cloning tanks. As Malgus slowly approaches, Shaak Ti's final act is to chime Anakin and Obi-Wan, but she does not respond. A massive explosion goes off into Poka City. The labs have now been officially obliterated. Skywalker and Kenobi race to see Malgus emerging from the flames. The loss is catastrophic. With emotions high, Skywalker rushes the Sith Lord. Obi-Wan is swamped by blaster fire. Anakin and Malgus begin their duel, and Malgus finally finds someone interesting. He can sense Skywalker's rage. He encourages him to break free, and Anakin almost does, but Kenobi calls out to him. Malgus blasts Skywalker with lightning, and Kenobi is hurled away. Malgus leaves as Anakin saves his master. The Separatist fleet forms above. The generals call for an evacuation. Malgus officially sinks to Poka City. Darth Sidious is infuriated. Everything is unraveling. After Kamino, without his consent, Malgus launches a second attack, this time an assault on Coruscant. The Battle of Coruscant officially begins early. The battle unfolds violently. Sidious is not captured. He rather manipulates Grievous into attacking Malgus. The invisible hand is caught in utter chaos. We believe that Anakin and Obi-Wan still infiltrate the ship, and they engage Malgus yet again, this time more prepared. The duel is brutal. Malgus presses them relentlessly. Malgus focuses on Obi-Wan. Kill the master, claim the apprentice. He very nearly succeeds, but Skywalker intervenes. Before the duel concludes, the invisible hand is rocked by turbo laser fire. The ship crashes. Malgus survives the crash though, but he is confronted by Windu's strike team. The duel erupts instantly. Several Jedi fall. Windu and Plo Koon endure. They wear Malgus down. We believe that Malgus retreats. Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Windu all pursue. Malgus attempts to call to the prophets, but Grievous has already dealt with them. False coordinates lure Malgus to the Works District, where Sidious and Dooku lie in wait in the shadows. There are little words exchanged. The final duel commences. Malgus fights with desperate exhaustion. Twilight falls as the Jedi arrive. 3 red lightsabers dance in the dark. As the Jedi realize Sidious stands directly before them, Malgus is surrounded. Sidious unleashes torrents of Force lightning, and Dooku adds to his power. At last, Skywalker rises behind Darth Malgus. He plunges his blade deep through the Sith Lord's back, and thus, Malgus perishes, leaving the Sith exposed. This, my friends, is what we think would happen if Malgus were sent to the Clone Wars. Interestingly, we didn't really know what would happen until we started following the threads. Malgus is a beast, and it's hard to think of many things in the Clone Wars era that would slow him down in the slightest. Perhaps if this were a full fanfiction, we would like to explore the possibility of Malgus trying to train Anakin. Or perhaps the story leads to Malgus and Yoda dueling. This scenario went places that personally surprised us, but of course, it's only one of many possibilities. The bigger question is, what do you think would happen? Do you think Malgus would totally dominate the war and successfully reignite the old Sith Empire? Or do you think he would ultimately perish as he does in this scenario? If you guys enjoy these type of videos and want to see more, be sure to comment down below what other sort of scenarios you want to see explored. What other characters would you like to see surge through different timelines? But as always, thank you guys so much for watching and continuing to support the channel, especially when Star Wars is a little slow. And as always, may the Force be with you.